with SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for insights, effective data capture, standardization, and analysis enable you to track and execute against KPIs. You can use industry standard KPIs or define your own KPIs with our harmonized data model and modeling environment. You can also leverage industry measurements such as overall equipment effectiveness. Self-service reports with customizable views let you visualize, understand, and track both KPIs and live operations data. Finally, deep insights equip you to quickly identify and resolve quality, productivity, and other issues to continually improve performance. You can keep equipment working effectively to minimize downtime, reduce scrap, improve quality, and increase ROI. Ultimately, SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights empowers you to improve efficiency, production rate, quality, and yield across all of your manufacturing locations. You can efficiently manage both CapEx and OpEx, reduce the cost of goods sold, take full advantage of your manufacturing assets, and contribute to the profitable growth of your business.
A promise of safety, an attractive blend of function and style. A name synonymous with premium, efficient, and technologically advanced electrical products. Distinguished by customer-centric design and modern aesthetics. Havells, an electrical goods giant that's been pioneering high-end innovative products, making in India since 1971. What began as a modest electrical trading company with an investment of just Rs 10,000 60 years ago has grown into a fast-moving electrical goods company that makes in India for the global consumers.
Keynote Gupta ji, our founder chairman, always believed in Atmanirbharta, though it is a buzzword today, but it has always been there as a philosophy for Havells. We are a complete portfolio of both consumer electricals, industrial electricals, as well as consumer durable play. We manufacture everything in-house. And that has been the big strength for Havells, that we have a complete control on not only the technology, but also the complete supply chain.
Driven by a futuristic vision for new age products and innovation, the company's growth and expansion has been powered by its in-house product design and development and adoption of cutting-edge technology. With its unwavering commitment to make in India, Havells has 15 state-of-the-art manufacturing plants in the country. These manufacturing facilities focus on automation and adoption of Industry 4.0 practices while producing a wide spectrum of products in 25+ categories. From wires and cables that carry power to houses to a variety of high-tech Internet of Things-enabled products and home appliances, Havells' expansive portfolio of products has set the industry benchmark for range and quality. Product innovation is at the heart of Havells' success. Focused on the specific needs of Indian consumers, Havells invests a great deal of time and investment to create new products and develop new technologies. Havells Center for Research and Innovation is the crucible for product design and innovations. Havells has evolved from manufacturing electrical goods to developing and embedding cutting-edge technology in its products.
Most important aspect of the brand of Havells is trust. The consumer trusts the brand of Havells, and that is what we want to give to our consumer. When they put an electrical product in their house, they should feel safe and they should have a sound sleep.
Havells is proud of its research and development and product innovation. The Havells Experience Center is meant to showcase these products and their features to the end consumer. And its one-of-a-kind experience center, people can interact with Havells products in a real-life setting. Havells' people-centric vision extends beyond developing technology for its end users. The company's long-standing CSR initiatives focus on Havells' employees, dealer network, as well as the larger communities in different regions of the country. Havells has implemented a comprehensive set of CSR initiatives that span education, nutrition, sanitation and hygiene, and environmental sustainability, with manufacturing plants powered by solar energy that have zero water discharge certification. Havells is India's first water and wood positive organization. With a keen eye on the future, while being firmly rooted in its founder's ethos of inclusivity and sustainability, Havells is headlining the country's FMEG industry's presence on the global stage.
Havells should be looking at, creating a benchmark for technology, not just in India, but also globally.
In manufacturing, oil and gas, pharma, and power generation, every minute of downtime means lost production, higher costs, and reputational damage. As factories become more automated, cyber threats and system failures put critical operations at risk. Many data protection vendors no longer support older systems, leaving manufacturers vulnerable. Acronis CyberProtect offers advanced backup and recovery for operational technology systems, even for legacy systems like Windows XP, restoring production uptime in minutes. Using live server imaging and universal machine restore, Acronis minimizes production downtime and restores OT systems instantly. Designed for ease of use, recovering OT systems with Acronis requires no IT expertise. Your plant employees can restore operations with a single click. Unplanned downtime can cost up to $260,000 per hour. Acronis ensures continuous uptime of OT systems, safeguarding your profitability. Protect your real-time production operations. Reduce OT system downtime. Visit acronis.com to learn more.
Now the time of my life, and I owe it all to you. I've been waiting for so long. Now I finally found someone to stand by me.
Nothing feels as good as a great place to work. UKG has the technology and insights to make it all happen.
You're like many manufacturers, you struggle to gain the data insights you require to truly optimize your operations. You need better tools to uncover problems, improve quality, and forecast and plan for best performance. Just as important, you want better visibility to minimize costs and get the most from dispersed and aging plants. That's why you need SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for insights. An option for the SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud Manufacturing Execution System. This innovative software as a service delivers near real-time data and advanced analytics. Forward-thinking manufacturers can leverage the solution to analyze manufacturing and business data, identify and resolve production issues, and achieve the full advantages of Industry 4.0. SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights gives you complete visibility from top floor to across all your shop floors. The solution lets you capture data from disparate systems across all of your locations. Our standards-based interfaces grab data from your manufacturing operations management systems and automation systems. By collecting data from operational technology controls and IoT devices, along with other information sources in local plants, and then manipulating it in a centralized location in the cloud, you can achieve both plant-specific and enterprise-wide insights. Normalization of your raw data lets you correlate disparate data points to gain an accurate view into opportunities for improvement. You can drill down to find root causes of unscheduled downtime, speed loss, quality defects, and other issues. Sophisticated pattern detection gives you proactive insights to make adjustments on the fly. Advanced algorithms for predictive quality accelerate root cause analysis for improvements in efficiency and yield. Analytics is pre-configured and intuitive, so all stakeholders can understand the drivers of global and plant-level performance. Plus, pre-configured multi-site production actuals make sure your planners are in tune with operations. With SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights, effective data capture, standardization, and analysis enable you to track and execute against KPIs. You can use industry-standard KPIs or define your own KPIs with our harmonized data model and modeling environment. You can also leverage industry measurements such as overall equipment effectiveness. Self-service reports with customizable views let you visualize, understand, and track both KPIs and live operations data. Finally, deep insights equip you to quickly identify and resolve quality, productivity, and other issues to continually improve performance. You can keep equipment working effectively to minimize downtime, reduce scrap, improve quality, and increase ROI. Ultimately, SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights empowers you to improve efficiency, production rate, quality, and yield across all of your manufacturing locations. You can efficiently manage both CapEx and OpEx, reduce the cost of goods sold, take full advantage of your manufacturing assets, and contribute to the profitable growth of your business.
A promise of safety, an attractive blend of function and style. A name synonymous with premium, efficient, and technologically advanced electrical products. Distinguished by customer-centric design and modern aesthetics. Havells, an electrical goods giant that's been pioneering high-end innovative products making in India since 1971. What began as a modest electrical trading company with an investment of just rupees 10,000 60 years ago has grown into a fast-moving electrical goods company that makes in India for the global consumers.
Keynote Gupta ji, our founder chairman, always believed in Atmanirbharta, though it is a buzzword today, but it has always been there as a philosophy for Havells. We are a complete portfolio of both consumer electricals, industrial electricals, as well as consumer durable play. We manufacture everything in-house. And that has been the big strength for Havells, that we have a complete control on not only the technology, but also the complete supply chain.
Driven by a futuristic vision for new age products and innovation, the company's growth and expansion has been powered by its in-house product design and development and adoption of cutting-edge technology. With its unwavering commitment to Make in India, Havells has 15 state-of-the-art manufacturing plants in the country. These manufacturing facilities focus on automation and adoption of Industry 4.0 practices while producing a wide spectrum of products in 25-plus categories. From wires and cables that carry power to houses to a variety of high-tech Internet of Things-enabled products and home appliances, Havells' expansive portfolio of products has set the industry benchmark for range and quality. Product innovation is at the heart of Havells' success. Focused on the specific needs of Indian consumers, Havells invests a great deal of time and investment to create new products and develop new technologies. Havells Center for Research and Innovation is the crucible for product
Good
design
morning,
and
everybody.
innovations.
A warm welcome to all of you. We will be starting today in the next 10 minutes from now.
Developing
I'll request you all to please take your seat.
products.
Thank you so much.
Most important aspect of the brand of Havells is trust. The consumer trusts the brand of Havells, and that is what we want to give to our consumer. When they put an electrical product in their house, they should feel safe and they should have a sound sleep.
Havells is proud of its research and development and product innovation. The Havells Experience Center is meant to showcase these products and their features to the end consumer. And it's one-of-a-kind experience center. People can interact with Havells products in a real-life setting. Havells' people-centric vision extends beyond developing technology for its end users. The company's long-standing CSR initiatives focus on Havells employees, dealer network, as well as the larger communities in different regions of the country. Havells has implemented a comprehensive set of CSR initiatives that span education, nutrition, sanitation and hygiene, and environmental sustainability, with manufacturing plants powered by solar energy that have zero water discharge certification. Havells is India's first water and wood positive organization. With a keen eye on the future, while being firmly rooted in its founder's ethos of inclusivity and sustainability, Havells is headlining the country's FMEG industry's presence on the global stage.
Havells should be looking at creating a benchmark for technology, not just in India, but also globally.
In manufacturing, oil and gas, pharma, and power generation, every minute of downtime means lost production, higher costs, and reputational damage. As factories become more automated, cyber threats and system failures put critical operations at risk. Many data protection vendors no longer support older systems, leaving manufacturers vulnerable. Acronis CyberProtect offers advanced backup and recovery for operational technology systems, even for legacy systems like Windows XP, restoring production uptime in minutes. Using live server imaging and universal machine restore, Acronis minimizes production downtime and restores OT systems instantly. Designed for ease of use, recovering OT systems with Acronis requires no IT expertise. Your plant employees can restore operations with a single click. Unplanned downtime can cost up to $260,000 per hour. Acronis ensures continuous uptime of OT systems, safeguarding your profitability. Protect your real-time production operations. Reduce OT system downtime. Visit acronis.com to learn more.
Now I want the time of my life, and I owe it all to you. I've been waiting for so long. Now I finally found someone to stand by me.
Nothing feels as good as a great place to work. UKG has the technology and insights to make it all happen.
You're like many manufacturers, you struggle to gain the data insights you require to truly optimize your operations. You need better tools to
Well, good
uncover
morning, everybody.
problems.
Once again, everybody at the breakfast area, if you can hear me, I'll request you to please step inside. We're about to begin. Let's take our seats. And thank you so much to each one of you for being here with us today. I think it's also time to fill up places here in the front. If you can hear me at the back. Yeah, everybody's sitting like quite far away. We can come a little ahead. Thank you.
Achieve the full advantages of Industry 4.0. SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights gives you complete visibility from top floor to across all your shop floors. The solution lets you capture data from disparate systems across all of your locations. Our standards-based interfaces grab data from your manufacturing operations management systems and automation systems. By collecting data from operational technology controls and IoT devices, along with other information sources in local plants, and then manipulating it in a centralized location in the cloud, you can achieve both plant-specific and enterprise-wide insights. Normalization of your raw data lets you correlate disparate data points to gain an accurate view into opportunities for improvement. You can drill down to find root causes of unscheduled downtime, speed loss, quality defects, and other issues. Sophisticated pattern detection gives you proactive insights to make adjustments on the fly. Advanced algorithms for predictive quality accelerate root cause analysis for improvements in efficiency and yield. Analytics is pre-configured and intuitive, so all stakeholders can understand the drivers of global and plant-level performance. Plus, pre-configured multi-site production actuals make sure your planners are in tune with operations. With SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights, effective data capture, standardization, and analysis enable you to track and execute against KPIs. You can use industry standard KPIs or define your own KPIs with our harmonized data model and modeling environment. You can also use industry measurements such as overall equipment effectiveness. Self-service reports with customizable views let you visualize, understand, and track both KPIs and live operations data. Finally, deep insights equip you to quickly identify and resolve quality, productivity, and other issues to continually improve performance. You can keep equipment working effectively to minimize downtime, reduce scrap, improve quality, and increase ROI. Ultimately, SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights empowers you to improve efficiency, production rate, quality, and yield across all of your manufacturing locations. You can efficiently manage both CapEx and OpEx, reduce the cost of goods sold, take full advantage of your manufacturing assets, and contribute to the profitable growth of your business.
Welcome, everybody. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shweta Kapoor. A warm welcome to the 13th Annual Manufacturing Today Conference and Awards presented by Havells and powered by SAP. Can we all clap and begin the morning, everybody? Come on. We also acknowledge our valued partners, Workforce Management Partner UKG. Can we clap for UKG, everybody? Cybersecurity Partner Acronis. I think the claps can go on just in the starting. Knowledge Partners AR, AI, and CMTI. Before we start the day, just a few quick house rules. I know that the mobile phones are our lifelines now, but for today, let's keep the spotlight on our speakers. I'm going to request all of you to please place your mobile phones on silent mode. Let's take a quick second to do that. So the only ringing that we are hearing here is your applause. Thank you for that. Well, speaking of time, the agenda today is really packed. In fact, many of our colleagues coming up today here are fighting against time and the flight schedules they need to catch. So let's really stay on time when we walk on stage, and let's keep it crisp and clear for all of us. And yes, please continue your applause all day today. And now it is time to set the tone of the day, take the conversation ahead. It's time to set the momentum. I take this opportunity to invite the editor of Manufacturing Today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome Sujata Vishnuraj. Everyone.
Good morning, everyone. So thank you, everyone, for coming here today. So I am going to make a very brief presentation about manufacturing. I know you all are much knowledgeable about manufacturing than me. So when we talk about manufacturing sector, we all know that it's a cornerstone of the economic growth, and with an output of around 16.8 trillion, which is the backbone of the manufacturing sector. China and United States are the leading manufacturing countries in the world with around 45% of output. The major trends that are shaping the sector are the digital transformation, supply chain resilience, advanced technology, and sustainability. There are challenges and opportunities. There are some key challenges like higher costs, labor shortages, policy uncertainties, which you all are aware of. There are emerging opportunities where you know that digital transformation is happening, where 78% of manufacturers are implementing, or they are even planning to implement them. There are supply chain innovations that you all are aware of. When we talk about 10 top manufacturing countries, India is at the 5th position, and we have around $490 billion as the output which we can contribute to the world. What is fueling India's manufacturing renaissance? There are some key government initiatives which are there, which is boosting Make in India. We just had our 11th anniversary of Make in India, which we celebrated yesterday. There is PLI schemes which are there, National Manufacturing Policy which is there. We have a growth target which is ambitious. We have a potential export goods worth $1 trillion by 2030. E-commerce experts which are projected to grow from $1 billion to $400 billion by 2030. Now, why am I talking about manufacturing sector? Very, you may say very, what should I say? Selfish reason? Because I am a media company. because I'm a media companion who is showcasing this sector progress through the impacts that are happening in the sector. We are the industry's must-read publication, where we are serving as a premier trade publication for the industry leaders who are providing essential insights on operational issues in this dynamic market. We are showcasing manufacturing excellence through the digital publications and online presence. We are connecting the manufacturing ecosystems through our industry and building bridges through industry stakeholders, fostering knowledge exchange on critical topics like additive manufacturing, production management, Industry 4.0, and disruptive technologies. So someone asked me in the morning, why are we doing this kind of a forum? That's mainly because we are bringing together many people from different kind of sectors under one platform. That's why this theme that we are doing. This year, one theme that we thought of when we thought of the 13th annual Manufacturing Today conference and awards, that is innovate, integrate, and accelerate. Why this specific theme? Because these three words perfectly capture the journey of modern manufacturing, where innovation is driving the new, what you can say, new possibilities. When you talk about integration, it is driving or breaking down the silos that we had, and it is creating a connected ecosystems. And acceleration is what will help the Indian manufacturing to achieve the goal that we all are looking for and to scale up the competitiveness that we need. So as manufacturing today, we believe our role is to support this journey for you as a manufacturer. As one of the premium B2B publication for the sector, we are committed to give you insights from the industry for the sector, and we are enabling knowledge exchange, sharing industry insights that will help the industry to stay ahead of its times in change. So our stories, features, and events, we aim to showcase how industry is evolving, highlighting best practices, and provide a platform for dialogue and collaboration. So as we begin today's conference, let us take this theme forward, exploring how innovation, integration, and acceleration can shape the future of Indian manufacturing, and how together as a community we can lead this transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujata. And now it is time for the welcome address. We'd like to invite on stage Managing Director, ITP Media India. Let's clap and welcome Rahul Sequeira, everyone.
Good morning. Excellent. So it's so good to see everyone on a Friday morning with a house full. And truly, this is such an interesting industry, right? But from steel to satellites, from textiles to technology, manufacturing is not just an industry. It's basically the fundamental for any growing economy. And as you can see with Sujata's slides, this is the cornerstone to build something great. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of ITP Media and Manufacturing Today to the 13th edition of the Manufacturing Today Awards. Today is not just an event. As Sujata said, it's about creating dialogue, sharing knowledgeable insights, and building immense connections. We've had enlightening speakers. We have a day packed with engaging conversation. And we also have recognition for people and organizations who are truly impacting Indian manufacturing on a large scale. Our theme is synonymous to where India is right now. Innovate, integrate, and accelerate. And time on time again, we've seen, though there are challenges, as Sujata mentioned, and there are opportunities, be it automation with introduction of AI, as well as with sustainability and green engineering. We do see opportunity with, we do see challenges with disruptive supply chain. We do see challenges with manpower, and manpower has always been a pressing issue for the manufacturing industry. But time and time again, we always seen that this industry has resilience, re-innovation, and is truly relentless. So I will not take any more further time, but just want to say enjoy yourselves, and we have a very exciting panel and a day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul. Before we welcome our next speaker, let's take a moment to tell you a little more about ourselves. We've put together a short film that captures the story of who we are, the ITP Media Group India, of which manufacturing today is a part. Team, can we roll the video? Well, thank you, everyone. It is now time for the opening note for the day. And To do that, I'm going to invite none other than Managing Director Event of ITP Media India Group. Let's clap and welcome Vibhor Srivastav, everyone.
Morning, everybody. Absolute great joy to stand once again here in this beautiful hall and people that you love the most. Sujata really dived into and brought us how manufacturing is the cornerstone of our Indian economy. We contribute about 4.26% this year, 2024 and 25, and touted to look about increasing it in magnifold in 2030. But above all, I just want to take a pause and a moment to reflect the journey that you saw in 3 minutes film. What we started and what we believed, like any other industry, there is dime a dozen media in this country. How do we make ourselves relevant, pertinent, contemporary, and also hold the legacy of something that we are very proud? So what we started about 2008, and I had the fortune to launch ITP in India. And I was talking to our very, very special keynote, Mr. Sudipta Mukherjee, all the way from Calcutta. Please give him a huge, huge round of applause. And I was talking to my friend Subhashish, taking a moment to digress. He said, sorry for holding you here at the time when Durga Puja, the whole Calcutta, the whole India is celebrating with vibrancy and colors. So Dada, thank you for making it. Really appreciate that. So we launched Hotelier India, and very soon we walked multiple paths to understand what are the nuances, what are the challenges, and what are the opportunities that we see as a media company. So one led to the other, and today we kept the best for the last in the slide. If you have seen, ladies and gentlemen, manufacturing industry, truly an industry. And I was talking to UKG, Sumit, and a few other friends from SAP and Havells, Manish, and everybody. I said, what are the challenges that the industry holds? And Sunil David, our friend from Bangalore, he said, Vibhor, look what Trump is doing, the prices. But it's a wake-up call, Sunil, isn't it? That we really know our job better than anybody else. And we can, Sudipta, we can really make manufacturing the strongest, in terms of, for the rest of the world to know what we are capable of. We are the best people in engineering background. The world takes it from us. We are much ahead in terms of understanding. We are much resilient. We are much patient, and we are persuasive enough. Who better than us will understand the power of manufacturing, the power of adoption of digitization and automation, and stay ahead the curve? And the brands, I want to take a moment to thank our partners immensely. Havells. When we started a conversation with Havells, and a lot of the people right here on the table, and look at what they've done to the industry, their products and solution, I save it for the friends from the industry to talk. SAP, look at it. These are great companies. UKG, Acronis, thank you. I think the lady from Sri Lanka is already in the hall. But I tell you, we believe in partnership. We believe in collaboration. We believe in creating forums which are meaningful, neutral, credible, and also allows knowledge sharing at the highest level. But at the same time, we must understand the problem that I see in this industry when I launched manufacturing today, and today we have taken a long, long time where we have reached, and significantly, very importantly, we are proud of what we have done, one, and you and all of us who are watching us live. But one thing that we must make it a note here, we must make this industry the industry for the young graduates to engineers to come out and say, listen, I want to join manufacturing. And I was on a lighter note, the other we were talking, how can we make it glamorous? And today on my Instagram, I said, look what I've done. I have posted a story on manufacturing, because way back in Aditya Birla Group, we were questioned, how do we make young engineers make manufacturing the first choice or the second choice or the third choice to come and join? Do you make it lucrative by the way of salaries and packages? Answer is yes. Do we can add more? The answer is yes. Make it. So ladies and gentlemen, I have lots to talk and a lot of emotion, because this industry has given me a lot, both personally
and professionally. I leave you with some very exciting hands and a battery of prolific speakers who are here to, educate us. And like you, I'm going to sit in the hall and learn from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vibhor. A few names resonate as strongly with India's railway legacy as Texmaco Rail and Engineering Limited. From building the nation's wagons, coaches, and EMU components to crafting locomotive shells, Texmaco has powered the backbone of Indian railways. Beyond rolling stock, it has laid tracks of progress through electrification, signaling, and world class EPC services. Its expertise extends further, constructing iconic steel bridges, cranes, and hydromechanical equipment that drive infrastructure at scale. At the helm of this powerhouse of engineering excellence is our keynote speaker for today. He brings with him over 25 years of experience spanning key sectors such as rail rolling stock logistics, railway components, foundry, casting bridges, structures, and defense. He's been an active contributor to the industry through his multiple leadership roles, serving as chairman of ITI Barakpur, member of CII's advisory panel on railway design, HR NIR subcommittee member, and chairman of the CII Railway Task Force, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome Managing Director of Texmaco Rail and Engineering Limited, Mr. Sudipto Mukherjee. Everyone.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Thank you, Sujata, Rahul, and Bivo, and my friends from the industry, friends from media. It's a privilege to be here, and to be honest, it may sound a little funny, but when I saw in the last moment, I mean, as manufacturing traditionally, we always believe that okay, we can do anything and everything, and okay, this is not a problem. We'll get it done right now. But I think there is a departure from there to a kind of more longer term things, and to realize that who we are, where we are, where we want to go, and with what responsibility in the coming days. In their speech, Sujata, Rahul, and before has tried to summarize things which when the approach came and I saw the initial documents, honestly, I'm sharing, I thought that I have to sit down, think about it, and note down my perspective. It cannot be careless, because the very words that is written, innovate, integrate, and accelerate, just not only hear this, and I know that you all feel this. And if we feel these in any of our effort and way forward, so we know what we need to do. I was feeling a part of risk, the way AI and the interventions of IoT or whatever. I mean, I'm sure that in this August gathering with such learned presence, every day we read about AI, and we are all privy to those literatures and the preaches. So I find sometimes strongly there are two kind of waves going on. Somebody says that yes, without AI you can't live and you will be abolished. And somewhere there are naysayers. And when we use the word very much disruptive, which is scary to me. And eventually it so happened the property I'm staying in here, in the morning after breakfast, I was coming down, I took a photograph in my mobile. There is a seminar which is going on. And the caption of the seminar is AI versus human. So my thought became a conviction that I have understood the ITB media and the team's effort manufacturing today, that how responsibly they have coined three words: innovate, integrate, and accelerate. It's very important, and the whole theme of either we be on the other side, success or failure, these are the things which are going to determine. So we are talking about industrial revolution. I just would like to recapitulate that how it looked like and how it went on. But first, I think we must observe exactly that what we industrial revolutions we have seen. From a agrarian agricultural economy, we went to a steam innovation, steam engine. From steam engine on the later half of the 18th century and 2000, we went to electrical this thing, and then human flight, automobile, and we all know how it has changed us. Then, of course, we have seen this IT coming in. And all of this, why I'm just putting it as a kind of recapitulate of the thoughts to better integrate what I'm trying to say as a perspective. It may not be all inclusive, but from the core of my heart and deep of my all thought process, what I feel is quintessential for us from the manufacturing part or any industry here to go in. So now we are also talking about this AI, IoT, robotics, and perhaps what is the theme today? And we are talking about, I would prefer to call it, or many calls it, as a fifth industrial revolution, where one part that is people, that is the human, inclusivity and sustainability all goes together. Because just feel about it, that what is the best ever moment as a leader we all had, or you all had, and when you feel successful, when you led a team, what were the recipes? So I always felt that it is the spontaneity and the influence you as a leader could inculcate in your team or in yourself, demonstrating what you believe in, where there is no fear, no threat, but we buy in. And that's how we make it inclusive. Leadership is very important in terms of the way forward, as everybody, all the three speakers was mentioning, and we all know that we in India today at this point of time, for the necessity to cater to have the bridge between our aspiration, ambitions, and the success where we want to be, and also with the 144 crores or 150 crores going to be a country where we want to be to meet these ambitions. It is something that order of the day. It is something as a geopolitical situation is the order of the day. But we as a leader, how we should look at, I would like to coin myself for is that I should have the relevance and influence. So when we talk about relevance, then definitely it requires no definition. Again, I would urge, let's feel that what we mean as a relevance and what we feel as influence. Because these are the two things which perhaps will bring that spontaneity with consistency, where we have a mind without fear and we'll buy. We will not be tempted to write human versus this. So what journey we take in, because I still believe that it is the humans who are still going to be the captain of the ship, and where the ship or we together wants to head on to is the point. We have to accept artificial intelligence, and there is no longer, it's not a tool anymore. The kind of influence, the kind of advantages it brings in. So it is our collective responsibility to ensure that it does not become a bridge so far, but a bridge that connects everybody. Because in the past, when we were talking about industrial revolution, you must have seen that somewhere or the other, we have failed in two things. That we have not been able to manage inequality. We have not been able to manage the reach of that fruit which we acquired from those industrial revolutions. But I think when we talk about integration, when we talk about inclusivity in today's world, will we imbibe AI when we, as a tool, as one of our beloved process or a ship, we need to ensure that it is equally accessible and celebrated and being felt as part of life in our journey. I mean, a simple thing. We all migrated from button phone to a touch phone. How? We have not even realized. But perhaps a spark of pride, which silently, or to make myself relevant or contemporary, is something which has never came to our mind so pressing that, okay, this is not affordable. But still we went on. And this is a kind of communication which always happens between the marketeer, the manufacturer, the consumer, because it's the whole integration is the link. This link was the success story, that how it can happen. And then we have in the whole process, camera has got abolished. Maybe some of the dependence has got abolished from the assistance I used to get from my office. My assistant or my team has not got abolished. So this is how we have to look at it. We have to make things simple. We should not try to pose or something which you do not know. It's always better that there are people sitting on the other side who knows it better. It's a mindset. It's an openness of the mind says when which has to have that hunger to collaborate, that hunger to accept, as before was mentioning, that what makes India rich. So India was rich, we know. Looting India, some people became rich, we know. But now we are no less than a freedom fighter, we feel, because they have bestowed that responsibility on us to live better, make India better, and make India better for future. So a kind of feeling of patriotism, I think, is the order of the day. When we were thinking about those point you were mentioning, that somebody complains about tariff, somebody complains about this. I know this is not going to take care overnight, but what it says, how we maneuver. So when we are into business, can I say that nobody should put an obstacle? if we have not thought about that risk, then it is time that we sit down and work on our heat map, that what makes us vulnerable and what makes us fragile. So the expectation of the aspiration gap, or where we want to be, is to be a solid leader who has complete influence and relevance over the system, in this process, his people. Nobody can deny today in India, we were again talking by this side, I was very energized to realize and mention that perhaps, say this is the government, the Prime Minister's office have started saying, make in India. Before that, we had made in India. Very few firms used to have a pride, made in India. Fortunately or unfortunately, not all, because this spread was not there, perhaps, for whatever reason. So, do we want to be victim like that? We are the king of our own soul. We are proud of being an Indian. We have, I think, as before has mentioned, Rahul has also mentioned that we have the highest level of values in us, like the inclusivity, the biggest market in the world, if after China or before China. If we see the growth rate, then there is no reason to say that yes, we are the largest growing market. So everybody will be interested in us. So if somebody interested in us, then the question comes, how do we behave? So if we want that it is only a handshake, then we forget each other. Definitely it is something else. But I believe, we all believe, it is not in our interest. So a kind of innovation, a kind of honest thought, a kind of capability improvement, which is the crux of the whole thing. So where do we stand today in the manufacturing? I think AI has given us that opportunity, or digitization has given us this opportunity to shine the sword in a new way. So let us think in that perspective, that this is how we will be able to connect the dots better, and do not look at it as a problem or as a challenge. Government policies, of course, we all know that government is working on it. The initiatives of Make in India goes with the initiative of Skill India, because when we talk about this, skill is one of the important factor into it. But as again, I think it is not only government, but it is the industry, academia, and government. We should all come together to build that, because on a more of a short-term view, perhaps we have not been able to concentrate in this. But while I say this, the importance of putting more and more emphasis on research and development, that remains one of the most important tick point for all of us. That how many of us, of course, we have our systems, we try to document our stuffs, but how many of that data pointers we work beyond, we try to bring in something which changes their life. In my one of the management school, I had the privilege to I have forgotten most of it, to be very honest, what I have learned. But one sentence always drives me at the final stage, that even after all data analysis, hearing all my friends, when it's a question and the sword is on you to decide that you go for this business, you go for this product, you go for this, what you will do. So we were taught that one fundamental question one should ask to own self that how this decision is going to change the human life positively. So I love this statement. I do not stand guarantee, or perhaps I'm not that skilled, that I have that kind of level of judgment always I can make. But I think it's a good way to start. And this is how I think if somebody is asked that what is going to be, rather than calling AI as a disruption, because it's a negative word, I urge in this forum that if we can even decide not to talk, I mean, you know how to talk something, even a threat or a problem positively, not to coin anything which can be a blessing. And do we expect human AI to come and replace human? If we do not expect, because if the final decision and the judgment has to be taken by us, then I think that we should be very much clear that it is, we will take a call, we will speak what we believe in, we will use it the way we want to use it. So we should be master of ourselves. We are no more in the age of doing slavery. So if it is any technology is being invented and innovated, it is something which humans have done it. And it is not that we should pose it something, no, I have to do it like that, I have to do like that. It's not like that. So I think it is more an approach of a positive mindset and a confidence which we all Indians have today, with a kind of, as I was telling, that we are most rich in what? Maybe one of the most inclusive, with values, young, talented population. This is one of our major resource. So if today we are not able to convert it into our advantage, our positivity, we as a leader, we fail. So this should be one of the important area. Yes, glamorizing manufacturing. The point has come today, unfortunately, because we as a country, perhaps from our childhood, we have seen some decades are being dominated by some themes. So you mentioned about Durga Puja, a lot of Durga Puja is happening with themes. But themes which are perpetual and close to heart, that remains, and those pandals will be removed after the puja. So it should be treated like that, that what theme we will take, and the theme is manufacturing. There is no doubt about it. In Texmaco, it is a more than 80 years company, and still we work every day consciously to have the kind of agility we can have. We are the largest in India as a railway solution provider, in terms, not in terms of only the financial values, in terms of physical goods supplied. We are the largest Indian company who does consistently highest amount of exports to countries and continents. We are one of the company who is a approved supplier to US consistently, enjoy assured optic. We supply to European continents, we supply to Africa, Australia, and many more. Believe me, this is just not for bragging, but I have learned a lot interacting all those customers and all those people of those continents. And I have seen a change the way they feel now about Indians. So this also I feel as a big opportunity, and doing, I mean, serving to India and working with it, so many I mean, continents, and having world-class partners with us, it is nothing but a choice of a decision which can make, I think, the manufacturing world class. And there is no benchmark as world class. It is a continuous journey, we all know. And it is only having faith and conviction that yes, we want to go there, we want to do this. And this is how I think we should look at it, with a big push, be open to change, challenging ourselves. The domestic requirements are consistently becoming higher. It will be higher. There will be place for everybody, but a conscious focus on capability and having investment on research and development, and having this feedback mechanism, as I was talking about the smartphone example, that all the stakeholders, how we align better, learn from each other, allow the person or the entity who is good at that to take the lead. We should not come back from a baggage, okay, I have this much of turnover, I want to be lead. This brings nothing. So it only is a waste of time. So those things, I think, should be the way forward. And in today's geopolitical situation, of course, we are uniquely poised. We have the capability, we have all the resources, but there is a feeling which we have started feeling for our existence and doing better. And I feel that you may be also feeling that we have to bring some sense of urgency into this whole effort. So when it will be recognized no less than a nation building, because we are trying, we have done something. It's 11th year of the Make in India. We have took few years to understand what it is, and then perhaps we have started doing. So people who are doing good, they are doing good. Maybe the scale has gone up, but we need to increase the spread of it. So the choices to make today about technology, sustainability, people, and partnership will define not just by our companies, but by the country. We stand ready to march to a brave new world, not one as a stark or a dystopian as Aldous Huxley imagined. I took this quote, perhaps I felt that it may be connected somewhere, we may realize again. I know you all have read it. Huxley imagined, but one created, nurtured and safeguarded to us. Unlike Huxley, world of control, ours must be one of empowerment, inclusion, and responsibility. So this is what I wanted to say, that this is going to define the new industrial revolution in a different way. Let us choose wisely, let us choose responsibly, and let us choose to lead with relevance and influence. So this is the mantra, this is what I wanted to say. Perhaps little disjointed because I was little more concentrating on what I feel to share, because there is no point to share my perspective and thought to learned people who already know about this subject. Thank you so much for bearing with me. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I think he has really ignited a lot of thoughts to ponder on. I'm going to request you to stay back on stage with us, Mr. Sudipto. Can we clap for him once again, everyone? I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Rahul Sequeira, MD, ITP Media Group India. We'd also like to call on stage Mr. Vibhor Srivastav, MD, Events ITP Media Group India, to join us on stage. We'd also like to invite on stage Mr. Manish Patient, Business Head, to please join us on stage from Havells, India, to felicitate Mr. Sudipto Mukherjee. Everybody. I think that was really wonderful. A lot of thoughts to ponder on, a lot of change in perspective. Thank you once again, Mrs. Deepto. That was really wonderful. Thank you. Well, partnerships are the foundation of every successful event, uniting expertise, resources, and a shared vision to deliver truly impactful experiences. By collaborating with our valued partners, we expand our reach, elevate the quality of the event, and ensure flawless execution. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon stage Segment Head, Industry Business Professional Lighting, Havells India, for the partnership presentation. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Surya Narayan Tripathi, ladies and gentlemen.
For centuries, the world's greatest innovations and advancements happened during the daytime hours. For humanity was bound by the sun's rhythm. As far as humanity has existed, it has always tried to create the ability to create and control light, be it a small spark of fire or the glow of a candle. It has always been our endeavor to push back the darkness and bring in light. And today, we are at the forefront of this journey. And Havells can confidently say, let there be light. And this is not just a historical or a metaphorical statement for us. It's a mission for us. Because we do not just sell products, we create the light that powers the industries. Our factories, our warehouses, our manufacturing setups are the heartbeat to the Indian economy. But they come with their own challenges. But we do not see those challenges as problems, but as our purpose. Because for us, we will and we shall never stop until every corner and every factory of India is not only visible, but brilliant. We are Havells, and till the time we are there, there shall always be light. So as we begin this presentation, I want you to not look at us as a lighting service provider, but a partner to our growth story. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I am Surya Narayan Tripathi, and I am a part of the team that takes care of the lighting business of Havells in India. So I will run through a brief presentation on durable, efficient, tailored, and smart lighting in industrial atmosphere. So if you see any of these brands, Lloyd, Havells, Standard, Crabtree, Rio, all fall under the Havells Group umbrella. This is a very quick snapshot of the group, 19 product categories, FMEG, the largest organization in India, 22,000 group turnover, 16 plus owned manufacturing units, 14,000 plus strong channel partner networks. I and my team out here are from the professional lighting, industrial lighting division, but Havells is across a gamut of products. We are there in cables, we are there in wires, we are there in fans, both domestic and industrial. We are there in pumps, we are there in motors, we are adding more. In some of the product categories, we are nascent, but in some of the product categories, we are leaders. For example, in lighting, we are the #2 professional lighting company in India. So what is that strength that makes us different? So the first is research and development. We have 2 CRIs, Center for Research and Innovation Centers, one based out of Noida and Bangalore, wherein day in, day out, IITians, NITians are working in to dish out products to meet customer requirements. Second point, the theme of this manufacturing summit, Make in India. We manufacture our own lighting in our facility at Nimrana, about 2.5 hours drive from the Delhi airport. Supply and delivery, 35 regional warehouses, 14,000 strong channel partner network. The shortest turnaround time in terms of your material requirement can be provided by Havells. And the last, and the very critical for an industrial point of view, is the strong service. I'm not there only in lighting. I'm not there only in cables. I am a category, I am an organization which is there across 19 electrical product categories. Thus, my service team, either direct or franchisee based, is there in all the major towns and districts of India. This is a small video of our factory. This is the Nimrana factory, 5 lakh square feet, state-of-the-art manufacturing facility within inbuilt NABL accredited lab, where we manufacture all the indoor as well as outdoor luminaires. So, world's 5th largest industrial electricity consumer. The lighting contributes about 10 to 15 to 25% depending upon the factories. But still, majority of the industries are not looking at lighting the way it should be looked upon. We are still on outdated technology, low efficient LED lamps. Still, some of the industries are on mercury vapor, sodium vapor lamps, which again poses a risk on the safety part of it. Industrial accidents. As per Director of Industries data, there are 3 accidents happening every day in MSME registered units. And these are only for the ones that are registered. Productivity losses. Dust. The luminaire output reduces by 50% in a year. Poor lighting leads to higher rejection ratios, fatigue. Again, a very critical component is the lack of awareness and standards. How much light is required, what kind of light is required, what is the exact color temperature, CRI that is required for my individual requirement is something that we need to understand and then choose the appropriate lighting. Coming to the flip side, what are the advantages of a well-lit shop floor? Productivity increases by about 10 to 15%. Accidents, reduction in about 20%. Energy bills, if you go for efficient LEDs, the bill reduces by about 40 to 70%. LED retrofits, return on investment of payback less than 1 to 3 years. The intangible benefits, enhanced worker morale, brand reputation improvement, ESG credits, better compliance, fewer errors. All those are the intangibles of a good lighting in an industrial environment. Now let us come to what is the current situation of the lighting service providers that are in India. Their simple answer is one size fits all. Same products, same solutions, same supply for your different problems, different requirements, and different challenges. As Vidya Balan says, it is all the same. But Havells is an organization which has one provider with multiple solutions as per the needs of the industry, be it warehousing, steel, power, automobile. I will dwell on those in the subsequent slides. Warehousing. What are the pain points? First is the price sensitivity, the per square feet game. We have products of different efficiencies, right from 100 lumen per watt till 150 lumen per watt to cater to the individual requirements of the user. There are high temperatures and there are cold storage warehouses wherein the temperature goes up till minus 30 degrees. Havells does have a product to cater to your requirements. And the last is energy wastage. The lighting requirement is only required when the material is either moving in or moving out. So how to save energy? The answer to that is sensor-based high bays. So Havells has launched microwave sensor-based high bays, which are immune to temperatures. So how does this operate? Very simply put, I will just give a very quick update on the product. You install a 100-watt high bay. When there is nobody working below the luminaire will operate at 30% of the standby mode. You can change the standby mode to 20, 40, 60, 70 as per your requirement. As soon as the movement happens, be it man, machine, it will automatically go to 100% of its rated output. As the movement is stopped, it will not immediately go to the standby mode, but will wait for the requisite amount of time from 30 seconds up till 30 minutes, after which it will go back again to the standby mode. What are the advantages? No programming required, no different installation required, no different wiring required. The same product can be retrofit in your existing environment plus in your greenfield projects as well. We thank Flyjack Logistics to use this product in their Sri Perumbudur, Chennai and Bhiwandi projects. We also have added Godrej and Welspun to the same product category of warehousing. The same product, the same principle of working, and you imagine that in the street light. You imagine the big periphery of your premises. The lights are switched on from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the night. Only when the light is required 100%, when there is no requirement, it will automatically go back to 30%. Another major segment, tire industry. Sulfur, a deterrent but a real hidden enemy. People have come to pass with the problem. Sulfur is going to deteriorate your LEDs. It is going to reduce your light requirement. But everybody has accepted as a norm to change the light fittings within 1 or 2 years. But Havells changed this norm. We launched the first in India Gyreless high bay, which is sulfur prone. There is 3-way protection available. There is sulfur prone LEDs which are installed inside the luminaire, thus giving the longevity to the luminaire and a long life class to the particular lighting requirement. We thank Apollo Tyres Chennai and C8 Vadodara. We are already having 2 clients who are using this Gyreless high bay. Steel and power, again, harsh environments, high temperature, high dusty environments. The same products are being supplied. The temperature requirement goes beyond 65 degrees in furnace and boiler areas. But sabka solution same hai. Havells has developed the first active cooling high bay, which can withstand temperatures up till 75 degrees. And we can warrant these products up till that temperature requirement. So it has an active cooling unit. The first customer that we have is Tata Power Gandhidham, who for the replacement of one luminaire had to spend about 30 to 35,000 to create the scaffolding and replace the luminaire. They are now running on the Havells active cooling high bay. Pharma. India is the pharmacy to the world. 60% of the world's generics are manufactured in India. It is very likely that you are having a medicine. The medicine is likely made in India. Similar requirement to a pharma industry is the upcoming solar industries, the solar cell manufacturing, the EV battery manufacturing. No dust, no contamination. For this, we have customized clean room luminaires which are available in our range, bottom opening, top opening, surface mounted, 1x1, 2x2, be it shape, size. Because of the capability of in-house manufacturing, we can deliver to any need of your requirement. Food and beverage, hygiene, no protrusions on the surface so that bacteria and mold can grow. This was a major requirement of the customers in the food and beverage industry. So Havells developed the screwless high bay. There are no screws. There are no protrusions on the high bay so that bacteria and mold cannot grow. Plus, we use antibacterial paint in those luminaires. We have our first customer in Nestlé who is going to be up and running on this new screwless high bays of Havells. Automobile, world's largest, third largest manufacturer, always delving into the problem of OPEX versus CAPEX. They want a luminaire with an lowest initial capital expenditure and high operational expenditure. For them, we launched the Embero range of high bays. 190 lumen per watt efficacy, stand out. Nobody in the industry has it. Long life class of 1 lakh burning hours. I will let the video speak for the product. So coming to the levels of smart system, the first is the standalone. Better the efficient product you take, better shall be your energy saving. Second is the occupancy control. We saw the sensor-based high bay. The third is the wireless control, and the final is wired control. But my urge to the industrial friends out here is to take that first step. So in terms of the wireless control, in very simply put, we have your different sheds. Each fitting is enabled with an RF-enabled driver. The particular fitting communicates with the gateway. The gateway data goes on the intranet or internet, depending upon the sensitivity of your data. We already have a running case of Placer at Vadodara Karjan, which is up and running with this wireless technology. So you get the dashboard monitoring along with it. You get particular advantage apart from occupancy control. You get daylight harvesting, you get scheduling, you get preventive maintenance data. All those becomes a possibility. Another product that I will like your attention to is the AIO, the all-in-one solar street light. The same luminaire has panel on the back side, LED portion out here, and lithium-ion ferrophosphate battery. Every unit, every industry, every manufacturing facility has a requirement of 5% of the energy through renewables. And this is the easiest way to go green. All the Amazon and Foxconn facilities are being run on the Havells solar street light. Coming To summarize, why choose Havells Lighting? Manufacturing capabilities, make in India is all our motto. 90% of the products made in India, made for India. World-class innovation capabilities, we saw the products. Reach and service, very critical for the industries that are based in the upcountry markets. Range of solutions and customizations. Apart from the customizations that we saw, there are minor customization, length of cable to be increased. For example, there is a semiconductor manufacturing unit at Sanand. They wanted light in CRI 90. Havells developed and gave them that solution of CRI 90. Again, this is a moment of proud and strength for us. We also were obliged to have the Ram Mandir internal lighting done where the Ram Lala was concentrated. This is just to showcase the customization capabilities. We specifically developed 24-karat gold-plated light, although nothing technically superior, but just to showcase if there is a customization requirement, Havells can get it done. We thank all our esteemed customers right from various domains, tire, warehousing, etc. Again, this is something that I wanted. This is a product called as Vita Delight, which we launched in Electrama of 2025. If any one of us goes and tests for vitamin D deficiency, it is more or less likely that we shall be found vitamin D deficient. And this is a product, this data shows India is about 70 to 75% vitamin D deficient. So this is a product which we have launched called as Vita D Light. What are the current sources of vitamin D? The primary source is sunlight. There are supplements, but the body is not able to absorb the way that it should. The third is healthier diet. We all know how difficult it is. So there is this specific wavelength, the UVB wavelength in the invisible spectrum of sunlight that helps in the synthesis of vitamin D in your body. So we have developed this luminaires called as Vita Delight that gives you the same UVB wavelength of sunlight which is available so that it can help in the synthesis of vitamin D in your body and we can help reduce the vitamin D deficiency and all the aspects that are related to it. So it adds a wellness angle to it. So to summarize, make in India, made for you, customized solution for your different problems and different needs, in-house concept, design, prototype, pan-India presence. We await the chance to be of service to you and contribute to your and the nation's progress. So this was my time. I am Surya Narayan Tripathi, and I thank you for being a patient listener. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. May I request you to please stay back on stage with us? I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Sujata Vishnuraj, Editor Manufacturing Today, to please join us on stage and felicitate Mr. Tripathi. Can we clap for Mr. Tripathi once again, everyone? Thank you once again. Before we move ahead, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a short, quick pause, a little networking break for 15 minutes from now. And a gentle reminder to all of us, many of our industry colleagues here they have travel commitments, they have flights to catch. So let's really be back on time and help them and help us. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's join back in 15 minutes. That's 12:30. Again, we begin. And of course, don't forget to visit the UKG booth right there, the Acronis booth right there. A lot of innovation. We have the experts there. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
In manufacturing, oil and gas, pharma, and power generation, every minute of downtime means lost production, higher costs, and reputational damage. As factories become more automated, cyber threats and system failures put critical operations at risk. Many data protection vendors no longer support older systems, leaving manufacturers vulnerable. Acronis CyberProtect offers advanced backup and recovery for operational technology systems, even for legacy systems like Windows XP, restoring production uptime in minutes. Using live server imaging and universal machine restoral, Acronis minimizes production downtime and restores OT systems instantly. Designed for ease of use, recovering OT systems with Acronis requires no IT expertise. Your plant employees can restore operations with a single click. Unplanned downtime can cost up to $260,000 per hour. Acronis ensures continuous uptime of OT systems, safeguarding your profitability. Protect your real-time production operations. Reduce OT system downtime. Visit acronis.com to learn more.
The time of my life, and I owe it all to you. I've been waiting for so long. Now I finally found someone to stand by me.
Nothing feels as good as a great place to work. UKG has the technology and insights to make it all happen.
You're like many manufacturers, you struggle to gain the data insights you require to truly optimize your operations. You need better tools to uncover problems, improve quality, and forecast and plan for best performance. Just as important, you want better visibility to minimize costs and get the most from dispersed and aging plants. That's why you need SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights. An option for the SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud Manufacturing Execution System. This innovative software as a service delivers near real-time data and advanced analytics. Forward-thinking manufacturers can leverage the solution to analyze manufacturing and business data, identify and resolve production issues, and achieve the full advantages of Industry 4.0. SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights gives you complete visibility from top floor to across all your shop floors. The solution lets you capture data from disparate systems across all of your locations. Our standards-based interfaces grab data from your manufacturing operations management systems and automation systems. By collecting data from operational technology controls and IoT devices, along with other information sources in local plants, and then manipulating it in a centralized location in the cloud, you can achieve both plant-specific and enterprise-wide insights. Normalization of your raw data lets you correlate disparate data points to gain an accurate view into opportunities for improvement. You can drill down to find root causes of unscheduled downtime, speed loss, quality defects, and other issues. Sophisticated pattern detection gives you proactive insights to make adjustments on the fly. Advanced algorithms for predictive quality accelerate root cause analysis for improvements in efficiency and yield. Analytics is pre-configured and intuitive, so all stakeholders can understand the drivers of global and plant-level performance. Plus, pre-configured multi-site production actuals make sure your planners are in tune with operations. With SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights, effective data capture, standardization, and analysis enable you to track and execute against KPIs. You can use industry standard KPIs or define your own KPIs with our harmonized data model and modeling environment. You can also leverage industry measurements such as overall equipment effectiveness. Self-service reports with customizable views let you visualize, understand, and track both KPIs and live operations data. Finally, deep insights equip you to quickly identify and resolve quality, productivity, and other issues to continually improve performance. You can keep equipment working effectively to minimize downtime, reduce scrap, improve quality, and increase ROI. Ultimately, SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights empowers you to improve efficiency, production rate, quality, and yield across all of your manufacturing locations. You can efficiently manage both CapEx and OpEx, reduce the cost of goods sold, take full advantage of your manufacturing assets, and contribute to the profitable growth of your business.
A promise of safety, an attractive blend of function and style. A name synonymous with premium, efficient, and technologically advanced electrical products. Distinguished by customer-centric design and modern aesthetics. Havells, an electrical goods giant that's been pioneering high-end innovative products making in India since 1971. What began as a modest electrical trading company with an investment of just rupees 10,000 60 years ago has grown into a fast-moving electrical goods company that makes in India for the global consumers.
Keynote Gupta ji, our founder chairman, always believed in Atmanirbharta, though it is a buzzword today, but it has always been there as a philosophy for Havells. We are a complete portfolio of both consumer electricals, industrial electricals, as well as consumer durable play. We manufacture everything in-house. And that has been the big strength for Havells, that we have a complete control on not only the technology, but also the complete supply chain.
Driven by a futuristic vision for new age products and innovation, the company's growth and expansion has been powered by its in-house product design and development and adoption of cutting-edge technology. With its unwavering commitment to Make in India, Havells has 15 state-of-the-art manufacturing plants in the country. These manufacturing facilities focus on automation and adoption of Industry 4.0 practices while producing a wide spectrum of products in 25+ categories. From wires and cables that carry power to houses to a variety of high-tech Internet of Things-enabled products and home appliances, Havells' expansive portfolio of products has set the industry benchmark for range and quality. Product innovation is at the heart of Havells' success. Focused on the specific needs of Indian consumers, Havells invests a great deal of time and investment to create new products and develop new technologies. Havells Center for Research and Innovation is the crucible for product design and innovations. Havells has evolved from manufacturing electrical goods to developing and embedding cutting-edge technology in its products.
Most important aspect of the brand of Havells is trust. The consumer trusts the brand of Havells, and that is what we want to give to our consumer. When they put an electrical product in their house, they should feel safe and they should have a sound sleep.
Havells is proud of its research and development and product innovation. The Havells Experience Center is meant to showcase these products and their features to the end consumer. And it's one-of-a-kind experience center. People can interact with Havells products in a real-life setting. Havells' people-centric vision extends beyond developing technology for its end users. The company's long-standing CSR initiatives focus on Havells employees, dealer network, as well as the larger communities in different regions of the country. Havells has implemented a comprehensive set of CSR initiatives that span education, nutrition, sanitation and hygiene, and environmental sustainability, with manufacturing plants powered by solar energy that have zero water discharge certification. Havells is India's first water and wood positive organization. With a keen eye on the future, while being firmly rooted in its founder's ethos of inclusivity and sustainability, Havells is headlining the country's FMEG industry's presence on the global stage.
Havells should be looking at creating a benchmark for technology, not just in India, but also globally.
In manufacturing, oil and gas, pharma, and power generation, every minute of downtime means lost production, higher costs, and reputational damage. As factories become more automated, cyber threats and system failures put critical operations at risk. Many data protection vendors no longer support older systems, leaving manufacturers vulnerable. Acronis CyberProtect offers advanced backup and recovery for operational technology systems, even for legacy systems like Windows XP, restoring production uptime in minutes. Using live server imaging and universal machine restoral, Acronis minimizes production downtime and restores OT systems instantly. Designed for ease of use, recovering OT systems with Acronis requires no IT expertise. Your plant employees can restore operations with a single click. Unplanned downtime can cost up to $260,000 per hour. Acronis ensures continuous uptime of OT systems, safeguarding your profitability. Protect your real-time production operations. Reduce OT system downtime. Visit acronis.com to learn more.
Now I want the time of my life, and I owe it all to you. I've been waiting for so long. Now I finally found someone to stand by me.
Nothing feels as good as a great place to work. UKG has the technology and insights to make it all happen.
You're like many manufacturers, you struggle to gain the data insights you require to truly optimize your operations. You need better tools to uncover problems, improve quality, and forecast and plan for best performance. Just as important, you want better visibility to minimize costs and get the most from dispersed and aging plants. That's why you need SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights. an option for the SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud Manufacturing Execution System. This innovative software as a service delivers near real-time data and advanced analytics. Forward-thinking manufacturers can leverage the solution to analyze manufacturing and business data, identify and resolve production issues, and achieve the full advantages of Industry 4.0. SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights gives you complete visibility from top floor to across all your shop floors. The solution lets you capture data from disparate systems across all of your locations. Our standards-based interfaces grab data from your manufacturing operations management systems and automation systems. By collecting data from operational technology controls and IoT devices, along with other information sources in local plants, and then manipulating it in a centralized location in the cloud, you can achieve both plant-specific and enterprise-wide insights. Normalization of your raw data lets you correlate disparate data points to gain an accurate view into opportunities for improvement. You can drill down to find root causes of unscheduled downtime, speed loss, quality defects, and other issues. Sophisticated pattern detection gives you proactive insights to make adjustments on the fly. Advanced algorithms for predictive quality accelerate root cause analysis for improvements in efficiency and yield. Analytics is pre-configured and intuitive, so all stakeholders can understand the drivers of global and plant-level performance. Plus, pre-configured multi-site production actuals make sure your planners are in tune with operations. With SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights, effective data capture, standardization, and analysis enable you to track and execute against KPIs. You can use industry standard KPIs or define your own KPIs with our harmonized data model and modeling environment. You can also leverage industry measurements such as overall equipment effectiveness. Self-service reports with customizable views let you visualize, understand, and track both KPIs and live operations data. Finally, deep insights equip you to quickly identify and resolve quality, productivity, and other issues to continually improve performance. You can keep equipment working effectively to minimize downtime, reduce scrap, improve quality, and increase ROI. Ultimately, SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights empowers you to improve efficiency, production rate, quality, and yield across all of your manufacturing locations. You can efficiently manage both CapEx and OpEx, reduce the cost of goods sold, take full advantage of your manufacturing assets, and contribute to the profitable growth of your business.
A promise of safety, an attractive blend of function and style. A name synonymous with premium, efficient, and technologically advanced electrical products. Distinguished by customer-centric design and modern aesthetics. Havells, an electrical goods giant that's been pioneering high-end innovative products, making in India since 1971. What began as a modest electrical trading company with an investment of just rupees 10,000 60 years ago has grown into a fast-moving electrical goods company that makes in India for the global consumers.
Keynote Gupta ji, our founder chairman, always believed in Atmanirbharta, though it is a buzzword today, but it has always been there as a philosophy for Havells. We are a complete portfolio of both consumer electricals, industrial electricals, as well as consumer durable play. We manufacture everything in-house. And that has been the big strength for Havells, that we have a complete control on not only the technology, but also the complete supply chain.
Driven by a futuristic vision for new age products and innovation, the company's growth and expansion has been powered by its in-house product design and development and adoption of cutting-edge technology. With its unwavering commitment to Make in India, Havells has 15 state-of-the-art manufacturing plants in the country. These manufacturing facilities focus on automation and adoption of Industry 4.0 practices while producing a wide spectrum of products in 25 plus categories.
Welcome back, everyone. I'll request everybody to please take their seats.
To a variety of high-tech Internet of Things.
Everybody who's outside, I'll request you to please walk in. Everybody who's outside who can hear me, I'll request you to please take your seats. We're about to begin. I think we can carry our tea and coffee and take a seat
Product innovation is at the
so we
heart
can
of
begin
every
again.
process. Focused on the specific needs of Indian consumers, Havells invests to create new products and develop new technologies. Havells Center for Research and Innovation is the crucible for product design and innovations. Havells has evolved from manufacturing electrical goods to developing and embedding cutting-edge technology in its products.
Most important aspect of the brand of Havells is trust. The consumer trusts the brand of Havells, and that is what we want to give to our consumer. When they put an electrical product in their house, they should feel safe and they should have a sound sleep.
Havells is proud of its research and development and product innovation. The Havells Experience Center is meant to showcase these products and their features to the end consumer. And it's one-of-a-kind experience center. People can interact with Havells products in a real-life setting. Havells' people-centric vision extends beyond developing technology for its end users. The company's long-standing CSR initiatives focus on Havells employees, dealer network, as well as the larger communities in different regions of the country. Havells has implemented a comprehensive set of CSR initiatives that span education, nutrition, sanitation and hygiene, and environmental sustainability, with manufacturing plants powered by solar energy that have zero water discharge certification.
Well, I'm sure our conversations are pretty gripping and interesting. I'm going to give you a little slight reminder to get back to our seats so we can begin the day. We have a long day planned for all of you. Very, very interesting discussions which are awaiting all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll request all of you to please take your seat.
We're looking at creating a benchmark for technology, not just in India, but also globally.
Once he's ready, then I'll do that. Well, we still see a lot of you at the back. I'll request all of you to please take your seat. We're about to begin. And a quick reminder once again, our cell phones on silent. Thank you. thinking to say that. That's it. Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure chai pe charcha काफी intense रही है. Everybody's pretty intensely busy conversing with each other, and that is amazing. Welcome back. Well, to understand how manufacturers are transforming operations, enhancing efficiency, driving innovation in today's digital era, let's hear from a global leader powering these changes. SAP, ladies and gentlemen, is a leading enterprise software in manufacturing, enabling real time visibility, smart operations, predictive analytics, and streamlined processes, helping global manufacturers improve efficiency, reduce costs, and stay competitive in the era of Industry 4.0. Our next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite on stage Digital Manufacturing Customer Advisory, SAP, APJ. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Raghav Rawat, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're missing on the claps before he begins. Can we clap once again, everyone? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a true privilege to be here with you today in the dynamic city of Mumbai. My name is Raghav, and I'm a solution advisor at SAP, focusing on manufacturing solutions. Now, for the next few minutes, I would want to talk about the fundamental shift that is happening in the manufacturing landscape, moving away from isolated, disjointed operations of the past to a new era of single connected manufacturing ecosystem. So let's jump right in. So I would like to start with a quick story that happened recently with me. I was actually planning a road trip with my family, and I was talking about that with my father from Jaipur to Udaipur. And I was discussing the nuances of it. My father laughed and told me that there was a time when he also planned a similar kind of road trip back in his days, in his 30s, along with his friends. Now, back in that time, they only had a paper map on which they jolted all the points wherein they wanted to go. The map was the only single source of truth for them, on which they planned the entire thing. So this was a static plan. They did not know how much time it would take them to reach there. It was only an estimated time. And during the course of his road trip, what he realized that he got stuck on the highway for like 3 hours, mainly because of the sudden accident that happened there. Now, in that situation, he could not have known how much time it would take for them to clear that off, how much time it would take for them to reach to their destination, or is there any better or alternative route to go? And while he was discussing all of this with me, I had the similar route from Jaipur to Udaipur open on my laptop, right? And on my laptop, I could see that there is a small patch of red mark that was showing on the route that was showing me that there's a 20-minute congestion that is going on the highway. And it would take about 20 minutes to get cleared off so that we would be good to go. And at the same time, while it did not only show me that there's a red patch, it also showed me the alternative route that it would take me to reach there even 10 minutes faster. Now, here's the difference. Back in my father's time, or I would say unke zamane mein, there was a paper map on which he only relied.
It was only the single source of growth. But our generation had the possibility of calculating the entire route proactively beforehand, before they could take even any decision, right? So that brings me to understanding that made me realize something very profound. Even today, in 2025, there are a lot of manufacturing organizations that still rely on my father's old paper maps, right? They just simply are not able to understand the traffic that is lying there on their shop floor. Maybe because of the machine downtime, maybe because of the supply chain delays, maybe because of the raw material unavailability, and so on and so forth. And this is where it brings us to the most important question for the day. What is the true cost of not knowing, right? And for that, I would like to address some of the key challenges that manufacturing organizations still face today, right? The first problem I would like to highlight is the reactive firefighting. Now, for there, many organizations are there who actually, face a lot of issues when their machine breaks down, right? Now, as the machine breaks down, they don't have enough time to react upon it. They could only see that the machine has broken down, and it leads to a lot of challenges, mainly that the promise to the customer of on-time delivery is broken. And not just this, there are a couple of more challenges that follows up. It maybe leads to more express shipping costs. It maybe leads to more maintenance costs for our machines, right? And so on and so forth. Now, in such a case, this is a paper map approach to react to certain situations. All we could do is to just wait for things to happen, and then it happens, and then we face a lot of challenges right then and there. So a lot of trouble already occurs before we could even react about it. Now, when we talk about, say, connected factory, it works like a live GPS for us. The Connect Factory actually tells us the real-time production flow of all the things that are happening onto your shop floor. It tells us very clearly and precisely that what all operations are there, particularly to each shift, each production line, and undercourse of each operation. As a supervisor, I'm able to see all those operations that are lined up for me on a given shift. Not just this, I'm also able to see the orders that are lined up for me, when it is scheduled to start, when it is scheduled to end, and their actual dates as well. Not just this, it also shows me the actual time that has been taken up to process all these orders. Also, I'm also able to see how much of the progress has been done against each particular order, thereby allowing me to take proactive actions in case something gets stalled. As a supervisor, I would be more interested in knowing what all orders are there that are not yet dispatched, or maybe they are facing some potential backlogs. And not just this, I would also be interested to know what the actual reasons are there that led to such cause, right? The system itself tells me that these are the particular orders that are facing such issues underlying each operation. So I could then just say, go ahead and figure out, and the system flags itself for me so that I do not have to wait for it and take a reactive approach to disruptions. And also, such kind of things, when we talk about it, it allows us to take more proactive control over what is happening on the ground. Now, the second problem I would like to talk about is the defect that happens, right? Say, when we talk about the paper map approach to quality, a lot of defects usually occur, say, at the end of production line, or even worse, in the hands of customer. So there are a lot of degrees of pain that any particular manufacturer undergoes. First, it itself is in a bad shape that our quality issue is picked up by the customer itself, thereby losing out on our reputation. Second, in order to figure out the problem that has happened, we have to go through a lot of paper stacks, right? It could even take days for us to actually figure out what is the root cause of the actual problem and then talk about it. And third, because it has gone days into actually identifying the root cause, the real problem is in quarantining the production run, or maybe recalling the entire production run that has gone ahead, and we have to call them up. So in such case, we would have to incur a lot of, say, recall cost, rework cost, energy cost, scrap cost, so on and so forth. It takes even a toll of toll on our reputation as well. Now, the clear live GPS solution for this is to have a clear, traceable genealogy of what has happened onto your shop floor. The Connect system actually allows you to record every single component that has gone into the production, to trace every machine setting that has been utilized in terms of making a product, in every labor hours, or what, which labor has worked on manufacturing, say, this particular product, is something that system identifies, all thanks to the connected strategy of the products. Now, what you can see here is a particular order that has been processed in a given manufacturing plant. In the plant itself, as a supervisor, I am able to see when it has started, when it has completed, and all such data collections and the components that has gone into the product. In case of, say, any discrete manufacturing scenario, you can also trace back the components by their serial number itself, so that it allows you to trace back that, say, this particular problem has happened in this particular product, and this is how we can recall it. So suddenly, your strategy of recalling the entire production run shifts towards a more surgical approach. In case, like in sense that you can actually call out or say recall only the ones which are actually affected, thereby saving a lot on our rework cost and scrap cost as well. So this, again, the strategy suddenly shifts from a reactive approach to more proactive based approach based on the intelligence that is provided by the system. And finally, when we talk about, say, the unexplained mystery, right? Back in my, I would take the analogy of my father's road trip again. He knew that he's going to be delayed for about this much time, which is again an estimation. But he never knew what exactly led to such cause. Is it because of the, say, bad weather? Is it because of the bad roads that led to such case? Is it because of the traffic that led to such cause? It's just not visible that what actually led to such scenarios. In a similar sense, when we talk about, say, paper map approach to analytics, we only know that certain things have happened. Say a particular shift is performing well than the other, or say worse than the other. A particular machine is facing more defect rate than the other one. But we never seem to know why well within time, so that we can take actual proactive actions, right? Again, the connected approach is to understand what has gone into the production right at the time of operations. Now, in such case, as you can see here, a clear visible map of the factory allows you to connect your production sources, your quality sources, and your maintenance sources to actually gives you the real-time scores that enables you to understand the trend scenarios again. So for each production line, you can actually see what went to such case. Maybe for the road trip that my father had, maybe is it because of the certain market that runs on, say, every Thursday evening. Because of that, the whole area becomes slow on that time, right? Such kind of analysis can only be provided when the systems are actually connected and provides you that kind of insights. Now, in this case, as you can see, for each of the factory that I have as a country manager, or say a production manager, I can then see the scores which are available to me, and not just the scores, I can also see what led to such reasons. If my quality scores are low, then why? If my availability scores are low, then why? All of such questions need to be answered for us to become more optimized, more efficient in our manufacturing operations. And when we talk about, say, connecting everything, it's not just about, paper map situation when we are just identifying here and there, working in silos. It's also about enabling everything that can derive us such kind of insights for us, right? And this is where SAP is providing a solution when it is actually connected with your ERP, with your BAIN system, so that your business plans can actually follow up into the live reality of your shop floor again. Now, as you can see here, this is how the production run is envisaged by SAP. At the ground level, as you can see here, is all the sensors and devices that actually captures your data, and which is paired up with the solution, which is MES solution, which is SP Digital Manufacturing, to enable you with the right kind of actionable steps that you can take to further optimize and make your production processes more efficient. And finally, all of such things are actually paired up with your ERP, with your S4, so that all of the business plans that you've made in your organizations are drilled down to your live reality and the feedback in terms of your optimization can be flown back to your business systems for further efficient planning. Now, with that said, all of such things, for the strategy that we are showcasing about today, there was a time when back in 1980s or 1990s, the paper map strategy was there, right? And at that time, the operational capturing of operational information was of key importance. At that time, SAP used to provide ME and MIS solutions that were on-premise solutions, to which enabled hundreds of customers into identifying and capturing all such information. But as the strategy has shifted towards moving to cloud and further cleansifying our core ERP so that we actually focus upon what's more important, this is where the cloud strategies come into the picture, and both of the previous solutions are now combined into one to become SAP Digital Manufacturing. Now, with that said, this is my time. Thank you so much. And our table is right there and our office is nearby. We would be glad to have you for a quick chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rawat. May I request you to please stay back on stage with us? Ladies and gentlemen, I now request Mr. Vibhor Srivastav, MD Events, ITP Media India, to please join us on stage, and Mr. Abhishek Achutan, Business Head, Manufacturing, today to felicitate Mr. Rawat. Can we clap for everybody on stage? Thank you. Thank you once again. I think with the chairs coming up on stage, we already guessed what we are up to next. Yes, our first panel discussion. We're all set for it. Innovate, the tech panel. The panel discussion, Beyond Automation, Practical Tech Adoption in Manufacturing for Growth and Competitiveness, will delve into the practical applications of technology in manufacturing, focusing on growth and competitiveness beyond traditional automation. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're all set for the first very panel discussion. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming our panel members on stage, and I'm going to request all our panel members to be seated as I call them. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Ganesh Shinkre, CEO, SFO Technologies. Mr. Girikant Avatnalu, Director, Customer Advisory, SAP India. Mr. Lakshman Mahale, Business Head, Mahindra Excello. Mr. Rohit Gupta, Director, R&D, Nexteer Automotive. Mr. Sanjay Mishra, Chief Digital and Information Officer, Jindal Stainless Limited. Mr. Vinod Bhatt, Chief Digital Officer, Tata Autocom Systems Limited. And moderating this session, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome Mr. Sunil David, Digital Technology Consultant, ex-Regional Director, IoT, AT&T.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for those introductions. And at the outset, I'd like to thank Sujata and Vibhor for giving me the opportunity to moderate the session. Very contextual topic in the times that we're living in. Before we get to the panel, I'll just take a couple of minutes to set the context for the discussion, right? I just wanted to call out a couple of insights from two reports that came out late last year and this year. CII and KPMG had published a report last year surveying about 1,500 odd manufacturers, large and medium-sized manufacturers, to assess where they are in terms of the digital transformation journey. And one key insight that came out was that there are various companies at various stages of adoption of digital, but 30% of manufacturers whom they call as digital champions really did not scale their digital transformation initiatives. Many of them were not moving beyond pilots, and not surprising. And one thing which really came out of that report is that we have this paradox that we're dealing with: high on intent, low on execution, especially among the large and the medium manufacturers. Maybe we'll have some of the experts counter that. Okay. Second is there's a report which Niti Aayog came out with a few months back this year, specifically targeting medium and micro and small manufacturers. And as you know, MSMEs, and we're going to focus a lot on that, represents the backbone of India's economy, right? About 97% of the MSMEs, of the 6 crore MSMEs that we have, are micro companies. A lot of them are manufacturers. And for them, technology adoption is always a challenge. How to get started, where to get started, whom to partner with, how do you build skills, all those are challenges. And this is what we're going to cover, right? So the drivers today for technology adoption are very strong, right? Whether you look at cost of technology today, that is coming down by the year. If you just look at hardware, and I have spent a lot of the time in the IoT industry, I've seen how cost of IoT hardware has really come down. A telematic device about 3 years or 4 years back used to be about 15,000 rupees. Today is less than 5,000, right? Cost of cloud is much lower than what it was before. Overall cost of technology is low. And I think the most fundamental driver why you need to adopt technology is purely because of sustenance and growth, right? The topic is all about how do you build, how do you use technology for competitiveness, how to build competitiveness, how do you grow? So forget about growth. Even to sustain your business today, I think there's no choice but for manufacturers to adopt technology, especially the MSMEs, given the contribution to India's GDP, 30% contribution to India's GDP. And what we want to do over the next 45 minutes is that we want to cover how do you kind of demystify technology for the MSMEs, for them getting started with the challenge. We want to talk about what could be those low-cost automations that they can get started with, how they can really leverage data for competitiveness, for growth. Of course, we want to talk about skilling, the importance for them to get the right level of skills to work on these technologies. And if time permits, we'll maybe talk about government incentives that can really help the MSMEs to really survive and grow. So I'm going to start by getting Rohit into the discussion. And Rohit, thank you so much for joining us. So I just want us to ask you, for the MSMEs, for them to adopt technology is always going to be a challenge. The first question they would ask is, what is in it for me? There's a mindset that needs to change, right? Many of them are family-owned businesses. So just from your own experience, what would be your advice to the MSMEs in terms of how to get started? How do you really demystify technology for the MSMEs, Rohit?
Thank you, and good morning, all. A very relevant question, Sunil. Technology has had an overwhelming effect on the industry, especially manufacturing, even though by stats, manufacturing has been at the forefront of embracing new technology. So as they say, storytelling is important and as a powerful tool. I'll share a real example. So I used to work for a German MNC, and they also sold food processing machinery in India in terms of the complete plant. So without taking names, and in the year 2019, we started working with a small food processing company in terms of that we as equipment suppliers were building prognostic systems, predictive maintenance systems, which was proven in the West that would increase the throughput, improve the efficiency. So when we approached this MSME, when my team approached them with this use case, the first answer was, no, we cannot have any production interruptions in our process. That's the first answer you get. And what this indicates is that there is a natural inclination that there is some risk involved as soon as I talk about implementing technology, rather than the view that technology may be an enabler. Well, that said, to cut the long story short, we started with implementing some sensors around the machinery. Being an equipment supplier, it was easy for us. As we all know, and I would emphasize, all these buzzwords like IoT, sensorization, uh, they are not super expensive now. Technology has made a leap with development, and these sensors are now available in thousands or tens of thousands of rupees, not in millions of rupees. So that said, we implemented these sensors, we started collecting data. Now came the next step. And I clearly recall one of my team members coming and reporting, we are getting nearly perfect data from the plant. And given my experience with developing analytic systems, we were surprised. And when we went in, what we understood was that the team on the ground, the team from the MSME, they were nervous and anxious about what's happening. So they started filling in manual data, right? And I missed the part. So in the beginning, they didn't agree that you can push the data to the cloud. So we had installed a edge device at their premises to collect data. So what you see here is that even though you have systems in place, if the people are not aligned with the system, if they don't understand that this is going to bring a benefit, you will see resistance. Eventually, we were able to build an algorithm, curate a system that started demonstrating that, and the confidence level of the system was 90%, that you can improve the throughput. Already in the beginning of the implementation of algorithm, the throughput increased by 5 to 7%. That was the difference because they were able to. So this was a pre-processing machine. So if this went down, the whole process stopped. Now the throughput is going up, and then you see the turnaround. Now the domain experts who were telling that I can touch the machine and tell when it will break down, they were saying, we want to understand how you have achieved this. So what I'm trying to say is, I think a lot of it is the resistance that you see is because not of technology, because of lack of trust in technology. MSMEs believe that technology is for the large corporations to embrace, they cannot afford it. But that's not true any longer, right? If you look at electronics has taken a huge leap. So with this story, what I'm trying to say is, I think it's important before even thinking about what technology can do for us in terms of ROI, empower people with the right knowledge, build trust in what it can do in terms of empowerment rather than seeing it as a risk.
Right, thanks, Rohit. I think 2 points. Okay, one, thanks for sharing that example, and also lack of trust in technology that you talked about. So a lot of effort involved in trying to remove that barrier, right? That myth that technology is only for the big enterprises, that has to be shattered, right? And I think then they'll probably get started. Let me get to Lakshman next. And Lakshman, any transformation journey, of course, starts with automation, right? And then you progress further, digitalization, and then full-scale digital transformation. So in your view, how do you really get the MSMEs to start with low-cost automation? Um, your experiences, if you can share.
Yeah. Good afternoon. So basically, my viewpoints are MSME actually is evolving, and also the word low cost automation, as he rightly pointed out, it is said that it is for the larger companies or the not for this MSME. But this is actually the phenomena now. Over the years, the technology or the sensors or the cost of automation has drastically reduced. I still remember when I visited Europe before 25 years. And now what I see there visiting that plants, or when I visit China, the mechanisms what were costly at that time, now the cost should increase, but we found that the cost has drastically reduced. So it is actually the first very important aspect and a very important point that MSME should remove from their mind, that the cost of automation is high. It is low cost is basically, at that time it was really high cost. It was not low cost, but now in the present scenario, it is really low cost. Actually, we in our company also, we demonstrate, have some competitions, utilize the potential of human beings ideas, brainstorm, and we gave award to the low cost automations. One simple example actually we implemented last few months back is basically, in every company there is always a weighbridge or weighing scale. at the security gate. And security gate, when the vehicle comes, he measures the weight, then he takes the slip, goes to the commercial officer for sign, he get back to the security gate. So lot of non-value added activities were happening. So in one of our brainstorming sessions, people asked how we can, do some low cost automation internally so that these non-value added activities can be reduced. So we brainstorm internally, we got some ideas, and now within the month, in last 3 or 4 months, we implemented idea. Now the truck is coming, the waste skill is linked with the SAP system. The empty weight is taken. When it is going out, the field weight is automatically coming into the SAP system. Commercial head only acknowledges that, and the trucks goes out. So this is how actually, and the cost of all this implementation is very, very less.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just sharing a small example to, to think how low cost is really low cost.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is how actually, the life is now mechatronics. There is no way out. The days are gone when you were mechanical, electrical, something like that. But now mechatronics and data is the way of life, and we cannot avoid that. And going further, AI is further fueling the system.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you, Lakshman. I want to get Ganesh into the discussion. And Ganesh, okay, you start with automation, right? And then of course you have, it's a journey, right? I mean, how do you really get the MSMEs? It calls for a lot of patience as well. They progress on their journey, right? For them to see that impact. So again, I just wanted to get your views on this. How can they just progress beyond automation?
So thanks. My sort of take on it is sort of a little layer on top of what they're saying. So if you really look at it, these are the building blocks, whether it is sensorization, automation, or even implementing a good, strong MES system, a good, strong traceability system, are all things that MSMEs want to do in their own ways. But when you're doing these, you've got to remember that when you're committing, you are looking at always a cost trade-off on almost any, especially an MSME, but any company. I think any company is very sensitive about what's the value I'm going to get for this. But at that time, don't forget or remember that this data or these systems that you're creating, you've got to be able to have them be able to talk to each other, if not today, then in the future. And also remember that these are going to be the foundational building blocks of your journey to use tools like AI. And if these are not, then you're going to go and reset yourself back to fix all of these when you should be moving forward with technologies like AI. And really, while a lot of people see these as digitization to get visibility, like Raghav mentioned, the paper map view, but I think really the differentiators for companies are going to be about, and for us as an industry, manufacturing as a whole, are going to be about how we can use this data to become more productive, more efficient, higher quality, and more responsive. So if you don't build these, you have to build these building blocks right. You have to be able to think about what needs to be able to talk to each other. Like an ASN has got to be able to talk to a shipping, an invoice directly and an invoice to a GRN and so on and so forth. If the three are in three different systems, you're going to cause trouble. And then you have to remember that tomorrow I'm going to use AI. Today I don't have the tools. Today don't have the ability. But tomorrow I want to be able to use tools like AI to be able to do this even smarter than I am today, but perhaps even smarter than my next door competitor. So I think these are some things that I think MSMEs need to focus on. It's very easy to lose focus of that when you are trying to get something done with lowest cost.
Right, Ganesh, thanks. I just want to build on, you mentioned data, Lakshman mentioned data, and I want to get Vinod into the discussion now. And Vinod, trying to extract data from the physical world, especially we are dealing with very heterogeneous environments, a mix of old and newer machines, especially the legacy machines, right? How do you really get the MSMEs to realize the value that you can get from the data? Because you can really unlock a lot of insights from the data, right? So just wanted to get your views on this.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Sunil, for having me here on the part of the panel. I think before I answer that question, I want to a little bit give perspective that this generational technology shift which is happening today, we need to acknowledge that. It is beyond whether you are SME or MSME. Because it is a new way of doing business. Yeah. So it is not about whether I have a low cost sensor. It is not about whether I can connect one machine. I don't think that is the point. Question is whether I can survive and thrive in the business. That's the only thing. So how do you survive in the business when you are, suppose you are an auto manufacturing company, you are a new OEM, any of the OEMs, you are part of a larger ecosystem. Are they not expecting you to send the data on traceability? Are they not expecting you to support the warranty systems? So if you do not give that, you will be automatically out of the race for the business because you will not be called for RFPs. You will not be competitive at all. You will not be able to design a product which is based on the drawings. So it is a necessity. Let's first acknowledge that and put it on the sheet of paper. And then roll up our sleeves and go back to the drawing board, saying that what business I'm in and what are my current processes? What is my as-is story? Whether it is, you talk about the data, obviously you have to have a machine, and if it is breaking down frequently, you need to have an automation, you need to have OT integration, where you can get the data out. Now the question is, what are you going to do with the data? Are you going to map it with your production planning, with your, the workforce, the shift manager? How are you going to map it? So there, where data becomes a lot more powerful in planning, in scheduling, in also looking at that, am I able to support the maybe orders I have to deliver? I have to, for example, in a day, I have to generate or produce, say, 5,000 parts. Am I, from the machine point of view, from the people point of view, am I completely equipped? I think it is about that from that perspective. Then the other part comes that, am I doing it now efficiently? Am I doing repetitive tasks which can be easily done by an RPA from the software point of view, a robot by, where there are hazardous areas, or is there, I have got a lot of servers on-prem which can be easily done on the cloud? So I think those things help you, but important is that before we jump into the AI, data is very important. And the quality of data is important. Absolutely. Because if you do not have the right quality of data, so you need to first go back and see that how do I have the golden image, single version of truth of data, and how do I protect that? If you have international, multi-country footprint, you need to make sure that you're compliant. In the urge of doing a lot of things together, you may actually harm your brand. So you need to know that what data I'm talking about, what are my obligations, what are my compliance requirements, and then I start incrementally. The good news is that we don't have to rock the ocean, boil the ocean together. We can do it incrementally. We can do it IoT-based sensor data can come. What are you going to do? Is it going to be part of our MES? Is MES not there? Fine. Then what are you going to do? So it can be an incremental digital transformation story, which our people who can, the companies, the manufacturers who are not there yet, they can map it with their growth story. They don't have to put a lot of money in the capex. Absolutely not. But they should look at the value, how much I'm going to invest, am I relevant or am I redundant in the industry?
Right, I think good points you made. Data quality is a big challenge, trying to get authentic data, and also the fact that today data most often is in silos. You got to get that integrated view of data, right? And so that becomes another challenge. But there are technologies that are available that can help you that. And just wanted you to, Sanjay, to build on what Vinod said about data for growth, right? So yeah.
Sure, I think probably many of the points have been covered. I wanted to give another perspective with respect to MSMEs. I believe this is the golden age for MSMEs given the current geopolitical situation. What is happening right now that the countries are actually becoming fierce nationalist approach they are taking. If you, not just right now or past few months, but before that, a fierce nationalist is coming to most of the Western countries. So is our South Asian countries as well. What is going to happen is that along with the globalization, global supply chain, global suppliers, there will be a huge self-reliance where the government will be focusing that are you using your local suppliers? And that is the beauty where role of MSC is going to be super important. Are we geared up for that or no? I mean, when we want to make sure that our manufacturing becomes reliant upon MSMEs, then they have to scale up. And the only way to scale up is technology. So where, given the geopolitical situation, given our reliance on MSMEs, are we making sure that we are using the technology to scale up? I mean, technology entry point has become very cheap, given the cloud, given the Gen AI, given the technologies which are available, and my friend talked about given the cost of production. So entry technology very less. making sure we are leveraging the geopolitical situation to our advantage, not to our disadvantage and becoming a victim, making sure that we are leveraging the technology, which is actually folks are doing it, and the third aspect and the people. What I have seen that there is a myth that the old generation is not adaptable to technology. I think that might be just very isolated cases. They have seen how technology is helping. So instead of just telling them, if we show the that generation how kind of show them, they are they're very open. If we use the technology, the people, and the geopolitical situation to our leverage, I'm pretty sure that it will be a golden age for MSMEs. What we are doing, actually, what we found in technology in stainless steel, we found that MSMEs, they are much more agile. We find it very easy to interact with them so that they can solve the problem we have, not force their solution on our head. They have a solution which is built for A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. That is not my problem it's going to solve. While we have found out MSMEs are very forthcoming, that they are solving the problem rather than forcing the platform. For the data perspective, I think it's very clear. Data is just like an experience. I mean, from human experience, when I was 10 years old, 50, I learned something, 15 years old, I learned things on top of it. As you grow, you do better and better based upon whatever experiences you have. Similarly, machine do better and better based upon the data, whatever it has. So I think if we have that mindset, we leverage the geopolitical situation, we leverage the technology, we leverage the smaller institutions, which probably they are much more willing to partner with them. I mean, this is the age, as our current dispensation is saying, that make in India, and we will be very forceful. That is what
This is the opportunity that they really have to seize, right? Absolutely. Okay. Let me get Giri into the discussion. And Giri, specifically wanted to talk about one technology, which is cloud, right? And especially for the MSMEs, it is probably far easier for them to go to cloud because they don't have a lot of legacy infra, right? So I just wanted to get from you your views on SAP's, as you're targeting some of these micro and medium-sized enterprises, kind of impact that they've seen after they've started to move workloads to cloud, and what has been the impact after doing that? And the second part of the question is, the moment you have data on cloud, of course, security becomes a concern. So how do you address those security concerns for the MSMEs? Giri, your view.
Yeah, thanks. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hi. Yeah, you can hear me now, right? So I will address these two questions. One is whether it is MSME or whether it is the large enterprise with the limited resources, how can you adopt these technologies? Anytime that you do, what we call as you first adopt and then you consume the functionalities of the software more and more. Because by the time you would have understood, for example, you bought a phone, you use the basic features, then your friends will show you, oh, you can do this, you can do this. So those are the additional things that you learn. So start small, and in the cloud world, the whole idea is you will first implement the basic things, and then there are more functionalities that you consume. And then because the technology is evolving very, very fast, there are newer functionalities that the OEM provides, like companies like SAP. And you don't have to, again, spend a lot of time on upgrading, because we look at it, when you look at the journey, it's not about buying the software. Companies are not afraid of buying the software. That investment, etc., is not a big thing. It's about the downtime that is involved. Even if you want to upgrade your laptop, that laptop would not be available for you maybe for one day or whatever, because you are porting the data. That downtime is something which becomes very unaffordable for many of the businesses because of the revenue loss or the production loss that they would suffer on account of that. And that downtime is what gets reduced when you are using the cloud technologies, because a lot of work is being done by the OEM, the service provider, like whatever upgrades that have to be done. It's only the remaining delta testing or whatever that has to be done is done by the users. The next thing is, especially for the MSMEs, the IT talent, all said and done, you see everybody doing IT courses nowadays, right? Yet the IT talent is quite limited. we can tier, we can segment the IT talent. IT talent, you have the high end, and then you have the middle end, and then you have the low end. At the low end, which is where we are producing a lot of people, those skills are not in demand. It's a lot of high-end IT skills that are required. How do I maintain my servers? How do I optimize the performance? Just the way you're all in the manufacturing, you want to get the best out of the machine, right? You want to improve the throughput. Same is the case with the IT systems as well. I want it to be available 99.999% of the time. And I want the performance to be more. With less money and with less storage, I want to optimize my storage. So these are all the considerations. And who can do that? And that kind of IT talent is quite limited. And that's where the OEMs like SAP, we are taking the responsibility through the cloud. And then we are saying that we will take care of all this infrastructure. So it is only the business process that you take care of. The next one that companies like SAP and SAP does that quite well. For the ever-evolving business needs, what are the new functionalities that are required? For example, you have two approaches, right? You can call a startup, there are plenty of them in Pune or Bangalore or Hyderabad, and then you can do some small experiments. But what happens to the data? What is the integrity of the data, and will my data be compromised? And if he is using some open software or whatever, then will my security be compromised? So all these issues will be playing in the minds of the people. But when you are using the software which is certified, which is developed, which undergoes all that kind of testing from established players like SAP, then you can be rest assured, oh, I don't have to think much about it. So in that particular regard, like what is it that is in the news now? We all heard about the kind of production loss that is there at JLR, right? That's the one that everybody is talking about. If it could happen to JLR, imagine it could happen to any company, right? Because they must have, they must be using the best of the experts or whatever. Now, any employee in your organization can very innocently click on a particular link. In fact, we undergo a lot of training, what you should not click on, what is phishing, etc., etc., etc. In spite of that, we still feel that, oh, sometimes, you know, the mail says that it has come from an internal source. It has come from because the name says that it is SAP. And then intuitively, you know, you just go and click it because assuming that it is safe. But still, even those things could be, there could be some malware or whatever in that. With all these things, any employee could click on something innocently, and your systems could be compromised, and then there could be ransomware, and there is no way you can get out of it. And this is where the cloud again plays a role. You are not as security experts, and we know how to protect your applications, we know how to protect your data, and we know how to protect your entire infrastructure. So this is all that the expertise is being made. And when you go for the cloud, obviously it is the best of the experts who are governing your systems, and at a very fraction of the cost. Why? Because I'm not deploying that particular person on your premise.
Right.
I'm doing the entire thing remotely. And that's how we are bringing down the cost. And we automate a lot of things because I know what kind of attacks have happened across the companies. And it's very easy for us to develop those patches and then put the necessary processes in place. So it's the centralized mechanism that is being provided by us through the cloud technologies, and it is available at a fractional cost, the kind of security that can be afforded only by the large enterprises.
Right.
So that's how the cloud is helping.
Right. And you gave the example of JLR, right? I mean, I think I was just reading that I think the impact because of the cyber attack, about $2 billion impact to their business is what I was reading. So the threat is, cyber attacks are just getting even more sophisticated by the day. They are AI powered. All the more reason for the MSMEs to really be on the guard when it comes to cybersecurity. I'm going to now move quickly to the next round. And Ganesh, I want to come to you next. Just wanted to talk about, we talked about how they can get started, low cost automation, the importance of data, cloud, and the importance of security of data and applications. I just wanted to hear from you, how do you overcome certain barriers? See, one is, of course, you have tech barriers, people skills, and then you have the external economic environment to deal with. You just read about Trump imposing 100% tariff on pharma, branded and the patented ones, right? Effective from 1st October. So, you have this very uncertain economic environment to deal with, especially for the MSMEs. What would be your advice to them? How do you kind of navigate through all this and really progress?
I think you're looking for a magic bullet there. But I think there's 2, 3 things, and some of them from this conversation, some from what Sudipto said. I think there's a lot out there, and I think a lot of it is really not even possible to comprehend, even if you study it hard. So it's important to not try to, grow gray hair trying to comprehend. I think one element which Sudipto mentioned is stay patriotic. Focus on making sure that you're doing the right thing for your community, your people, your teams, your company, and your board. And the other is probably to stay positive, because look, it's not necessarily going to, he said, some people say few months, some people say few years, it could be, tomorrow. The two big guys go and shake hands and it's over. So one doesn't know. So I think especially for MSMEs, is a tougher time. While there's a lot of opportunities looming, it can be the golden age of MSMEs, like Sanjay said, but it's not going to be a, bed of roses. It's can be and have its fair share of up and down. So I would say stay patriotic, stay focused on doing the right thing for yourself and your country, and perhaps stay positive. Keep everybody around you positive. Keep people positive and focused on what's the next best thing I can do. If something doesn't work, what's the next best thing I can do? That's, I think, how I would see it.
Right, thanks, Ganesh. And Sanjay, coming to you now. So all the more reason now, given what we are dealing with, to get the cost of manufacturing really down, right? So I think perfect time for the MSMEs now to really leverage the power of technology to really get the cost of manufacturing really low, whether within the shop floor or with the visibility of supply chain and so on. Sanjay?
Sure. I think there are 3 aspects to cost of manufacturing which probably can be looked at, and MSMEs are looking into. Availability of machine. I mean, given it's a long cycle of machines, how we'll make sure that machines are available, and because even a single downtime of a machine causes it can take 1 years of profit. So availability of machine, that is one. How we can optimize the resources on the soft floor. I mean, be it men, machine, material, because if we can optimize and make 1% saving, 0.1% saving, that will again probably help fund entire spend on that front. So that is second aspect what I can think of. And the large is how to let technology be pervasive, not so difficult to implement or adopt. Are we making it easier to adopt? Making sure that soft floor guys, is it easier to deploy? I have seen projects getting failed with the best of the best technology when the cycle time of deployment is 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. By the time technology is deployed, the problem is gone. So making sure that RB making machines are available, making sure that optimizing the shop floor, including supply chain, and making sure technology is easier to adopt, not a long cycle time. So I think if we look into that, partner with the institutions, because I have seen, I went to last week to IT Delhi, they have a great partnership where they are building solutions which are really nice. So if you can partner with them, make sure that you look into the problem, start small, scale up, and then take the people along. And I think the world is yours. That is MSME era. That is my take.
Yeah, start small, scale fast, and think of the bigger picture, right? Okay, and just you talked about optimizing resources, and one of them is the people resources, right? And just want to get Vinod back into the discussion. And Vinod, when you talk about optimizing the human resources, especially in factories, calls for them to have competency, digital fluency, skilling becomes important. So especially for the MSME, when they cannot really afford very expensive talent, how do you deal with that situation?
Yes, see, it is the people where rubber meets the road, right? So all we can talk about technology, but if you don't have right people with the right skill set, you will not make a lot of difference. But there are ways. I think first is, top-down approach. There has to be a mandate from the senior leadership that digital is way to go. Second is also the bottom up. The people on the ground, on the shop floor, they have to be told about it. It is multiple ways of doing it. For example, a lot of webinars we do, even their skill set baselining. Because today we do trainings of the shop floor people through immersive technologies, which was not earlier there, and they love it. And immersive technologies can bring down the training time at least by 33%, and it's all digital. So people can actually create a skill matrix right in the plant. And right, the person who is managing the training, the shop floor person, can know exactly who is my L1, who is my L2, who is my L3. So I think that is today happening. And more importantly, when you identify those digital ambassadors who are actually on the shop floor, it should not be driven by the IT and digital team. It should be driven by the people who are making a difference on the floor. And when they hear a story from their peer, I think it becomes a lot more easier. Second is also the career roadmap. So it's not about whether I can do a work digitally, but how do you look at the whole enterprise and give them a roadmap? And we talk about DevSecOps, we talk about AI DevSecOps. So it is real, it is coming. We're talking about sprints. We don't have any waterfall anymore. So how do we map the different layers, whether they are SMEs, technical people, quality people, even a quality person who was in the plant, he has to use today computer vision for quality inspection, and that is a fact. And once they know the power of computer vision, that it can actually do a lot of things in terms of validating the quality, I think they embrace it. Gen AI, it is real in the manufacturing. They create a lot of synthetic data for the quality management itself, for the paint shop. Similarly, agentic AI is real. So I believe that the more adoption based on the value it is generating, based on the problem it is solving, and the people on the ground, when they embrace it, I think it makes the adoption becomes easier and the digital workforce become truly digitally ready.
Thanks, Vinod. I just want to pick on that point. Digital ambassadors, very interesting. You can call them a digital champion or maybe a kind of a sutradhar. Works with the external ecosystem and also internally within the organization, working with the top management as well as the functions below, right? So I think you need someone like that who can really collaborate. Thanks for sharing that. Rohit, anything to add on the workforce, the digital skilling for workforce?
See, I think the important bit is that the first point I want to emphasize is that if you don't spell out the problem, if you don't acknowledge the problem, talent is needed. I think Vinod made a point and some others concurred that to survive, MSMEs are needed. But to survive, MSME also need to survive, right? So it's the whole supply chain. So that said, yes, technology is seen for the elite. Everybody wants to get the best. But if you look at the Indian ecosystem and how it has grown, especially for the fact that talent arbitrage was very strong, today we have functioning 40,000 startups, right? And though all the large corporations, if I were to use the analogy, everybody wants a Arjun from the Mahabharata to be on their side. So they want the best startup to work with them. But Arjun was not the only warrior in Mahabharata. There were millions of warriors who fought and who made sure Pandavas won. So using that analogy, I would say I will encourage the SMEs also look at that aspect when they're talking about unexplored domain, unexplored technology, partner with a startup. There are a lot of young kids coming out of colleges. They are, putting out garage startups like it was happening in the West. But they also need an opportunity. They have the skill, they don't have the data. You as MSME can utilize their skill and create a win-win scenario. It doesn't have to be a zero-sum game always. So I think that is an added aspect. Large corporations, of course, are tapping into it, but I will encourage MSMEs to think about this, that this is a huge potential which is lying untapped in India.
You have 5 minutes more. That's okay. Thanks. Yeah, sure. Lakshman, anything that you want to add, not just on the skilling part, but overall?
See, skilling part, I just want to add that actually it is very, very important aspect as per MSME is concerned, because, they are more vulnerable about the variations and what are the impacting forces actually acting on the MSMEs. So if they really work on this concept of, the new entrant coming, training them for a very good concept, matching their wavelength, as now the Gen Z, we always call it, is a very difficult to, work in a company for a number of years. Like they are seeing to us and asking, You are here for last 20 years. So that was a big question mark on their face. So this is the change in the scenario with the societal change that's happening. So digitization needs to be adopted by SMEs to actually link these employees to and take them to the next stage, train them, establish them, and make value out of them. Because this training should also actually inculcate some competency skills, and then that should create value for the MSME. So as a MSME, actually, it is very important aspect. Lot of things can be managed on the cloud-based system, inventory, dispatches. All these things are very easily manageable. And if we utilize this technology with this new Gen Z, I think MSME can definitely prosper. There are a lot of challenges, but it can be overcome as he rightly expected about the availability. They can monitor online, sure, OE, availability, performance rate, quality, then dispatches will not hamper. So his worries will reduce. So this is a mindset change for adopting the technology for SMEs.
Very well put. Mindset change, which needs to be addressed. We have time to take one question from the audience, and actually never realized that we'll get to the stage where we can take a question. But thanks to all the panelists for keeping your responses very brief, that we have time to take one question. So we'll just take one question. Request you to please introduce yourself and please mention to whom you are directing the question to. Make it a very brief question, please.
Yeah.
And please mention whom you are addressing the question to. You have a gentleman here. Yeah, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Arvind Hariharan from Yokohama Tires. It's a pleasure to be in this conclave where all the industry experts and veterans are present. My question, anybody can take it. I don't want to name any one person. You are all industry veterans. So my question is, I completely agree that digitalization is the way forward. But when? The reason I ask this question is, for example, to start with a simple thing, invoice processing tool. I have 5 people doing the invoice processing tool, and currently the invoices are, let's say, 1,000, and 200 invoices can be done by one person. Annual spend is about 12 lakhs. But to implement a tool, it's about 60 lakhs one time, and then annual spend is about 15 lakhs. So should I implement this tool now and then keep paying for every change request that I have to do? Or should I wait till my number of invoices or my organization grows where I have to about 8,000 invoices a day, and this cost is at par, and then I digitalize rather than waiting for a payback period of 5 years?
Vinod, you want to take that? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, first of all, thank you for the question. See, you have to right size the solution for your enterprise. You don't have to jump the bandwagon saying that everybody is doing digitalization. It has to make value for you.
Right.
So every digital transformation is based on a business case and ROI.
Yeah.
If you have not reached that volume,
Yeah.
if you have not reached that scale,
Yeah.
don't go for it. But having said this, you still have opportunity for optimization. You still have low cost optimization options available for you, because that manual stuff you can still take out until you board on a large transformation platform.
Right. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Rohit, you want to add?
I'll just add a flavor. So very valid point that the business case should be built in before you solve it. And sometimes I think it's about finding the right partner, right? And then when I was talking about startups, that's something the organization can look at. Technology certainly. So when people talk about machine learning, so the word ML also is synonymous in India with manual labor. Manual labor is cheaper than doing machine learning, right? But that said, I think finding the right partner, and as I mentioned, I think there's untapped potential among university students. Now techniques like hackathons, where even smaller companies are going to campuses and sponsoring. There are 38,000 universities in India. Yes, they are still less. We need 22,000 more to feed the demand for 2030. But that said, there's still a lot of untapped talent potential that is available. And I think the right business case mapped to the right partner is also equally important.
Thank you, Rohit. We have completely run out of time, but the speakers are going to be around. If anyone wants to meet them and ask questions, you all are free to do that. But on that note, I would like to conclude the discussion. Thank you so much, Vinod, Giri, Rohit, Lakshman, Sanjay, and Ganesh for sharing your insights. I think great insights from all of you. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Check. Thank you for that wonderful panel discussion. Can I request all the panelists to come forward for a group photo together? Can we clap for them, everybody? I'll request all the panelists to be on stage with us. I now request Mr. Munish Patient, Business Head, Professional Lighting, Havells India Limited, to join us on stage to felicitate our panel members. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Mr. Ganesh Shinkre, CEO, SFO Technologies. Yeah, I think the applause is missing here, and that'll add on to everything. Thank you. Mr. Girikant Avadnula, Director, Customer Advisory, SAP India. Mr. Lakshman Mahale, Business Head, Mahindra Accello. Mr. Rohit Gupta, Director, R&D, Nexteer Automotive. Mr. Sanjay Mishra, Chief Digital and Information Officer, Jindal Stainless Steel Limited. Mr. Vinod Bhatt, Chief Digital Officer, Tata Autocom Systems Limited. And our moderator for this session, Mr. Sunil David, Digital Technology Consultant, ex-Regional Director, IoT AT&T. Thank you for doing the honors, and thank you to all our panelists for the insightful, lovely panel discussion. Thank you. Well, I think that was really, really wonderful. Before we take a break for lunch, I know we are a little hungry, but we're going to be making it very quick for all of you. Let's pause to address a very critical priority in today's digital era, cyber security. In an increasingly connected world, protecting our data and systems is no longer optional. It is absolutely essential. Ensuring robust cybersecurity safeguards not just operations, but the trust and integrity that underpin every organization. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our cybersecurity partner, Acronis India. May I now call on stage Mr. Sahil Singh, Solutions Engineer, India, South Asia and Middle East, Acronis India, to please join us on stage. Can we clap for him, everyone?
Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sahil, and I am the solution engineer for Acronis for India, South Asia, and Middle East region. Now, I am going to talk about one of the most critical things for OT environments, which is downtime. I'm pretty sure all the OT leaders here are not very much loving to this term called downtime. Like, you really want to avoid downtime, and you want to make sure that the systems that you have, they do not have any kind of downtime. And I'll be talking about what are the challenges that you face in OT, which causes these downtimes, and how these can be exactly mitigated. Can I have the next slide, please? So before starting, this presentation that I'm going to put across here was originally supposed to be presented by Mr. Rajesh Chabra, who is the General Manager of Acronis India. But for certain reasons, he was not able to be here. And that is why I am here to present this. I take care of Acronis Solutions across India, South Asia, and Middle East. I have worked on some of the major OT projects across this region, and that is what I will be talking about here. So I'm pretty sure you know like how critical downtime is. For example, in 2023, a major pharmaceutical company went through a downtime which was caused by a ransomware, and it costed them around 150 crore rupees. This number is quite big, and this is not just the financial risk that these OT environments come across because of downtimes, but there are a couple of more like challenges as well. Like for example, the shipments get delayed. There is a reputational damage, and there can also be legal consequences because of the compliances. Now, before going further, I just have a very quick question to everyone. Like, how often do you think these OT environments face such kind of downtimes? Like, is it once a year, once a quarter, once a month? And to your surprise, this is actually once every month when these OT environments face a downtime. As per a report published by ABB, which is published globally, they came across this data that more than 68% of businesses face downtime at least a month. And these downtimes are very much costly. It costs around $150,000 per hour to any OT environment, be it from pharmaceutical or manufacturing or utilities. These companies face $150,000 of losses every hour of downtime. And that is how critical this downtime is. Now, as I was mentioning, the downtime is not just putting financial losses, but there are a couple of more things to it as well. For example, the labor cost. Whenever a plant is down, the machineries are not working, but you still have to pay your employees. You still have to pay the salaries. At the same time, the heavy equipments that you have invested on, like the robotic arms or conveyor belts, these are not cheap. You have put significant investment on it. And every hour you have an downtime, it is taking longer and longer for you to cope up this investment. There are legal consequences as well, because if there is a significant downtime, you'll probably not be able to meet your obligations to the suppliers or the vendors that you have. And it may also cause you to breach some of the contracts, which also brings legal consequences. Along with this, what exactly causes this downtime? If you come across this question, there are a couple of major things. One of that is cyber attacks. Like there has been a surge of cybersecurity attacks, like cyber attacks on OT environments since 2023. Like there has been a surge of 60% in the ransomware attacks that we see in OT environments. Along with that, there is also hardware failure, because many of the OT systems still work on some of the legacy operating systems. Like we see systems running on Windows XP, 2003, and even sometimes older hardware, which is running for, let's say, 10, 15, and even longer amount of time in these environments. Because of that, you see hardware failures quite often. There is also human error, because these machines are running on such old hardware and operating system that almost no third-party software is compatible anymore. Like Microsoft has already stopped support for these operating systems, and third-party vendors are also fading away. So a lot of things need to be done manually. Like for example, if you do not have a backup solution implemented in a OT environment, you have to do the backup manually, where a person has to go to every single system. He has to perform the backup manually. And because of that, again, there is always a chance of human error. Along with that, we, as Indian, we are geographically in such a place where we have some of the very extreme conditions weather-wise also. Like we see floods quite often, we see some of the extreme weather conditions, which also affect sometimes these OT environments. Now, I have a very quick OT reality check here. Like we often think that the traditional IT backup equals to OT resilience, but that is not true. The traditional OT backup is not OT resilience. Now, when I say resilience, I do not mean just cybersecurity where you are proactively protecting your devices. As in you have a security solution implemented on your OT system, So in case attack comes, you are proactively protecting yourself. Or you're having a IT backup solution where you are reactively protecting yourself. Like in case something goes wrong, you are recovering back your machines from the backups that you have. But what I mean by OT resilience is having a unified solution that doesn't only protect you proactively, but also reactively. And that is where I want to introduce you to Acronis Cyber Protect, which is a unified platform, and it is built upon three major pillars for OT. One of that is protection, where you're proactively protecting yourself from cyber attacks, like any kind of ransomware or a fileless threat or script-based attack. You're protected from these threats. And at the same time, you also have recovery capabilities. That is where the reactive side of the solution comes, as in you have a downtime because of hardware failure, or you have a software crash because of that. Your machine is down. Within few minutes, you can recover your machine with the help of reactive measures, and you can get your machines up and running. And at the same time, you also have comprehensive visibility, because the solution is designed in such way that you can have multiple substations, multiple plants, and everything can be monitored from a single place. From the Purdue model, where we kind of segregate the IT and OT environment, you see that Acronis protects machines starting from level 2 to all the way to 3.5. All the SCADA, ICS or DCS, all these machines that you have, everything can be protected from a single tool from a centralized place. And if I talk about some of the key advantages that Acronis brings, it is all mapped to the challenges that you face in OT. For example, one of the challenges for OT is the legacy operating system and the legacy devices. So Acronis still uniquely supports all the legacy operating systems, starting from Windows XP to 2003 and all the following ones. We also make sure that you do not need any kind of downtime to get the solution implemented. That means Acronis Cyber Protect can be implemented with zero downtime in the systems. Along with that, this is also air gap friendly. That means you don't need internet connectivity or any external communication from the outer world to get your machines protected. It can work completely without internet. And it has also bare metal recovery capabilities, which puts you in a unique situation where if you have a hardware failure, you always have the possibility to just substitute it with some other hardware and get your machines up and running with no time. And I also want to mention this particular feature here, which we call one-click recovery. Now, the reason why I have a dedicated slide on this is because this feature has been implemented and actually adopted by OT environments across the globe. Like we have some of the very major install bases across India and also in Middle East. And this features helps a lot in these OT environments. Because what happens is in a typical OT environment, whenever there is a downtime, the OT person waits for an IT person to come and help them to recover these machines. But with one-click recovery, that's not the case. Now, as an OT person, instead of calling my IT person, waiting for the IT staff to come and help me, I can myself perform the recovery with just 2 clicks. I need to reboot my system, press F11 key, press the number 1, that is literally just 2 buttons, and my machine will be recovered back from the last backup that was done. As an OT person, I don't need to do any configurations. I don't need to define anything. Nothing needs to be done at all. It just gets recovered in no time. And this helps to bring down the downtime in an OT environment from hours to just a couple of minutes. In most cases, this can be done within just 10 minutes. You can get your machines up and running with the last backup in just 10 minutes. So that is the kind of difference that Acronis creates when you have the OT resilience implemented. We have also done it with Tata Steel, one of the names I'm sure pretty much everyone is aware of. We have implemented the solution at Tata Steel where we helped them mitigate these challenges. Like every month, whenever they were having a downtime, it was taking significant amount of time to get the machines recovered. But with Acronis Cyber Protect, this time was slashed down to minutes, and they were able to realize the potential and the value the solution was bringing to them from the first month itself. And I have also got some of the very recognized logos here. If you look at it, like we have also partnered with vendors like Yokogawa, ABB, Emerson, Siemens, and all of these OEMs that you see in OT environment are either cross-selling or white labeling or cross-referencing Acronis as a preferred OT resilience solution for backup and cybersecurity. With that, we also have proof of victory across the globe, not only in India, but in major install bases across the globe. And with that, I also just want to put some light on some of the recent, or you can see, say in last few years, things coming from Government of India for cybersecurity in OT. There are several compliances and there are several guidelines published by government already for critical infrastructure of India. Like for example, we have guidelines from CERTIN, CEA, NCEEIPC, which makes it mandatory for OT environments to have something for cybersecurity. So it is the high time where it needs to be taken care of seriously because it's not an option anymore. Now it has become a mandatory thing in the OT. So that's all from my side. I hope it was like productive discussion. I look forward to continue this. Like I'm just there in the booth. We can continue this discussion and we can take this forward. Thank you so much for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sahil. I'll request you to be on stage with us. And thank you for sharing the insights into cybersecurity. Could we please have Mr. Abhishek Achutan, Business Head, Manufacturing today to felicitate Mr. Sahil? Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you. Well, it's finally time to recharge, reconnect, share ideas, and of course, grab lunch. We will be back in 45 minutes after the lunch break. We're at 2:05 right now. We start again at 2. We'll aim for 2:45. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope we have recharged, refueled. Time to get back. We have a beautiful afternoon lined up for you. A lot of insights, a lot of information, a lot of discussions. I'll request all of you to please take your seat. Everybody who's still outside and can hear me, I'll request you to please step inside. A quick reminder to keep your cell phones on silent mode. Thank you, thank you. Everyone who's still out, I'll request you to please step in. Thank you. So let's all take a seat quickly and let's begin. Once again, I'm going to request all of you to please take a seat. Let's begin. Everybody who's still standing, let's take a seat. Our next speaker is all set to begin this afternoon. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope we all have refueled, but it's now time to reboot. There are a lot of amazing conversations that are waiting for us today. Before we begin our next panel discussion of the day, let me introduce to you our workforce management partner, UKG. I'm sure we went there behind and checked out their booth, got the information, but now it's time for an insightful conversation here. To give you a little more about the group, I'd now like to call on stage Regional Director UKG India, Mr. Sumit Doshi, to please join us on stage. Can we clap like after lunch clap? Everybody, come on.
Hello. Can you hear me at the back? Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. And yeah, it's always difficult to keep you all engaged right after lunch. I hope I can do that job. So I'm Sumit Doshi. I lead the India business for UKG. So before I go forward, I wanted to share a couple of inputs, inputs from a survey that we did. And this survey was very specifically done for frontline employees in manufacturing, blue-collar employees, contract employees, right? Which form perhaps 80 to 90% in a manufacturing organization. 86% of them feel burnt out. 86%. 4 in 5 of them feel burnt out. 60% of them feel that they don't have the right employee experience. 57% of them feel that there is a different culture, corporate culture for them compared to other white-collar employees in the organization. Now, these are extremely telling numbers. It connects back to the conversation that was happening in the morning between Sudipta, Vibhor on how can we make manufacturing an exciting place to work? How can we get more Gen Z into our organization, right? How can they be looking forward to working? How can manufacturing be the first, second, or third choice for them? If we don't fix this, you won't fix that, right? And that is what my theme of my conversation today on how can we improve or transform team member experience, frontline employees, right? How can we transform team member experience to fuel operational excellence? These are not two contradictory and mutually exclusive goals. They can actually come together. And I'll talk a little bit about that. So let me get my clicker. A little bit about UKG. We are a global leader in workforce management solutions, which basically means that we help organizations with frontline employees better manage your frontline employees. Over 4.5 billion in revenue, over 80,000 customers, and over 75 years of experience. So So we know what we've done with some of the largest companies, and I'm going to share some of our experiences there. Okay, we all heard about this, and I'm not going to take too much time on some of the slides given paucity of time, but we all have heard of Industry 1 to Industry 4. Many of you have taken a lot of initiatives there. But as we move to Industry 5, the key focus on Industry 5 is a human-centric approach, right? And how do you drive a human-centric approach? That approach needs to be more for your frontline employees, for your people on the shop floor, and how can technology help you transform that journey is something that I'm going to try and talk about. The real missing link in that is not your human capital system. You already have maybe success factors, Darwin box, oracles, what have you, to take care of your employee life cycle. But that does not transform the experience of a frontline employee. You already have ERPs to take care of all of this. The real missing link is a workforce management tool that helps you manage your frontline employees on a day-to-day basis, that can help you drive better productivity as well as take care of their experience. And you will hear a little more from me on what that exactly means. So let's look at team member experience and how it connects with the operational excellence cycle of an organization. We'll break that up into, when you're managing employees on the shop floor, you can break that up essentially into 4 broad areas. Planning of your workforce against your production plan. How many people do you need, etc., etc. Once you plan on a day-to-day basis, you need to execute it, right? We'll talk more about it. Kitne log shift mein aaye, kitne nahi aaye, what is the gap, etc., etc. It's a constant challenge in manufacturing. So you've got to execute it. You've got to improve on it to drive better productivity, but you've also got to empower your frontline employees, right? So we look at these 4 as the key pillars of driving your team member experience and driving operational excellence. And I'll quickly dive into each one of them to give you a little better sense on what technology can do in each one of these areas. So let's start with plan, right? Planning is nothing. When we talk of planning, all of you do MRP, you do your planning of your production. But do you use that planning to convert that into a workload plan? Can you, for example, automatically create a workload plan of how many people are required in which shift of which skill at what time on which day? We can start from that point where you can create demand-driven workload plans, as you can see, and using a workload plan that is created, you can move to the next step where you can identify the right person for the right job at the right time with the right skill. You see skills and certifications right at the top. You could actually identify right people on the shop floor, depending on their availability, depending on their skills, depending on the production plan, all those variable parameters. Today, most of the scheduling happens on Excel with ABC shifts, which is highly suboptimal. We as an economy, as we continue to grow our per capita income, when we move from $2,500 to $4,500 in next 5 years, your labor cost is going to go up. You cannot throw people to the problem, to a problem. You've got to be able to optimize your people and deliver more out of your workforce, which is where workforce optimization will play a very, very important role. When you're scheduling people, there is also this constant challenge of, am I taking care of some of my key compliances and policies? Minimum rest between shifts. People should not be working more than 5 night shifts. No one should be scheduled more than 10 days together. Do I have the right skill and certification scheduled for the right shift in very compliant industries like pharma? I can take care of all of that automatically, right? So once you have this plan in place, this is a nice optimal plan for you to go ahead and do your production, right? Get your production targets out. But reality is, it never works this way. You have your plan in place. Maybe you've done it 1 week in advance. Maybe you've done 2 weeks in advance. But the real rubber meets the road on the day of the shift. 7 a.m. shift is starting. I was expecting 25 people of a certain skill coming in my line, but I realized that X number have not come in. Now, there is this constant manning exercise that goes on a day-to-day basis, right? For every plant manager, you know that at the start of a shift at 7 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, you have this shift manning process that goes on to identify the right person for the right shift at the right job. And you see how many people were supposed to come, who has come in, who has not come in, what is the gap. The problem with that is it's a manual exercise. And it takes anywhere between 20 to 40 minutes in organizations to actually fill those gaps. But what we could do is actually provide you information on line readiness in real time. Against the schedule, how many were supposed to come, who has not come, what is the gap, and now how do I find replacements? I can go to the next step of finding replacements automatically again in the system, I have a plant with 5 lines. One line has a shortage. Can I possibly move someone from here to here? It's done manually even today. But can I have a dashboard view to guide me saying, hey, these are the people who are available with the potential skills that I can fill in that particular shift? It just makes the entire manning process so much more simpler for the manager. It just makes it so much more efficient for the employee, and it improves the overall outcome within an organization. Okay, so if you've taken care of the day-to-day management, now you've got to identify ways and means to improve on this, right? And there are a lot of details that you typically look at in an organization. When I walk into any factory, I look at charts after charts of things like overtime, absenteeism, productivity. Like in an auto company, one common measure of productivity is hours per vehicle. In almost every manufacturing company, the one common measure of productivity is units, hours per unit produced. Can I have these kind of metrics available to me as and when required for better improvement? It's something that comes on the fly with something like this. A shop floor manager could actually be having an iPad like this on the floor, having real-time information. As an example, overtime hours as percentage of productive hours, or absenteeism hours as a percentage of productive hours. How is overtime and absenteeism playing against each other? All of this in real time, not something that is dated 1 month at the end of the pay period when typically reports are run and submitted to the leadership. This is something that you can get as and when you want, which means so much more ability to take actions. Or for example, hours per vehicle. This is a report from actual customer in the US, where this report talks about hours per vehicle produced. So you have so much better mechanisms to be able to drive performance. Now, all of this that I've spoken till now has been focused around driving performance, operational excellence, better deployment of people. What's in it for the team member? So it should not come across that we are trying to police the team members, we are trying to force a schedule on them, but they have nothing in return. And that is where the fourth pillar, and I'll skip through this, that is where the fourth pillar comes in, which is empowering the frontline workforce, right? One of the most common challenges you see in most blue-collar environments and even contract employees is you might have the most fancy of HR systems, but those self-service is not deployed to your frontline employees. So for very basic things, a blue-collar employee will have to go to a time office saying, "Mera overtime kitna hai is mahine ka? Mera attendance kya hai? Mera koi absenteeism lagne wala hai kya?" It's a constant challenge. It's a productivity drain, but it's also his tension in his mind ki mere ko kya hone wala hai, right? You can provide mobile-based capabilities or kiosk-based capabilities to your frontline employees to be able to go and check on their own information. And beyond that, you could allow them to maybe even swap shifts. If me and my colleague want to swap shifts, I could do it online and then it goes for an approval to the manager, right? So it just brings in so much more flexibility, so much more equity. They start believing that there is less bias and less inequity in the organization because you are giving them the same capabilities that all of you have in any organization, right? So driving that equitable mechanism for frontline employees needs technology. If you don't deliver the right technology at the last mile, you'll never be able to achieve some of these inputs. You can take this a step further, where for frontline employees, I believe Gen AI is even more important than for us. We can use systems better. I'll take 2 more minutes. For frontline employees, you can actually deploy something like this where they can simply chat. And on chat, they can go ahead and say, okay, please change my shift, or I want to swap my shift, or I want to apply for leave, or what does a frontline employee need? These are the parameters that pretty much cover his large part of what he needs, maybe a couple of things here and there. So we can actually deliver some of these things to empower them, feel them more empowered, make them feel more empowered. But at the same time, this drives better engagement, and with the rest of the stuff planning that I showed you, it actually delivers better outcomes in terms of managing your workforce. So that's the cycle that we think is extremely important to manage your workforce. You've invested tons in various technologies to manage your supply chain, manage your production, and so on and so forth. But one unknown factor in production, in manufacturing, tends to be people. And workforce management is that missing link that you should be looking at. What it does, in fact, is very real numbers. These are real numbers coming in from research, and I don't have the time to go through each one of them. But as you can see, these are real numbers we've seen organizations achieve. In cases, 20% lower absenteeism, 59% lower turnover. And of course, if you schedule people better, if you don't create fatigue for them, you will have indirect outcomes like reduced safety incidents and so on and so forth. All of these are real outcomes that organizations have seen as our customers worldwide. And we'd love to have this conversation with you If you're interested, of course, my colleagues are there at the back on the booth, and we'd love to, of course, have conversation, or you can reach out to me with any of these. But I wanted to share some of these thoughts. We're talking a lot about manufacturing. I think people are an important aspect as part of any manufacturing, and I thought I'll address that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Doshi. I'll request you to be on stage with us. May I now invite on stage Mr. Vibhor Srivastav, MD Events India, ITP Media India, to please join us on stage to felicitate Mr. Doshi. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next panel discussion, the sustainability panel. The topic of discussion is weaving the green thread, digital integration and circulatory for a sustainable manufacturing future. The panel will explore about how technology and circular practices are shaping a greener, more sustainable manufacturing landscape. Please join me in welcoming our panel members on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Abhijit Kumbhar, Deputy General Manager, Engineering Design and Stimulation Center, EDS, the Automotive Research Association of India. Let's also welcome Ms. Aditi Sharma, Chief Manufacturing Excellence Officer, Minda. Let's also welcome Ajit Kumar, COO, Birla Opus. Let's welcome Colonel Sumit Malhan, SM Veteran, CEO, Punjab Renewable Energy Systems Private Limited. Let's also welcome Dr. Nagahanumaya, Director, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute. Let's also welcome Padma Kumar G, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Yokohama Office Highway Tires. Let's also welcome Mr. Ved Prakash Tiwari, Executive Vice President and Regional Head of Operations North and South, Lumax Industries Limited. And to moderate this lovely session, may I invite on stage Mr. Ashok Muttuswamy, Vice President, BE Sustainability and TQM DAFE. Can we clap and welcome all our panel members on stage? It's time for the sustainability panel. We can sit as per our name right behind you on the screen. Thank you.
Hey, shall we? You're right. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So good to be here. First of all, my thanks to the organizers, manufacturing today. What a wonderful job they have done in putting out all these amazing keynote speeches as well as panel discussions, which I enjoyed thoroughly. And now it's our turn to do some contribution. So with that, I'm also delighted to have some of the very eminent panelists along with me. And I'm curious to put certain questions, and I am also very excited to see what, what answers they are going to give us. Okay, so with that, I have this first question for Ajit. All right, Ajit, okay. So Ajit, this question is on digitalization for seamless operations. To elaborate that, how a unified digital thread connects design, engineering, manufacturing, services, and so on and so forth, and enable real-time data flow and improved decision making across the value chain? Over to you, Ajit.
Thank you. I think it's a fantastic question. Good afternoon, everyone. And my name is again Ajit, Chief Operating Officer for Birla Paints. And, this question, so all of you know that Birla Opus is a recent addition into the market. We just launched our business last year. And I was part of this project ever since it took off, which is 2020, we started this. And we said we announced a 10,000 crore investment. So while doing this project, we said that, this time, this industry, this business should do or utilize, IT and digital to the corest value, corest part, and make sure that it gives an advantage or it gives an edge to the business. So keeping this in mind, when we started designing our factories, we said this should be the extremely and highly automated factories. We have Industry 4.0 connected factories sitting in head office. Planning people can see what is getting manufactured. So in the factory, let me talk about few automation digital systems which we are using and which finally is helping me to weave through across the businesses that in the factories we have DCS, MES controlling the entire processes. Then we have ASRS controlling the entire warehouses. We have faster filling machine which fills without a touch or manual intervention. And then we have pigging systems to transport material through single pipes. Then powder system conveying through silos and pipelines. And then the one part which you've still not automated in the factory is the loading. But we are working on that. We are pretty confident that we should be able to do that. And then moving on to the next part in the supply chain, if you look at, many of, the SAP colleagues are here. We are using SAP Ariba for managing the vendors. For the planning system, we have SAP IBP. And then, transport management system to manage the transportation. And then when it goes into the depots, the paint is made from the factories. When it goes into the depots, it is again, accounted through SAP. And then finally, through a Salesforce automation, we sell that. But I want to pick up one thread which connects the entire thing is that, each of my cans, when you purchase, you see that it has got a unique QR code. Every scan has got a unique QR code. This gets printed in the factory while it is getting manufactured. It puts all the data into that. And then when it moves into warehouse, it gets scanned. So we know it is in which warehouse, which racks it is. When it goes into the truck, or how will I know that? Now, there are two things into that. The painter gets a token in that. It has got some cash in that. Only if you scan, you will get the money. And when you apply it on your wall, you will get a warranty when you scan that dabba. So the entire value chain, I know where it is moving. Now, how do I use it for advantage? Think about this data getting generated in the next 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years. We are just 1 year now. The data is not sufficient to give more information. But think about after 3 years. I know exactly in Kanyakumari, this village, how much paint, what paint, and where it is sold. And this will help me to plan better. I don't need any other planning systems to tell me how much they are going to sell next week, next month, next year. Only the target we need to set, to the sales guys. No, man, your target is 10% higher, 15%. Base data is with me. I also know that in India, which corner it is not selling. I can go and tell the sales guys, better you focus on this area. So on a heat map in India, I can see reds and greens. The greens, more greens, it tells more selling. The red and more red, it tells me there is nobody is working on that. So this is a piece of digital thing which we have weaved across the business, and I'm sure it's going to get us into the next level of in the systems.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks, Ajit. So I think just a very quick summary, I'll just take another 10, 15 seconds. So one is having end-to-end systems, digital systems, all connected to each other, and managing through systems, not through spreadsheets, managing through, information, insights, heat maps. That's the way to go, and glad to see organizations are practicing. But I'll just give you one very, very quick example. In my own company, TAFE, Tractors and Farm Equipment, which is the world's third largest tractor manufacturer, our product design is completely digital. So that products, even tractors, are built digitally, prototyped digitally, validated digitally, even using mixed reality, AR, VR. And even our manufacturing process is also digital. If a new tractor, if we want to manufacture that, what we do is we are also able to actually assemble it virtually and see whether there is any fouling in the assembly line, and we fix the issue even before the issue happens. So that's how, the advantage of digitalization is such virtual rapid prototyping, seamless end-to-end connected systems, and so on and so forth. So let me ask my next question. I mean, now that, this question to Ajit was more of somewhat manufacturing focus. Now let me spread to the outside the boundaries of the organization to supply chain. So Padma Kumar, where are you? Yeah, hi, Padma. Sorry, the lights are all so glaring I couldn't see you. Padma Kumar, this question is about supply chain synchronization and resilience. What are the strategies, Padma, for optimizing supply chain visibility, collaboration with suppliers, partners, and building a resilient supply chain using digital tools? And then once you answer, I will also explain how it is all helping sustainability. That I will do that. But over to you now.
Yeah, thank you, Ashok. Very valid question, especially for the current context. The world is not the same. Every day the world is evolving. Okay, I'm not naming. We all are actually going through the vagaries of the policies being taken by one of the superpowers, and I don't think anybody is left in this is not affected by such decisions. Okay, so resilience is no more an inventory building practice. Okay, so it is adjusting to what the market wants, adjusting to what the customer wants, and adjust the production, adjust the inventory, adjust the raw material, or even the customer of supply chain is the manufacturing. The manufacturing person would never want to do a change. Okay, he is averse to size change or rather any changes because it adds cost, it adds scrap. So the supply chain becomes the most important person in the whole value chain.
Absolutely.
To be a moderator so that we are able to moderate between what the sales wants and also wants what the production wants, the supply team wants. So I wanted to actually tell you two stories. Okay, what is synchronization? Synchronization is also a part of it. So two stories of in Bombay, on a daily basis about 200,000 lunches are being served by dabawalas. Okay, so they are the classic example of resilience. Be it train stops, the bus stops, but the lunch box reaches the person who is supposed to be reaching that without any delay. And synchronization, if you take the case of the recent case of Apollo 13. So Apollo 13, it stopped, the oxygen cylinder of Apollo 13 stopped working. Okay, so everybody's sitting down. They thought it is the end of it. But there was an engineer, there was a chemist, there was a doctor, and three or four very specific experts. None of them, only one engineer. But what has happened is the real engineers who are working from the earth, they're able to control, they are able to guide, and all of them work together, and they are back on the earth. So it is a classic example of synchronization. So in today's world, resilience and synchronization, it is the word for supply chain.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You brought some couple of very interesting examples. One is on the Apollos. In fact, that's one of the first digital twin in Houston, they were able to simulate the space shuttle, and they actually had a twin here in the Earth. May not necessarily be a digital twin, but still a twin. That's how whatever they were able to do on the ground, they were able to demonstrate for the folks in the space. It's one of the great examples of pioneering concepts today. And just one quick point to add, one thing Dabbawalas are not as popular. I don't know whether it's politically correct to say that business model is going down. That's because of women empowerment. Now more and more women are working, and there is no woman to make food for the men. So that's Dabbawala's business is going down, and that is a positive thing, right? So maybe Aditi can touch. Maybe do you want to intervene, Aditi, or? So that's a positive thing. And just one very quick point I want to add before I put my next question to my other colleague is, supply chain control towers, all right? I mean, that's a great example of synchronization. See, like if you have control towers in supply chain, it flags any route disruption, whether there could be a political rally, there could be flood, there could be some landslide. It And next comment is to Ved Prakash. Ved, this question is about advanced analytics and AI-driven insights. And, if you could explain how, we can harness data analytics, machine learning, and AI to predict demand, optimize production schedules, improve quality, and enable faster decision-making across the value chain. Over to you, Ved.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you very much for this particular question to me. Today, the automobile world is changing dramatically with the expectations and the requirements. So the most important is the smart way of manufacturing. Second is agility. And at the same time, all this thing has to come with the speed. So digitization, which was supposed to be till now the tool, one of the tool of manufacturing, it's no more that. It's the main backbone of our manufacturing systems. At Lumax, we have digitization implemented in molding shop. All our molding machines are IoT connected. And we have a real-time feedback of all the molding machines, what's happening. It is big way helping us in getting the predictive maintenance things. So we are going towards the predictive to ensure that the trail big way helps us to reduce the downtime and the operation efficiency OEE goes really, really high. Similarly, we have implemented the AI-based camera inspection or the digital and on systems in our assembly lines. So in assembly line, AI-based, because we are producing the lamps, which is regulatory and safety items, which is very, very important to have the quality assurance right from every lamp what we are making. So to build the customer trust and ensuring the zero defect for making is very effectively helping us in doing the minimizing the rejection, minimizing the wastage cost. Of course, it impacts to the cost also. The key point in this is when we are implementing the digitization, our members or our workforce is the same. So how we are engaging our workforce to get used to this digitization is one of the very key aspects, which right now we are working on, and that is really going to help us in further enhancing this digitization across. The analytics of this data, what is being coming. So the AI-based analytics is next step, but right now all this data, what we are using is really helping us in empowering my leaders. So decision-making empowerment really goes down, and that really makes the speed of decision-making, which in turn results into overall operation efficiency going up. So digitization is across the manufacturing processes. It's become a necessity, and it is no more an option, but it is a really requirement to make yourself competitive and sustain into this business. That's my
Brilliant.
take on it.
As Ved was mentioning, predictive maintenance, even if you have a large vehicle fleet also, you can get the vehicle health whether engine, brakes, whatever. And you can also plan on predictive maintenance, which is what TEFE is also doing in terms of having tractor health monitored. Those are all some of the new programs. But one thing that I'm very, very interested is precision agri. Agri, as we all know, agriculture, just the conventional means, but going forward, what is precision agri? Exactly using such AI insights. Like you have your ground sensors, you have drone images, then you have satellite imagery. How do you triangulate all these pieces of info on your field and exactly pinpointing which on which GPS location of your farm, what is the health of a given plant at that given spot, and what is the soil condition, and what kind of irrigation or what kind of crop nutrition, crop protection that you need to do for that specific square feet, right? I mean, for that specific square foot. And then having your tractor just go there and only applying that particular input to that particular spot. That way you are not wasting resources. So that all these things can be enabled only through AI and such digitalization, which greatly aids to your sustainability because you are not just pumping chemicals across the farm, right? So moving on, my next question is to Abhijit. Abhijit, you work for this AI, sorry, the acronym?
ARAI.
AAR. So which is typically very, very cross-functional in the sense you work with the industry body, you work with the governments. Maybe you could help us share how do you break down, first of all, how do you facilitate such large-scale cross-functional collaboration? How do you break down silos? How do you ensure collaboration, knowledge sharing, and agile problem solving in a place where there is not too much of a structure, where it is too democratic, in other words? Over to you, Abhijit.
Thank you, sir. I'm Abhijit Kumar from ARAI. Actually, we are giving services to many OEMs as well as MSMEs in the manufacturing field. So I will talk from that perspective. When we are giving services to the MSMEs, we observe few things from their organizations. First thing is they are not having their design team, their quality team proper with the knowledge. Second, they are just getting the dice, getting the tools from the other persons or the other organizations, and they are just making those components and they are dispatching to the respective parties. Here, I just want to make a point here that if that organization was having a person with the correct knowledge of tool designs, correct knowledge of how to produce those components in a proper way using the latest technologies so that output component will be defect free and it can be quality the components produced with the highest quality and that can be dispatched properly. So with this, we just want to train those persons who are into the design as well as from the top management to the bottom management, so that they come to one table and discuss on the issues they are facing in day in day out while producing those components, and they can resolve with the best output. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Abhijit, for sharing this insight. My next question is to Dr. Naga. And Naga, it's more about sustainable manufacturing practices. Maybe you can share some light on how to adopt eco-friendly materials, energy-efficient production processes, reducing emissions, water consumption, and so on and so forth. Because, we do not have too much of water and all our resources are depleting with a population that is expected to peak, I don't know, around 2047, whatever. And then it's supposed to, it's plateau and supposed to drop. But until then, probably we need to feed, in addition to how many ever billions we have, another few more billions will be added. So So if you could share some strategies on resource optimization, that'll be very helpful, Naga.
Hello. Thank you for having me here. If you look at the sustainability, the objective is very simple at the outset. That is to produce eco-friendly product using eco-friendly process that conserve energy, low energy, possibly renewable energy, and it also produces less waste. But that is not that simple because sustainability practices varies from company to company and the scale of the company and also the product portfolio. Irrespective of this, I'm representing a national lab. We are focused on design development of advanced machines that are not made in the country, and machines will not come unless I know the process technology. So machine development and the process technology is our primary objective. In that perspective, I will try to share my experience. If you look at the manufacturing process, we know that product is getting basically converted, sorry, raw material is getting converted to a product with value addition that happens through set of process, machines, and then the place, that is the factory operations, the factory inside the factory. In this manufacturing value chain, there are four elements. I call it as a 4Ps. I think sustainability is a journey that could be achieved only when you address sustainability aspects with related to these 4Ps. That is, while designing a product, process, then the production and the people. Say for example, if you look at a product design, so if you are driving towards sustainability, you have to look for the eco-friendly materials, design the product which is basically easy to repair, easy to reuse it, or easy to dispose of. I think these are the principles you have to look at at the time of designing a process. If you look at designing a product, similarly for the process, yes, the energy consumption. So as much as possible, you reduce the energy. And is it possible to integrate, use the renewable energy? And can you develop the process that emits lesser pollutions, reduce the pollutions? And then the waste produced out of this process technology. So there are several process technology depending on your product portfolio. Whether this residue left out or produced while producing your major product can be reused. So that is another aspect you need to consider while designing a process. Then the production is a machine, the capital equipments. So as already is mentioned, Padmanabh has mentioned that about the supply chain. And more than that, the operations has to be predictable. I think that is what the digitization emphasize. Digitization primarily emphasize that you understand your process based on the resources generated from your factory, then digitize and share to the people what he has mentioned, that data analytics people who analyze and bring back to the resources. You automate the process, you automate the production line so that the reductions in wastage and productivity enhancement and ensuring the quality. And at the same time, it also brings the sustainability into the production. But the last element is the people, because normally in the many majority of the production shops, we take it granted this resource people. I think unless you change the mindset of the people, so sustainability will remain as a dream. Because this is the only resource, this is the only living resource in the manufacturing value chain. So you need to take the people, you train them, and sustainability is an agenda of all individual who works in this manufacturing value chain. Unless that is not possible. So in summary, what I do is, yes, sustainability is a journey. It has to be addressed in every phases, and the practices, there is no single rule that, okay, this works, but that may work to me, it may not work to others. It varies with the scale of operation as well as the product category, but the objective is same. Design the eco-friendly product, use the predictable process, reproducible process that emits less emissions, and adopt in the company. The sustainability assessment is your regular job. You adopt sustainability assessment as a practice that educates the people and that makes people responsible. Then I think it can able to do it.
Thank you, Naga. So the crux of what you mentioned is how do you operate in a very efficient manner so that you eliminate the waste and that way you contribute towards sustainability. And just one point I would like to add is in the scale of the sustainability. First is win-win. Anything that we do for sustainability, we also gain something. For example, you go for renewable power. Typically, renewable power is cheaper, 2 or 3 rupees less than the other coal-fired or other conventional power. So that is a win-win. Then you have a trade-off where, okay, it may not be necessarily cheap to be sustainable, but you are making a conscious call. And third is true 3P, people, planet, profit. So profit is just one element. People and planet are equally important. So it's that continuum. And I think still there is a lot of room for us to exhaust the win-win. When I say win-win, the first thing which I mentioned is the more you do for sustainability, you also get some direct monetary benefit, right? I mean, for example, even in TAFE, we practice all these 3 strategies. I'll very quickly give you this win-win where we switched to biomass instead of our LDOs, the fossil fuel. We switched to biomass. We got some good cost savings. Then our emission is 0 for a particular plant. Similarly, we also moved from LDO, which is light diesel oil, to PNG, right? Piped natural gas. And again, even though there is some amount of emission there, but it's drastically lower. So with just these 2 strategies, we reduced our scope 1 emission by 50%. And we increased our third-party grid, renewable power. We also decreased our scope 2 scope 2 emission by another 50%. So in all, we made money, but we also reduced our emission by 50%. Classic example of win-win. And I will give you the trade-off where, see, in TAFE, we have one tractor hailing app, just like Uber or Ola. There is one app called JFarm app. It's available in Google or Apple. With that, if you are a small farmer or any farmer, even a large farmer, you will be able to select the tractor that you want to come and service your farm along with the necessary implements. In this case, what's happening is we don't take any profit from this. We only are the facilitators. We do it free of cost. But what is it in it for the farmers is they have a bigger pool of tractor that they can hire, even though it may actually reduce the tractor sale because of higher utilization. But our chairman is okay with that. She is fine with that. She's in her view, if I am able to enable small and medium farmers to have a better livelihood, even if I'm going to lose a sale of some tractors, so be it. So that's a true example of 3P. With that, my next question is to Aditi. Aditi, it's about circular economy principles and practice. I would like you to share and throw some light, Aditi, on how do you implement strategies for waste reduction, resource efficiency, product longevity, reuse, repair, and recycling, which I have some special attachment to. How do you reuse, repair, and recycle throughout the manufacturing process? Over to you, Aditi.
So the circular economy actually is what talks about the difference between how we were earlier and how we are now, right? We were full of natural resources, lesser people, everything was available for free. So we were very much take, make, and waste kind of people, right? Take whatever you want, make whatever you want, and just waste. Now is the time that we need to look at reduce, reuse, and regenerate. Reduce has to start from your design, right? what is the bare minimum which is required in your design is what we have to look at. We should even design in a way that, what can be reclaimed later when it is not in use. I can give you examples of, one of the companies I was working with in Cummins. We used to buy back all the failed engines from the market or out of fold engines from the market. We used to reclaim every single part which was available, which could be reused. Like, there are engines which failed at early life, only the crankcase has gone bad or fuel system has gone back. The fuel pump, water pump, there is the crankshaft, camshaft, everything could be used. Turbo, we used to reclaim it, uh, remake the engine. The business was called new and reconditioned parts. Sell it back in the market with 1 year warranty in our system through our distribution with full disclosure. So, that was a great example which I have seen that, when you make your product, keep in mind, can you recycle it? Second is another great example which I can give you is your waste can be somebody's gold. Okay, I was working with Vedanta and we used to extract zinc from the earth. The impurity of zinc is silver. So whatever is impure for zinc actually is the total silver we produce in India. And whatever is the impurity of silver, that is, if you go to periodic cycle, it is titanium, molybdenum, gold, platinum and all. We used to literally sell it out as a scrap. Somebody was making money out of it. Go to food industry, oil, coconut oil, when they take out the coconut, they throw the shell. That is the raw material for jute industry, right? So we need to constantly think, my waste, is it going to be somebody's gold, right? And that is the kind of networking we should have, where we actually find out my scrap should actually be reused and should generate a new product. One is my product should use less material, less natural material. And my design should be in a way that I use the same platform, right? Can I just add on things? I constantly think every 6 months this new iPhone version comes. Two camera, three camera, then two camera, then three camera. Why don't they take back the body and then reuse that body, number one? Number two, why can't they just come up with a motherboard and say, you know what, bring your phone, pay 50,000 rupees, we'll just put the new motherboard or just the new, the screen. I think that is the need of our, that we need to think, my product, how long can it be used by just a little bit of tweak? And third thing, very important, is whatever we have to still use, water, air, light, energy, how can we reproduce it, right? Can we put more plants? Can we have water neutrality by either recirculating the water or creating the water banks around so that we are giving back to the society? And very, very commonsensical things. The moment we stop looking at our silo and say, this is my part of the production and scrap is someone else's responsibility, we will someday reach a point where, we will start having very little raw material available to us. One more thing, I don't know how many people from design are sitting here. I think government should come back for us to say, what is the virgin material you're using in your product and what is the recycled material you're using in the product. That should become a mandate. The way we are doing carbon neutrality and all, even the product should have a 50% minimum recycled material to be used in our production. So I think these are the few things we should start thinking out of the box to see how we can actually reach back to a minimalistic approach in whatever we are producing, whatever we're giving back, and how are we recirculating it in the system.
Thank you, Aditi. By the way, government is coming after us with all the EPRs and some of the regulations, CBAM. So whether our own government or the governments of the world, they are super excited about gently triggering or not so gently triggering the industry. But some of the points that you mentioned, are pretty interesting. Like, how do you design upfront, right? That's where you control the most. one man's trash is another man's treasure. That way, do the circularity. I'll just give you one very quick example. My previous employer, Tata Group, I was with Tata Chemicals, where Tata's, they are the world's third largest producer of soda ash. And soda ash, the residue of soda ash is lime. And Tata commissioned a cement mill just with the residue of soda ash. And I'm telling you, this is in the 1980s, done by the legendary Darbari Seth. I don't know how many of you will know about Darbari Seth, but no, that was the vision. In 1980, he saw so much limestone getting wasted, going into landfill. He converted that into a cement plant, and the company was making money, moving away material from landfill. And one thing, if you all can Google, I will tell you. Look at this Ellen MacArthur's foundation about, they have put one model of recycling. Whether it's manufactured material or natural material, how do you recycle? You recycle to the nearest source. You don't see, for example, a worn out engine, the way you can recycle, you can melt it and convert into steel. That's not the most optimized one. In the old days, if you remember, if an engine is worn out, I mean, for example, if a crankshaft is worn out, they take it out, they grind the pins, and then they put a thicker bearing and put it back, right? I mean, they keep on doing that. I don't know, the vehicles go for 1 million kilometers, right? I mean, easily 10 lakh kilometers the vehicles used to go because of such practices. Now we don't even have the expertise. And of course, it's all like very, very time consuming nowadays to do that. But the key is, how do we do such near recycling? Don't go far to melt it, but just take that crankshaft, grind, put it back. That is the near recycling. Like that, we have to keep the recycling loop as close as possible, and we should be able to do it in scale and with good quality. You cannot do it in a workshop kind of environment. Can you remanufacture an engine, like what I mentioned, in a way that a world-class engine will behave? That's for the industry to take. And my last but not the least question is also to Colonel Chetan. First of all, Colonel, I want to thank you for exemplary service to the nation, being in the armed forces. That way we all are here in this nice hall, eating nice lunch, talking to all wonderful colleagues. It's because people like you who are guarding our nation. So can we give one standing ovation to Chetan, please? So. Thank you. So Chetan is just back from the forces and he has joined the industry. Again, one more time, thank you, Colonel. I would like you to just talk about sustainability impact management. How do you go beyond traditionally internally focused sustainability program? And how do you go all the way down? How do you reach the entire extent? And how do you help the society to optimize the utilization of resources, enhance livelihood, and accelerate inclusive growth? Over to you, Colonel.
First of all, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone. Thanks for that. Those kind words and kind gesture. It was not for me as an individual, but it's for my organization. So gratitude to all of you. Good to know, talking so much about sustainability. I think we all understand sustainability. So much has been spoken. So I will just directly come to a example or a practice which we have been following. And I'm sure you all will resonate with the thought process and you would agree with what we have been doing. So in our culture or in our governance, tree plantation is very important. We all understand that government promotes it. Importance of tree, natural photosynthesis, carbon sequestration, creating carbon sink, we all understand. Fantastic. Government even promotes the awarding carbon credits for the tree plantation or forestation. Fantastic. It has launched a scheme, Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam. What a wonderful scheme. Fantastic. Kudos to the organization and kudos to all of us who are doing this. Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam. But what happens in case of unfortunate demise of that beloved mother? As per Hindu cremation, we need to give Agni. And in that process, what is happening? For that cremation, we need at least 400 to 500 kg of wood. For that wood, 2 fully grown trees who have a perhaps residual life ranging from 20 years to 50 years are cut. So that means जो एक पेड़ माँ के नाम लगाया था वो तो कट गया, unfortunately और एक पेड़ कट गया. So thought process, these are very sensitive issues. Thought process, actions, that's so wonderful. But what we are doing, perhaps we need to introspect. Is there any way out to this? Yes, definitely it is. And what we have been practicing. But during the COVID times, we all know the horrific pictures when the bodies were lying down. Not many people are willing to attend. So that is the time Presswell came forward. We deal in the biofuel, briquettes and pellets manufactured from agriculture residue resource. I am deliberately using the word resource and not the waste because it has energy value. So those cremations can also be on the briquettes and pellets which we have been practicing. I give you example. Just 5-7 years before, the Aurangabad city was practicing cremation. The eco-cremation percentage was less than 5%. However, as a case study, we spoke to everyone, right from the corporator to the all the stakeholders, all the government officials. And today the number of the cremations or eco-cremations in the Aurangabad city on briquettes, pellets, biofuel are more than 90%. So in the process, we are saving 2 trees which otherwise gets cut. How do the Supreme Court look at these trees? According to one of the verdicts, the cost of each tree per year is 75,000 rupees per year. So just calculate the number of years and so many. I mean, we know the simple maths, so we know the amount. These are national assets, but these are getting depleted. So if there is a criteria to promote, incentivize the afforestation, we should also need to think about using the practices which will prevent trees getting cut down at a premature stage. So this is one of the thought to conclude. Basically, the sustainability is fantastic. We all understand, we all are doing it. But at places, there is a scope for the societal change. At places, we also need to think toward this. We even took up the case with the ministries, and glad to mention that ministry has given approval and the CSR funding is also permitted for the eco-cremation. So that's how, in short, is my take on the sustainability aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. It was great. Again, Sujata, I'm giving you back 2 minutes. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for manufacturing today for this opportunity. Thank you, Sujata. Thank you.
Sure.
This is a wonderful panel discussion. Can we all applause for the wonderful panel members here, everyone? We'd also like to felicitate all our panel members, and to do the honors, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Sumit Doshi, Regional Director UKG India, to felicitate our panel members. We'd like to invite forward Mr. Abhijit Kumbhar, Deputy General Manager, Engineering Design and Stimulation Center, the Automotive Research Association of India. Ms. Aditi Sharma, Chief Manufacturing Excellence Officer, Minda. Mr. Ajit Kumar, COO, Birla Opus. With absolute honor, we'd like to invite Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Chetan Dhavar, Head Climate Consulting, PRE SPL. Can we clap for him, everybody? Dr. Naga Hanumaya, Director, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute. Mr. Padma Kumar G, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Yokohama Office Highway Tires. Ved Prakash Tiwari, Executive Vice President and Regional Head of Operations North and South, Lumax Industries Limited. We'd now like to invite our moderator as well. I'll request you to stay back on stage. Mr. Ashok Muthuswamy, ladies and gentlemen, Vice President BE Sustainability and TQM TAFE. Once again, a loud cheer for all our panel members on stage. Thank you so much. Our honor to have you all here with us. Thank you. It's time for the final panel for the day before we begin with the awards ceremony. Accelerate the Power Panel. Here we discuss India's manufacturing leap, powering exponential growth through agile strategies and policy synergy. The panel will deliberate on the strategies and synergistic policies driving India's manufacturing sector towards unprecedented growth. Please join me in welcoming all our panel members on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome Shailesh Sharma, Director for Operations SKF. Can we clap while they walk on stage? Kailash Jadhav, President, Sales, Petrochemicals, Shiptex, Specme Industries Limited. Munish Peshin, Business Head, Professional Lighting, Havells India Limited. Rajiv Kaul, Managing Director, ACUS. Sudipto Mukherjee, Managing Director, Texmaco Rail and Engineering Limited. Vikas Marwa, CEO, Lumax Auto Technologies. We'd also like to welcome our moderator for this session. Let's clap and welcome Ms. Sujata Vishnuraj, Editor for Manufacturing Today. Once again, I request Mr. Sudipto Mukherjee to please join us on stage for the panel discussion. I think I'll start and you can join in. I'll go down and cover. Here.
So good evening, everyone. And thank you, panel members, for joining us today. So manufacturing in India is no longer just about Make in India. So we just celebrated 11 years of manufacturing making in India. And I believe that Make in India is all about shaping the future of India's growth story. And today, we stand at a pivotal juncture where global supply chains are shifting, policies are aligning, and technologies are rewriting the rules of competitiveness. This session, the India's manufacturing lab powering exponential growth through agile strategies and policy synergies, will look at how India can seize this moment. Can we move beyond the incremental growth to exponential growth? Can agile strategies and policy synergy truly transform India into a global manufacturing powerhouse? With the eminent panel here, we will delve into the questions and more as we chart the roadmap for India's next big leap in manufacturing. So I'll start with Vikas here. What organizational and cultural shifts are most critical for manufacturing company to successfully adopt agile methodologies beyond just shop floor and integrate them into strategic planning, R&D, and supply chain management?
So thank you, Sujata, for having me here, and excited to be a part of this panel. I think you have chosen the theme very diligently, which is innovate, integrate, and accelerate. So let's talk about acceleration in this context. Of course, I think that on the manufacturing and the organization setups, we all need to move on from a hierarchical and a command and a control kind of a, I would say, a ancient mindset that we have to a more collaborative, a CFT-based system, which is not hierarchical. It's more peer level based, relying more on functional expertise. That is something which is internally, I think, going to drive agility and to challenge, the new norm of moving with speed. Secondly, I think even in terms of the context of a relationship between a customer and the supplier partners, and I come from automotive, let me talk from an OEM angle. Traditionally, what has been that there is a certain platform mindset approach in mind, and then the OEM goes around handing you an RFQ. That RFQ then calls for a technical proposal. Technical proposal calls for a cost bid. Then there's a cost bid one, then there's a cost bid two. I mean, more traditional organization, probably the partner that they want to work with, they'll give you a target pricing. They will ask you to match that pricing, give you a timeline and ask you to work at it. Sorry, it doesn't work anymore. I think as an organization, we have decided to move on to a tier 0.5 model. We are not on tier 1.0 model anymore. We want to collaborate. We want to co-work. We want to be the part of the, the involvement right from the conceptualization, from the design stage. We want to be the part of the housing and the packaging of the product so that we work together with the OEMs there, which also then it also brings us to another important aspect. Of course, we can't deliver it by ourselves. So we have our stakeholders, the supplier partners. And that is where the tier 2.0 then really comes into play, where a massive amount of handholding needs to come in. We have always heard about, get it perfect first time. I mean, do we live in a perfect world? We don't. For us, getting it right first time itself is a huge achievement, right? So get it right first time, move with speed. I would say recalibrate yourself, and it's okay to fail. It's okay to fail. But then during those failing points, have your FMEA processes and have all those testing protocols so much very well validated and, controlled that you learn from that and you don't repeat that mistake again. I think that has been the story of evolution of the Indian automotive industry. And I'm pretty confident that as India has already become the third largest automotive nation in the world, and now we'll be challenging US and China, that is the way to go for us.
So that is the automotive perspective. Rajiv, you are from the aerospace sector.
Yeah.
What is your perspective on this?
See, as Vikas said, first point what he said is hierarchical. That's right. I would put it in a context of empowering the people.
Just
to let the,
hold the mic a little closer. Can't hear.
yeah, you have to have empower entire people and look at the complete product value chain, what you're at the end of the day going to deliver to the customer. We have to move from the functional mindset. This is the finance department, this is the maintenance, this is the production, operation, supply chain, sales. It is at the end of the goal or the whole objective is to deliver the product. Until the time is a cross-functional team does not work together and they consider that as a win of delivering the product, I would say that is what we should look at as building the organization. Like we are program managers, become like the CEOs of the company, not the CEO cannot be a CEO, because at the end of the day, everybody has to deliver this. That's how I see today organization coming in as we become more and more modular.
So you spoke about having a right balance. Mr. Sharma, so how do you strike the right balance between standardization for efficiency and customization for agility? And what does a hybrid agile model look like in the physical production environment?
Yeah, so we to adaptability and quick change to serve. For example, in the same product line, certain machines can run as a mass production, but at the end of the assembly, we can have a little bit customized. For example, in my manufacturing setup, when we use super finishing stone, every bearing size needs a different stone. But sometimes if there is a shortage of a stone size, then the machine can stop. So what we started doing is to order a cake, stone cake, and we are just cutting as per the size what is required. So that is just an example. Similarly, what we can do is, which we have started doing slightly, making rings and keeping it at the end as a kind of supermarket. And according to what customer need, we can assemble and give. So that's a very quick solution to give, and it also keep intact efficiency. But yes, so there are chances where sometime you will lose some efficiency, but that is okay to serve customer better, because finally this is what we need.
Okay. Mr. Sudipto, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I just start from here. One is this, as you, Vikash has mentioned, that right out from the authoritarian or a controlling structure. So it is more very, very important a point that we believe in collective intelligence. So that is why I wanted to mention this, because I feel sometime we all followed management by participation. So when we only focus on participation, sometimes it becomes democracy. It doesn't take you to the decision level. So while respecting everybody, so you can have a call as a collective intelligence on any decision making. And supply chain, coming to that, yes, agility and focus of a long supply. So it is all about mindset. And how you align, because if you have that wheel inbuilt, so we do not have dearth of ammunitions today in any of the industries, perhaps whoever are sitting in the dais, that we cannot do it. I give you a live example today in the afternoon. I was saying that our Honorable Defense Minister has inaugurated a launching of Agni missile from a railway wagon. And I'm proud to tell you that I was part of that manufacturing process and worked with DRDO very closely. So there was a vendor, of course, multiple MSME vendors and people were involved. So there were somebody who was doing everything good, but he was constrained about space to make a particular part of the hood, which is a sliding in nature. And I mean, all of the stakeholders were very agile to allow him to manufacture it uh, unconventionally without having a permanent hood or a factory shade with a temporary measure, and pulling in 17 sub vendors to support him to achieve the whole job in 84 hours. So nobody has thought of, but it is aligning for that purpose, where if we can make that spark, that agility is possible. We have to believe it is possible. And when we work in vendor development, we work in all of this. So for everything, it should have a sublime purpose. It's not only the business numbers, the production numbers, but it is something which may not be perfect, as very rightly mentioned by him, but something a way which with collective intelligence we can find. So it is, I mean, it's absolutely possible.
Okay. You mentioned about the supply chain one. So my next question to you is to you, Mr. Kailash. The shift to agile manufacturing necessitates a fundamental change in the supply chain from linear to push-based model to a dynamic pull-based network. What are the technological and governance prerequisites for building such a resilient on-demand supply chain in India, and what are the primary risks associated with it?
Namaskar. Thank you for having me here. On your question, I would actually like to put one more question to you. And it's the answer that possibly we can get with all the challenges that we face in the supply chain management. So the question is, what language do we think in? And I might be talking in English, but I might be thinking in Hindi. If you look at the entire platform where we are working, right from sourcing to manufacturing to delivering and getting it to the end user, there are too many hands on board. And where we possibly go wrong is that we do not have a common language. We need to devise a language which is possibly understood even by the manufacturer, by the supplier, by the end user, and by all those people, those hands on board, the guys who drive the trucks, the people who manage the inventory. The same language has to be used. So what we've done with ShiftTech is that we have developed this language in which we do not include a lot of manual interference, where thought process, decision-making, individual decision-making can be eradicated. We have formed a system in which we can, right from the manufacturing to the delivery point, we work on an SOP, which helps us engage ourselves in a better and an efficient supply chain management. So if we can actually understand and come to the conclusion what language we want to speak with whatever we are doing, we will have our answers.
Okay. So that brings us to the use of technology in whatever you are doing. So could you just explain a little bit more about it?
I'll give you an example. So what we're doing in ShiftTech is we are basically manufacturers of chlorinated paraffin, where paraffin is one of our main raw key ingredients that we use for. And while this process, we have our second cuts, we have our third cuts, and we have our bottom cuts. And from there, we have designed products which help improve better efficiency in CBU engines or very high power engine, high torque engines, like something like a cetane booster, or possibly to give out more cleaner fuel. Now, what we've done out here is that we've developed a software which is can be managed by the driver of the person who's operating the equipment, right from the person whom he's working for, is possibly where the mine owner comes in. And there is a certain data that everybody in the system, all these stakeholders at their point, need to feed in, which will help us, basically understand how much fuel we have saved, hours, man hours have gone into using the equipment, and what is the profits we are getting from it. So yes, we certainly use the software and the program to develop that thing and work on it.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Rajiv, coming to you, what is the most significant bottleneck for Indian manufacturers in transitioning from simply collecting data to deriving action that drive predictive and prescriptive decision making? Because Kailash just mentioned about how he sounded it it's very easy to do.
I think it's a very interesting question because if you remember 1990s, we're transitioning from files to computers and the Excel came and everything, right? And transitioning that was a very tough job for every organization. Changing the mindset of the people, give up the files, let's go to computers, let's do Word, let's use Excel to do this. So we are sitting on the same cusp today also. There are a lot of tools available, as you mentioned, but the fundamental issue, what I found, I'm telling from our experience also, is a mindset of people from getting out of the Excel sheet to using these tools. There's a fear in the mind. So should I do it? And I'm holding the data. What will happen? So that is something we have to drive within the organization. Till the time we do not do it, it is very difficult to do it. It took us almost 5 years to get people to give up the Excel sheets, adapt all the tools and try to interconnect. Because one of the most critical thing today is to having a data real time. And if we do not get real time, you cannot do failure analysis. You cannot do right on time. Like in the beginning of when I was starting, we said how many hours are lost, production hours are lost. It could be also because of the data. And today, so much tectonic shift is happening globally where world is moving by hours. We don't know by the time we talk, something else might have happened. So you cannot be sitting and trying to analyze after 30 days what happened, getting your forecast or all those things. So that is a fundamental shift I think is necessary for people to adapt. Technologies and tools are available. Changing the mindset of people and adapting them to these tools and everything is very, very critical and everything. It's a big journey. It doesn't happen in a year time and all those things, but it takes several years to get there. But key is to start. And the best thing about these tools is they are not expensive tools. So it doesn't matter at what stage in manufacturing people can really take it. It could be a small company. There are tools available to do that also. So there are tools, big companies can go for much larger tools. Small companies can still adapt tools and all those things, but still get out of that to have this.
Mr. Sharma, do you have any point to add on to that?
No, nothing.
Okay. So there are ethical implications of AI and machine learnings, which are a growing concern globally. Actually, there are cases that are running when it comes to OpenAI and Grok. How should Indian manufacturers approach the responsible deployment of these technologies, and especially regarding the workforce management and data privacy and algorithmic bias in decision making? That's for you, Mr. Sharma.
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Okay, the ethical implications of AI and machine learning, which is a growing concern globally, and how should Indian manufacturers approach the responsible deployment of these technologies?
Okay, yeah, so this is a trend, AI ML, which is very much required for any manufacturer to mainly for prediction, like what we are using in SKF is for our predictive maintenance. We have put up sensors and also in a way our inspection machine learn for which reason the machine is rejecting a part, and that machine learning happens. And later on, we need not to do detailed investigation because machine itself then throw, okay, this particular defect came because of this particular reason. So that saves a lot of time for us. Going forward, when we go, I think Gen AI also should help here for improving our efficiency loss, or even for predictive analysis, or even on forecasting, seasonality, and any supply chain disruption, and even opportunities which are coming on way. So that is definitely helping, and it's not that simple to adopt. It needs a tons of data. And I am sure all organizations have that data, but how effectively we use those data to convert into any algorithm which can be helpful for drawing some conclusion and giving some analysis which can be used to improve our overall manufacturing system.
Okay. Speaking about efficiency, Munish, we heard from the esteemed panel on the importance of bringing efficiency in manufacturing. And since you are an OEM who is providing lighting solution, how are you working with the industry to drive efficiency and quality in manufacturing with lighting as a service?
Thanks, Sujata, for the question. And I think a lot of things which we heard or we discussed this morning were mostly around the machine and the man managing it. I think this takes away a lot of, the decision makers' time as well as attention in terms of these two things have to be in place to make sure that we run a productive factory or kind of a industry which has a competitive edge. One thing in a lot of cases which gets neglected is the environment in which this is to be performed. And that is wherein actually as a lighting manufacturer, we come in. While most of the attention is taken away by the machine, the man manning it, but what kind of environment has to be provided? And lighting is an important element from an environment perspective, additional to your aircon, your air quality and all. So for us at lighting, at Havells, what we believe in terms of how do we ensure that for any particular process, any particular environment, there's the right light which is being produced. So some time back, I think it was probably one size fitting everything. So the lighting would be mostly flat. It won't govern in terms of for a particular activity, we may need a different lighting. So that is wherein we pitch in. We know that lighting will have an impact on the performance of the people running the machine. Lighting will have an impact on a lot of, we heard about a lot of sensory devices since mornings. Sensory devices, a lot of them are imagery sensoring, so that lighting has to be perfect. I think it is this domain wherein we come in, make sure that application-specific lighting solutions are created, which help us to make sure that for a particular application, the best lighting solution is provided. That helps in a way in terms of the processes can be run more efficiently. The other big factor which is directly related to efficiency is the downtime. I think, we spoke about in an industrial environment, downtime is the biggest hindrance. So to make sure that the lighting solution gives the right light and is robust and rugged to make sure it works under those industrial environment, to make sure there are minimum interruptions and minimum obstructions which happen in the manufacturing process. So from that perspective, we see lighting plays an important role, and a reliable and a very dedicated lighting solution for different applications really makes a lot of sense. While we may say, okay, what are the different applications, but each industry has its own set of environment in which production is carried out or a particular specification process is carried out. And for that, the lighting solutions should also be adequately, I would say, customized and built to those specifications. That is how, from a manufacturing perspective, we need to show that right light is provided to make sure breakdowns as well as accidents are prevented to ensure running smooth factories.
Okay, thank you. Now coming to how we are looking at India's manufacturing leap. Now there are a lot of schemes that have come out in the last decade. So one of them is the production linked incentives. So coming to you, Vikas, the PLI schemes have been instrumental, and however, how can we ensure that these schemes will foster genuine innovation and technological upgradation rather than merely incentivizing assembly operations? Because we have seen a lot of assembly operations which are happening, the CKD operations happening. So how can we make sure that manufacturing happens in India?
So PLI 1.0, as I would call it, we were fortunate to be very closely associated with it when it got rolled out in 2021 sometime. We were still in those COVID years. We worked very closely with the industry bodies, with the government, and primarily, to my understanding, it came for white goods, electronics, and the automotive sector. Being in automotive, the PLI 1.0 that came out, we were covered under the advanced automotive technology products. Happy to share with you that Lumax Group was shortlisted as one of the approved PLI champions amongst 20-30 auto component players. I think being the first version, I would grant it that the threshold limits that have been framed while rolling out the PLIs, probably they could have been thought a little better. It right now is sounding like a volume game. The aggregate number of units produced. It's sounding about, okay, how much investment you bring to the table, and that investment is not counting the investment that you put in purchasing the land, which is the single biggest investment that you could probably do. It is talking about plant and machinery. I would say that the current PLI, at least for the automotive sector, is still very heavily skewed in terms of being biased towards the multinationals and large organizations. Fine, we fall within a large organization format. But what about the MSMEs? What about my subsidiaries, which need to be a part of it, which are still getting off the ground? To get that critical mass to scale, I think PLI 2 should be focusing on value addition rather than just pure value. That's one part of it. Second, currently we are not rewarding the spirit of innovation and the spirit of technology that needed to be inbuilt as a resilient measure when this PLI was envisaged. We are talking about, okay, localization, 50% localization hona chahiye. Now, believe me, when the audit firms like EY and everybody are coming, there are ways to get around that. Very easy ways to get around that. And you still end up being just a mass assembly factory. So the people who know how to play this game, they are playing it like really well. But somewhere, I think a company which in the automotive sector is not able to park 250 crore rupees worth of investments in 4 or 5 years, it's able to put only 100 crores. You are not counting the 50 crore rupees which that company could not afford, but still ended up buying land, which it needed to. You're not qualifying it, right? उसने ITIs में जाके FTEs की एम्प्लॉयमेंट देके डिप्लोमा होल्डर्स को उठा के उसने लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट्स को उठा के उसने जो उनको फॉस्टर करके जो वहां पे एम्प्लॉयमेंट इकोसिस्टम जनरेट किया, आप उसको रिवॉर्ड नहीं कर रहे हैं, right? And then unfortunately, if he is not able to scale up to that value in terms of the sales value, because I mean, let me again come back to the automotive. That is what I understand the best, and that is the only thing I understand in life. In automotive, a lot of these advanced automotive components were approved for the EV powertrain. Where's EV? Fine, it's getting off the ground, but that we have been hearing for like 7, 8, 10 years. Biofuels came in, CNG never went away, hybrids came in. तो जितने पार्ट्स वहां पे डेवलप होने वाले थे, अगर आपने वहां पे इन्वेस्टमेंट कर दिए हैं, आप बाकी सारी चीजें करके बैठे हैं, अब आप सेल्स के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं. So PLI is not flying. Having said that, I think a great initiative, very well thought out measure as far as the government is concerned. Probably the stakeholders need to be more from the industry rather than the policymakers. The policymakers, with all due respect, they know administration best. But when you come from inside the industry and we have a larger say in terms of how the policy needs to be measured, probably PLI 2 could be a real game changer. The benefits and the subsidiaries are to the extent of some 8, 10, 12% if you see. And these are like huge benefits which are coming. So who gains? Maybe a global giant like, and no taking away credit from that. I mean, he's a giant. Bosch gains. He can afford to. वो इंडिया में बना के बाहर एक्सपोर्ट कर सकता है, उसके पास स्केल है. But what about the spirit of Indian innovation then? Where does the Indian enterprise go? So all of this is taking, I think, a little time. The OEMs are playing this game very well. The OEMs have got value. They've got mass. They can do it very well. They are asking auto component players like us to work closely with them so that they get their PLI benefits. I don't think any OEM is missing their PLI benefit. But as far as the auto comp is concerned, I think we need a little more handholding. I mean, sorry about my frank views, but that's how I feel about it.
Okay, so yes, I agree on that. But how do you say what specific regulatory reforms in areas maybe like land acquisition, labor laws, the cross-border trade agreements, or what are the most critical for unleashing the next wave for manufacturing growth? Anyone can answer that. Anyone?
I'm starting so that I know many of this come. So I feel that one is industry wise, as already Bikash has very rightly mentioned about the innovation. So it is going to be one of the key aspect where we are going to see India, whether we'll be bridging the aspiration or not in the same space or agility as we want. So it is across the industry. For railways, there is no PLI. Think about it. And where, today, I think it is so pertinent that it has a direct impact on the GDP as well as the cost of price index when you move it, and it is eco-friendly when you move it green. So there is no PLI for innovation. So we as an Indian company, we are exporting to the rest of the world. Of course, we have been awarded with a trophy, but there is no PLI. So it is very important when, as Vikash has mentioned, that we are looking for some multinational, but there are something which also happens in India, which first, how we recognize our problem, that is going to be the thing. So I am up for certain matrices, which are, I think, very important in the way forward to incentivize the initiative of skilling and upskilling of people by the organizations. I want a structured incentivization on digitization adopted by the organization, because India will be always driven by mix of limitations and opportunities. We cannot bridge so many people and so much layers of the economy together. It has to be balanced. We should not hold like this, we should hold like this. So these are the, I think, fundamentals one should look for along with the innovation. This is what I felt that must be there. Thank you.
So you are talking about reframing the narrative to form a skill shortage to a learning adaptability imperative.
Yeah, see, it is very, when you suddenly grow and we don't realize, and sometime it happens. I mean, when you, it impers to the first question, that agility versus this, that how much percentage of the short-term employment you look forward to. Today, why skilling would be looked as philanthropy only? Is this not should be our responsibility and duty? We do ourselves every day. So it should be part of life. So to make it part of life, to bring it everybody to a same consciousness and at least to a level of pace, this is important initially, which encourages more collaborations and participations, and also ensures that the national plan, what is being made by the administrators, are being met with a defined time frame, more predictable time frame, rather than putting it in the hands of the God.
Okay. Thank you, Sudipto. So continuing on the policy part, Rajiv, what is your opinion about the policy support? You mentioned about policy support often most often effective when it is sector agnostic. How can government initiatives be designed to foster a horizontal ecosystem of innovation and R&D that benefits a wide range of industries from automotive to electronics without favoring over the another?
See, typically, if we see, always policies have come with sector-wise, right? It's an electronic industry, so it was to propel that and all those things. But what you have raised is a very fundamental question. How do you make it agnostic so that horizontally capabilities can be developed. That is where I think one of the critical things are there. If you see I'm just talking more from precision engineering and everything, a lot of capabilities are very common. Okay, whether it could be machining, forming, injection molding, surface treatment, and special processes, and all those things. And the biggest challenge today in our country is for us is like having these capabilities, building these capabilities takes a lot of time. Like aerospace, they have developed like they're 30, 40 years developed. And if we come again in the electronics, also components and precision components and injection molding and all those things, East has been very, very far ahead. They have already 20 years head start. Key is if certain policies can come along with, it could be collaborative with technical institutes, industry, and this, and say, hey, these are the focus 10 capabilities where we will focus and provide incentives to develop that. And I think that will be very important to build it, and it will really foster cross-functional people. Because today what happens is, let's say in aerospace, first thing mindset when you have to pick people, they go after all aerospace companies. But the number of aerospace companies you can count in hand in India, which are currently, I'm talking, taking out the defense and everything. Or similarly, if we talk about, let's say we are operating toys and everything, there are very few companies. You cannot keep, and then you have to go across the wide to pull out. Because only thing what will happen is we are resource constrained. The biggest driver, biggest killer for our growth as a country is that we have availability of people, but we do not have availability of the skilled people and the capability people and all those things. That is where across this one can come, and incentive schemes can come to drive that and everything.
Okay. One question, we have 7 minutes left, and one question to all of you, starting with you, Kailash. Beyond the concept of China plus one, which is like driving many global firms to look at India, how can we move from being a supplementary or alternative hub to a primary and indispensable part of a global value chain? First of all, do you believe that we are China plus one, or can we be China plus one?
It's an interesting question. And as Rajiv was mentioning earlier about the skill set, and he mentioned that the East is a good 20 years ahead of us. I don't intend to digress out here, but a very simple example which should actually take us all back home and take us back to the belly to think where we are heading to. Everybody, or most of us, possibly have heard or read or talk or pray the Hanuman Chalisa. Right? Now, here, Rajiv, you're talking about East being 20 years ahead of us, where NASA was actually trying to find its way out to get the distance to the sun. A few eons back, somebody had written, Jug Sahastra Yojan Par Bhanu, Lilyo Tahi Madhur Phal Janu. Jug is 1 light year, Sahasra is 1,000, and 4.67 miles. And that's how you add it up. And we knew the distance from Earth to the sun. Somewhere in this entire process of how India has evolved, not just as a manufacturing, not in the capacity of just manufacturing, we have somewhere lost a lot of things. We need to actually come back to the drawing board and stop thinking of the fact, are we China plus one or some other country plus one? We need to first try to rediscover ourselves. What we've been doing is we've been just trying to duplicate, reinvent, and some of us win, some of us fail. And that's how things are going on. India can certainly be the world's top manufacturing facility. India can certainly be the top educational hub. We can create the best of the ideas. We have the workforce, but the system has to get us back and take a few steps behind, discover ourselves, discover our strengths. There's so much of information that flows in and out, and again, not with a at the cost of repetition out here. If you look at our children, the new generation that is coming out, they are just mugging things up. So I think before we answer the question that can we be China plus one, can we be better than what we were yesterday or some time back? And can we really drive our entire nation towards knowledge, towards attaining and finding what we have lost, and then try to prove something to the world? So I find that's not the right question to ask at this moment.
Let me add on this China plus one, because this is like, we operate in the segments of aerospace and consumer. And we all know like consumer is driven largely by China plus one strategy. But we all know here, we read every information is available. If we really see, whether it's with the West or whether in the East, today the population what we have, I don't think, and the youngest population we have in the world, I don't think world has any choice to look at it. It's like a pressure actually has been built on us. This China plus one is basically, if you see, is a pressure on us, because everybody knows that in 20 years, 30 years, ours is the youngest population who can get there, because there's aging population plus China had its own strategy of one child policy, many other things and everything. So world is looking at India to find a solution. Okay, it is up to us. I will just tell you from our ACUS perspective, our fundamental, when we started even aerospace or something was there, and the other business we launched, our focus was clearly in-country value. How do we get with in-country value? It was not that ACUS can create so much value, which are we need to do 100% in-country value, because once you have the 100% in-country value, then you have the whole supply chain with you. Then you can compete with anybody, whether it's China or any other Eastern or West and all those things. And when I'm talk about the 100% in-country value, it is not only for product perspective. We have established ACUS like from forged machine. It was even to look at, go beyond that. Go to equipments what are manufactured in the country. Okay, don't always look at the West or East or something like that. First see what is available in the country, and sometimes even help the companies, those equipment manufacturers, hey, this is what we saw in this country, can you do something like that? Right? So you technically find a whole supply chain, integrate from machine, integrate from the equipment, from then the product, then skilling the people and everything. That is where you drive the 100% in-country value mindset we have to drive. Everything we have to find a solution in country. If not today, maybe 2 years. Something may take 10 years, something may happen 2 years, but we still need to have a roadmap and focus to build that 100% in-country value for everything. So that is what my take is on the manufacturing. That's what journey we have taken it so far. And still, jury is still out, we'll see.
Okay. Munish, you want to add?
So, looking at this whole China plus one scenario, I'll look at that from a lighting perspective, and I think it holds true for majority of the things. Right now, in most of the segments, we look at China plus mostly from a localization perspective, and what it leads to, these competencies or these strengths being built isolated in some islands. What needs to happen if we really want to occupy that particular space? The whole floor level has to be raised. I think that is where a lot of strength would be built. So it's not, I think we have a lot of I would say, industrial clusters or a lot of organizations who have really graduated there, who are already serving the West. But then definitely is the tier 2, tier 3 ecosystem ready for those kind of things? So that would happen only if, our floor is raised. Right now, there's a lot of asymmetry there. We have centers of excellence, we have islands of excellence, but that stage will be reached only when we really go there. And I totally agree with Mr. Jadav's point. I think mimicking what some successful economies have been able to do and make a big success out of it may not be enough. Even some of those countries have done differently when in the 20 years back, when the East did something different. We also need to find our vectors, addition to whatever learnings from the past have to be incorporated into it.
So, of course, it is an opportunity. But the sad part is why India cannot be seen as a primary manufacturing hub. There is a huge difference between India and China. China is 5 times bigger than us. Their 25% is approximately contribution from manufacturing in their GDP. And the kind of ecosystem they have, I think this needs a lot of political will to change certain things. There is a good intention by government, why so many policies laid down, but how many are really going up to the grassroots level? And secondly, how is ease of doing business? And why sometimes these policies are whether really helping or not, I think government needs to see. And why we cannot make an ecosystem like China to make a very lucrative market. And why as a China plus one, it should be parallel to China. China plus one is just because of political or geopolitical reasons that world has evolved. And people are, our world is seeing India as a hub. But of course, that's a good opportunity for India to go in that path.
Okay.
Well, so China plus one, when we say, I think coined by the West, if not by any Indian. So there is an acceptance that China, but in one, there is no name of India. So we can also look at this, but in our interactions globally, this sentence comes with an opportunity to us when people say, okay, we want to come out of China for this and these reasons, and we find you closer to us. Are you game for it? Are you willing to work with me? So this looks as an opportunity, and this increases the responsibility if we finally get into it. So one way of looking at it, we can see it as an opportunity. And that opportunity can be aligned with the aspiration we have as a nation. On a lighter note, of course, in my life, I have seen a time when other than national anthem, is only the India-Pakistan cricket match used to unite us. Perhaps we did not have any united cause. So I think time has come where we come together, be united for the cause, because while we see a lot of opportunities, we take pride to say we have young generation, we have so much of width and depth, we have these values, that values, we have this. But where is the aggregation for a purpose? So the code is still missing, and there are some fragmented initiatives. So which, of course, throws light on for all of us to working together on and contribute positively with all speed and agility. Otherwise, this plus one can become plus 100 also. So that risk is also there. So it is time that we work. We try to talk to our administrators as a body, as an individual, or wherever we feel, and we keep on keeping our mind that this is something is a must for our survival and the ways forward. So, and few fundamental things I would like to share as an experience, that while we talk about supply chain, we talk about growth in manufacturing or in any industry, we find there is still a gap, which is skill. We find there is still a gap in terms of quality, even if we are not talking about excellence. So chal jayega se kuch aur karna padega, as Bikash was mentioning, doing right is very difficult, but it's very simple. If you decide, it's a matter of a decision. So that's why that alignment is important. And somehow, I think we will not be doing justice if we do not follow this. There is a greater consciousness now to do it. We have opportunity in hand. And this is how I would love to hope for the best and stay in the side of positivity, of new sunrise.
So I think already majority of the right views have been already put forward by my eminent panel colleagues. I think only from the automotive perspective, one thing I would like to say is there is no China plus one, there's China plus none, right? Sorry to be making this statement, but the automotive world would not exist if there was no China. We recently saw, we just came to the brink on the rare earth magnet crisis. The entire industry could have come to a grinding halt. The semiconductors, the PCBs, these are all, I think, politically charged policy decisions, and we need to be more pragmatic about it. Why do you want to put an anti-dumping duty on PCBs when we are not competent to make it yourself in India? पहले वो वाली competence तक तो आ जाए इससे पहले कि अपने system को हम लोग choke कर रहे हैं. I also think, with all due respect, the automotive pricing in India that we are giving, if you think it's great, good for you, but then you don't know the Chinese prices. So if we were collaborating, if we were cooperating, and if we were just willing to accept, yes, he's the big brother as far as the technology play goes, as far as the supply chain goes, as long as the raw material factories go, I think we will be doing ourselves a great favor. We should not be ashamed in admitting China is light years ahead of us today. And it is not only because of their strengths in their manufacturing system, it is the way they have approached their infrastructure management and the way they have built the entire structure and the ecosystems around it. There is no red tapeism around it. The kind of Inspector Raj, License Raj that we have and the land mafias that operate here in India, you don't see them in China. Fine, I mean, it may be one thing to say that nahi, wahan pe communism hai, hamare yahan pe democracy hai. What has this democracy yielded you except inefficiency and non-productivity and corruption? So it needs to be a deeper debate. And I think that if due to Mr. Trump now unwittingly pushing India closer to China, now is the time that we mended our bridges with them. We made our technical collaborations. We got to India the technologies that we need. We learned from them what we can do best, and not just, again, repeating, not just become an assembly factory like unfortunately we are becoming textile and many electronic items. We actually then regenerate that spirit of innovation, learn to work how to create. So creation is something that we need to do much faster. I think last 5 years, the COVID years, the biggest collateral damage which India has done to itself is, destroying its relationship, the business relationship with China. And I hope that we don't do that in future.
That was a very loaded statement. So I will end the panel discussion here, and we have gone up the time limit, and many of our colleagues have to travel back. So I am not attempting for audience question here. Sorry about that. Thank you, my panel members. Thank you about that.
Thank you for that wonderful panel discussion. I'll request you to come forward for a photograph together. We would now like to call on stage Mr. Bibor Srivastav, Managing Director, ITP Media Events India, to join us on stage to felicitate the panel members. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Mr. Shailesh Sharma, Director of Operations, SKF. Mr. Kailash Jadhav, President, Sales, Petrochemicals, Shiftex, Pechemy Industries Limited. Mr. Munish Patient, Business Head, Professional Lighting, Havells India Limited. Mr. Rajiv Kaul, Managing Director, ACUS. Mr. Sudipto Mukherjee, Managing Director, Texmaco Rail and Engineering Limited. Mr. Vikas Marwa, CEO, Lumax Auto Technologies. Thank you to all our panel members for this lovely, wonderful panel discussion, our last panel for the evening. Sorry about no questions that we could ask right now, but I'm sure we can do that off stage later. Before we begin with the excitement of the award ceremony, we're going to take a very quick, short, refreshing break. And I'm going to request all of you, since we have flights to catch, let's be back here in the next 15 minutes. We are at 5:07 right now, so let's be back in the next 15 minutes from now. So we begin again. Let's aim for 5:25 p.m., please. Thank you.
In manufacturing, oil and gas, pharma, and power generation, every minute of downtime means lost production, higher costs, and reputational damage. As factories become more automated, cyber threats and system failures put critical operations at risk. Many data protection vendors no longer support older systems, leaving manufacturers vulnerable. Acronis Cyber Protect offers advanced backup and recovery for operational technology systems, even for legacy systems like Windows XP, restoring production uptime in minutes. Using live server imaging and universal machine restoral, Acronis minimizes production downtime and restores OT systems instantly. Designed for ease of use, recovering OT systems with Acronis requires no IT expertise. Your plant employees can restore operations with a single click. Unplanned downtime can cost up to $260,000 per hour. Acronis ensures continuous uptime of OT systems, safeguarding your profitability. Protect your real-time production operations. Reduce OT system downtime. Visit acronis.com to learn more.
A promise of safety, an attractive blend of function and style. A name synonymous with premium, efficient, and technologically advanced electrical products. Distinguished by customer-centric design and modern aesthetics. Havells, an electrical goods giant that's been pioneering high-end innovative products, making in India since 1971. What began as a modest electrical trading company with an investment of just rupees 10,000 60 years ago has grown into a fast-moving electrical goods company that makes in India.
I'm going to request everybody to please take their seat. Everyone who is outside, you can grab your cup of coffee or tea and join us here for the awards ceremony. Let's not delay it.
We are a complete portfolio of both consumer electricals, industrial electricals, as well as consumer durable play. We manufacture everything in-house. And that has been the big strength for Havells, that we have.
I'll request everyone to please take their seat. We're about to begin.
Let me work it. Yeah. Put it on me, my hands on your waist. Later you can come over my place. I don't want you either. Oh, you wanna party? Listen to your body. I want to get naughty. And I really like the way you move. Welcome back, everyone. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, beginning the beautiful award
ceremony, the much awaited award ceremony we've all been waiting for. I'm going to request all of you to please take a seat. Let's settle down. We're about to begin. Before we begin the awards night, it's really important to thank all our partners, our sponsors, everybody who's really supported us, been there for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our presenting partner, Havells, powered by SAP, workforce management partner, UKG, cybersecurity partner, Acronis, the beautiful official magazine of Course Manufacturing Today, associate partners ARAI, CMTI, and the lovely event by ITP Media Group. Can we clap for all of them, everybody? Come on. And our lovely team here, we have a video to share. Can we roll the video, please?
A promise of safety, an attractive blend of function and style. A name synonymous with premium, efficient, and technologically advanced electrical products. Distinguished by customer-centric design and modern aesthetics. Havells, an electrical goods giant that's been pioneering high-end innovative products, making in India since 1971. What began as a modest electrical trading company with an investment of just rupees 10,000 60 years ago has grown into a fast-moving electrical goods company that makes in India for the global consumers.
Himmat Rai Gupta ji, our founder chairman, always believed in Atmanirbharta, though it is a buzzword today, but it has always been there as a philosophy for Havells. We are a complete portfolio of both consumer electricals, industrial electricals, as well as consumer durable play. We manufacture everything in-house. And that has been the big strength for Havells, that we have a complete control on not only the technology, but also the complete supply chain.
Driven by a futuristic vision for new age products and innovation, the company's growth and expansion has been powered by its in-house product design and development and adoption of cutting-edge technology. With its unwavering commitment to make in India, Havells has 15 state-of-the-art manufacturing plants in the country. These manufacturing facilities focus on automation and adoption of Industry 4.0 practices while producing a wide spectrum of products in 25+ categories. From wires and cables that carry power to houses to a variety of high-tech Internet of Things-enabled products and home appliances. Havells' expansive portfolio of products has set the industry benchmark for range and quality. Product innovation is at the heart of Havells' success. Focused on the specific needs of Indian consumers, Havells invests a great deal of time and investment to create new products and develop new technologies. Havells Center for Research and Innovation is the crucible for product design and innovations. Havells has evolved from manufacturing electrical goods to developing and embedding cutting-edge technology in its products.
Most important aspect of the brand of Havells is trust. The consumer trusts the brand of Havells, and that is what we want to give to our consumer. When they put an electrical product in their house, they should feel safe and they should have a sound sleep.
Havells is proud of its research and development and product innovation. The Havells Experience Center is meant to showcase these products and their features to the end consumer. And it's one-of-a-kind experience center. People can interact with Havells products in a real-life setting. Havells' people-centric vision extends beyond developing technology for its end users. The company's long-standing CSR initiatives focus on Havells employees, dealer network, as well as the larger communities in different regions of the country. Havells has implemented a comprehensive set of CSR initiatives that span education, nutrition, sanitation and hygiene, and environmental sustainability. With manufacturing plants powered by solar energy that have zero water discharge certification, Havells is India's first water and wood positive organization. With a keen eye on the future, while being firmly rooted in its founder's ethos of inclusivity and sustainability, Havells is headlining the country's FMEG industry's presence on the global stage.
Havells should be looking at creating a benchmark for technology, not just in India, but also globally.
Now the time of my life, and I owe it all to you. I've been waiting for so long. Now I finally found someone to stand by me.
Nothing feels as good as a great place to work. UKG has the technology and insights to make it all happen.
In manufacturing, oil and gas, pharma, and power generation, every minute of downtime means lost production, higher costs, and reputational damage. As factories become more automated, cyber threats and system failures put critical operations at risk. Many data protection vendors no longer support older systems, leaving manufacturers vulnerable. Acronis Cyber Protect offers advanced backup and recovery for operational technology systems, even for legacy systems like Windows XP, restoring production uptime in minutes. Using live server imaging and universal machine restore, Acronis minimizes production downtime and restores OT systems instantly. Designed for ease of use, recovering OT systems with Acronis requires no IT expertise. Your plant employees can restore operations with a single click. Unplanned downtime can cost up to $260,000 per hour. Acronis ensures continuous uptime of OT systems, safeguarding your profitability. Protect your real-time production operations. Reduce OT system downtime. Visit acronis.com to learn more.
If you're like many manufacturers, you struggle to gain the data insights you require to truly optimize your operations. You need better tools to uncover problems, improve quality, and forecast and plan for best performance. Just as important, you want better visibility to minimize costs and get the most from dispersed and aging plants. That's why you need SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights. An option for the SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud Manufacturing Execution System. This innovative software as a service delivers near real-time data and advanced analytics. Forward-thinking manufacturers can leverage the solution to analyze manufacturing and business data, identify and resolve production issues, and achieve the full advantages of Industry 4.0. SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights gives you complete visibility from top floor to across all your shop floors. The solution lets you capture data from disparate systems across all of your locations. Our standards-based interfaces grab data from your manufacturing operations management systems and automation systems. By collecting data from operational technology controls and IoT devices, along with other information sources in local plants, and then manipulating it in a centralized location in the cloud, you can achieve both plant-specific and enterprise-wide insights. Normalization of your raw data lets you correlate disparate data points to gain an accurate view into opportunities for improvement. You can drill down to find root causes of unscheduled downtime, speed loss, quality defects, and other issues. Sophisticated pattern detection gives you proactive insights to make adjustments on the fly. Advanced algorithms for predictive quality accelerate root cause analysis for improvements in efficiency and yield. Analytics is pre-configured and intuitive, so all stakeholders can understand the drivers of global and plant-level performance. Plus, pre-configured multi-site production actuals make sure your planners are in tune with operations. With SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights, effective data capture, standardization, and analysis enable you to track and execute against KPIs. You can use industry standard KPIs or define your own KPIs with our harmonized data model and modeling environment. You can also leverage industry measurements such as overall equipment effectiveness. Self-service reports with customizable views let you visualize, understand, and track both KPIs and live operations data. Finally, deep insights equip you to quickly identify and resolve quality, productivity, and other issues to continually improve performance. You can keep equipment working effectively to minimize downtime, reduce scrap, improve quality, and increase ROI. Ultimately, SAP Digital Manufacturing Cloud for Insights empowers you to improve efficiency, production rate, quality, and yield across all of your manufacturing locations. You can efficiently manage both CapEx and OpEx, reduce the cost of goods sold, take full advantage of your manufacturing assets, and contribute to the profitable growth of your business.
Thank you. Can we clap for all our partners, associates? Once again, everyone. So the moment is finally here where we begin the much awaited awards ceremony presentation. Time to celebrate the excellence and hard work of each one of you. Congratulations to all of you in advance. I'd now like to call on stage Ms. Sujata Vishnuraj, editor of Manufacturing Today, to share a few words about the Manufacturing Today Conference and Awards.
Good evening, everyone. So this year, as you know, every year, so we have been discussing about this innovate, integrate, accelerate for the whole day. So our focus is on how innovation, seamless integration, and accelerated execution are driving India's manufacturing sector to new heights. So as we celebrate the 13th edition of this prestigious event, we honor the remarkable achievements of manufacturers across the country. With an overwhelming response of over 283 nominations from industry leaders, MSMEs and SMEs, the jury faced a challenging task of evaluating entries through a rigorous process, looking at innovation, scalability, and ingenuity. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed jury members for dedicating their expertise and the time to ensure a fair and thorough assessment of each nomination. To all our participants, on behalf of Manufacturing Today team, thank you for your trust, your innovation, and your commitment to shaping India's manufacturing future. Your contribution inspires us to make this event even more impactful each year. And a huge thank you to my incredible team. First to our delegate nomination acquisition champions, Fena and Sunny. Without this too, we wouldn't have reached so many of you. To our video editor and design masters, Praveen, Santosh, and Milan, and our marketing powerhouse, Fareen and Hitesh, who are truly our engines driving outreach to the world. A special shout out to the backbones of this award and conference, Bibor and Abhishek, for fueling the entire project. And of course, thank you, Rahul, for the steadfast support. What you see here today is the result of a tremendous group effort by all these amazing people. Let's kick off this award function with a big round of applause for this amazing team. Before we begin, we would like to play a brief AV of the jury meet that was held on 11th September 2025. Team, can we roll the video, please?
wonderful interaction today with all the jury members evaluating the various nominations. And what I very clearly observed is the quality of nominations are actually getting better and better year on year. And what I've also seen is that the impact that has been created on account of using technology, that impact is far better. So I wish to compliment the whole Manufacturing Today team for having this initiative to recognize manufacturers for the great work they're doing in terms of adoption of technology, skilling their workforce, and really trying to create an impact.
Very, very excited to see the quality of nominations. Very well contested set of awards for this session, and also very happy to see the jury and a very eminent jury, many industry leaders participating and discussing the various aspects of the various types of awards. So while it was an opportunity to really do this for the Manufacturing Today group, it was also a good learning experience for me.
I'm seeing some of the best practices from the industry. Very happy to see some of the sustainable idea, good practices on sustainability, quality, safety, and overall employee engagement.
Very good opportunity to be a jury for the wonderful program conducted by the Manufacturing Today to evaluate some of the companies on various factors like manufacturing excellence, sustainability, design, innovation, etc. Senior people from the industry, interacting with them, understanding a lot of things from them, debating, discussing, and it's a wonderful experience.
Good opportunity to learn from other jury members and to discuss and to finally give the ratings to each application. The process done by Manufacturing Today magazine is very fair and very transparent, and there is a clear criteria for ranking.
The jury for Manufacturing Today, we got to see a lot of cases, which is really good cases across India. And I personally got to learn a lot of things. It was a very, very good experience, and I think I will continue to support and do this again and again.
Jury members was very interesting. I want to thank Manufacturing Today and ITT for this experience. I think, giving opportunity to large organizations as well as MSCs is a good opportunity for them to also showcase what they can bring in from an India manufacturing perspective.
Thank you once again for all the jury members who spent an entire day to evaluate all the nominations that came across to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujata. I'll request you to stay back on stage with us. I'd also like to invite on stage Mr. Rahul Sequera and Mr. Vibhor Srivastav to please join us to felicitate our illustrious, beautiful, amazing, wonderful jury members. We have our jury members here. Can we invite them on stage, please? Everybody put your hands together for their hard work. So much hard work. Let's welcome Mr. Ajit Kumar, COO Birla Opus, to please join us on stage. Mr. Ganesh Shinkre, CEO SFO Technologies. Mr. Raghavendra Mirji, Executive Vice President and Business Head, Godrej Electricals and Electronics Division, Godrej and Voice Manufacturing Incorporated Limited, Mumbai. Mr. Shailesh Sharma, Director for Operations, SKF. Mr. Sunil Devid, Digital Technology Consultant. Once again, can we clap for the jury members? I'm also going to name the members who are not here. Let's clap for them as well. Mr. Bhadresh Dani, Vice President, Drives and Automotion, Bharat Bijli Limited. Dr. Amit Ninwani, Managing Director, Shiftex Pecme Industries Limited. Ms. Kamna Sama, Chief Technology and Information Officer, Volkswagen Group Technology Solutions. And Satyendra Tiwari, Executive Director, Operations, CNH Industrial. Thank you to the entire jury for the wonderful, wonderful effort. Thank you. Thank you once again, Mr. Vibhor and Mr. Rahul. I'll request you to stay back on stage and Sujata to please join us back on stage here. Time to begin with our wonderful awards ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. Leaders, or shall I say the torch bearers, have stood resilient throughout the challenging times. The first honor of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, is the Lifetime Achievement Award. And this year, our board has chosen not one, but two of the industry leaders who have each carved an extraordinary, amazing, inspiring journey. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call on stage Chairman and whole-time Director Bansal Wire Industries, Arun Gupta, to join us on stage. The Lifetime Achievement Award, ladies and gentlemen. Can we clap louder, everyone? Now, would you like to say a few words, Mr. Gupta? जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel truly humbled and honored to receive the Manufacturing Today Lifetime Achievement Award. This this recognition is not just a personal honor to me, but a certification of the journey of Bansal Wire as organization that has been my life's work. जब मैं पीछे मुड़कर देखता हूं तो हमारी कंपनी केवल स्टील वायर बनाने की ही नहीं रही, यह ताकत बढ़ाने, प्रगति को आगे बढ़ाने और राष्ट्र की विशाल यात्रा में सहयोग देने की कहानी रही है। साधारण शुरुआत से बंसल वायर आज भारत में सबसे बड़े स्टील वायर निर्माताओं में से एक बन गया है। यह सब संभव हुआ है हमारे कर्मचारियों की निष्ठा, हमारे ग्राहकों के भरोसे और मेरे सहकर्मियों व परिवार के साझा दृष्टिकोण, संयुक्त विजन के कारण। मैं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडिया की पूरी टीम का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि यह सम्मान अपने सहकर्मियों, साझेदारों और उन सभी की ओर से स्वीकार करता हूं जो इस अद्भुत यात्रा का हिस्सा रहे हैं। आगे का रास्ता उज्जवल है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम सब मिलकर भारतीय इंडस्ट्री को और ऊंचाई तक पहुंचाएंगे। Thank you.
Congratulations once again, and an absolute honor to give him the Lifetime Achievement Award. As I shared, we have one more Lifetime awardee here. Truly remarkable woman. From starting her career as an English teacher, she went on to transform a company into a world-class organization. So much so that there's a good chance her company's product is part of the vehicle you drive. Unfortunately, she could not be a part of today's beautiful ceremony for the last minute schedule, but I'm talking about, can we clap for Anuradha M. Gokarn, non-executive, non-independent director, Triton Walls Limited. She, however, has shared a very special message through a video. Can we play the video, please?
Namaste, everyone. I feel truly humbled to receive the Manufacturing Today Lifetime Achievement Award. And this recognition is especially meaningful because it comes as Triton Valves marks its 50th anniversary. I really wished I could be there with you, all of you today, to celebrate this wonderful occasion, but an unexpected change of plans has kept me away. Please accept my apologies for not being present in person, but I am there very much with you in spirit. Triton's journey began in 1975 with my late husband, Sri Maruti Vinayak Gokan. His vision and determination built the foundation of this company at a time when entrepreneurship in India was far from easy. It is his courage and belief in Indian manufacturing that I wish to honor first today. When he passed away, I was suddenly faced with the challenge of carrying forward his legacy with no prior business or manufacturing experience and two young children depending on me. Those were daunting years, but thanks to the support of our chairman, Shri C.S. Sheshadri, employees, our customers, our suppliers, and our shareholders, we turned those challenges into opportunities. Together, we restored Triton's strength and built it into India's market leader in tire valves. Over my 26 years as managing director, my guiding philosophy was simple: integrity, perseverance, and teamwork. And I'm proud to say that today, 2 out of every 3 tires in India use Triton valves, whether on a two-wheeler, a car, or a heavy-duty truck. Now, my son Aditya Gokan is taking Triton forward into its next chapter. Under his leadership, the company is diversifying into new areas such as brass extrusion and HVAC valves, ensuring that Triton continues to innovate and grow for the future. This award, therefore, is not mine alone. It belongs to everyone who has been part of Triton's story. I accept it on behalf of my family, our employees, our customers, our partners, and everyone who believed in us. Thank you, manufacturing today, for this incredible honor and for recognizing not just my journey, but Triton's journey over the past 5 decades and placing me today among the brightest luminaries of the Indian engineering world. Thank you once again.
Well, that has been an inspiring journey. We have her representative here to receive the award on her behalf. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Appaya KB, Whole-Time Director, Triton Walls Limited, to accept the award on her behalf. Congratulations once again. Thank you for doing the honors. I'll request Mr. Rahul and Mr. Bibor to please stay back on stage with us. The next special award is the Hall of Fame. To join us in giving the award, may I call on stage Mr. Manish Peshin, Business Head, Professional Lighting, Havells India Limited, to join us in doing the honors. Again, the board has chosen 2 leaders this year. Ladies and gentlemen, may I call upon Presenting the first Hall of Fame here, let's clap and welcome Vikas Marwa, Chief Executive Officer, Lumax Auto Technologies, to come on stage and receive the award. An absolute honor to share this award with you.
Thank you so much, Vibhor, Rahul, and the grand jury. Totally unexpected. I received this in great humility, on behalf of the automotive industry. We are auto component suppliers, like you may have known from my narratives about 30, 45 minutes back. We are also like Intel Insight. We are not seen much, except that you touch and feel us, of course. Coming from Lumax, we are like those jewels in your vehicles. We make the automotive lamps, the first thing that you see. We are also the first thing that you touch inside the car. We are the market leaders in gear shifter systems. So your hand immediately goes on the gear shifters, be it automatic gear shifters or whatever. So Lumax journey has been quite exhilarating. I came on board in this company in 2018 as a chief strategy officer. And the day lockdown in India started, on that day, I was made the CEO of the company. So the factories were shut, the business was not happening, but that's where we were. As a group, we were about $300 million at that time in 2020. God has been kind, customers have been supportive. We have just crossed $1 billion mark just in 5 years and set for more growth. But I think amazing work manufacturing today and ITP Media are doing in terms of recognizing our humble contributions and of many colleagues across many industries. So while you may have heard one part of my narrative, it did sound radical, but trust me, it comes with a lot of passion and belief that India will get to its desired position very soon, I think, because of huge, humongous efforts of all of you put together. I don't know how much runway I have got in terms of my career span, but I see a lot of young blood and fresh generation, who are out there to take those challenges. Just to let you know, my son graduated from Ivy League in Columbia. He believes in India's story so much that he left his US job and he has returned back home. And now working with a top law firm. So thank you very much once again. And I really wish this event more success going forward. And very happy to have been here. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Now, allow me to call our next Hall of Fame awardee. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome Managing Director, Texmaco Rail and Engineering Limited, Mr. Sudipto Mukherjee, to join us on stage receiving the lovely Hall of Fame. The banquet is full of sannata, but it would be great if we can have some claps. Come on. Thank you.
This one I'll keep it behind for the the personalities that we are on stage. Dada, all yours.
Thanks to the jury, manufacturing today, ITP Media, and thanks to all of you for bearing with me since morning. And I have spoken a lot, but of course, such moment is really inspiring, and I take it as a validation or a calibration of our journey to contribute honestly to the ecosystem and do better for all the stakeholders. And I go back with much more resolve and commitment for the trust and faith bestowed on us, and really privileged to have this honor on behalf of the Texmaco family and the larger extended base. And of course, again, I said that I reconfirm with the will and intent to come back better and contribute better. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. Thank you, everyone, for doing the honors. Thank you. We will now begin with the award evening with the first category for the evening, Plant Head of the Year 2025 Large. I now request Mr. Raghav Rawat, Digital Manufacturing Customer Advisory, SAP APJ, to join us on stage to give away the award. I'll request Mr. Manish to please join us back on stage. Let's have the shortlisted nominations on screen, please. Well, here are the nominations on screen. Sanjay Kumar, Petronet LNG Limited, Smith Kulathingal, Avery Dennison, Amit Mehta, Blue Star Limited, Venkat Rao, Waptec Corporation, FTR, TIPL. Let's see who the winner is. Let's begin with the runner-up for this one. And the runner-up goes to, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome Amit Mehta, Blue Star Limited. Runner-up for Plant Head of the Year 2025 Large. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two winners here in this category. Let's invite our first winner, Smith Kulathingal, Avery Dennison, to please join us on stage. Our amazing winner. Can we clap and welcome him on stage? That's your Kulathingal, Avery Dennison, winning this one. Congratulations, Plant Head of the Year 2025 Large. We have another winner in this category. Let's clap and welcome Sanjay Kumar, Petronet LNG Limited. Request you to be here on stage with us. Let's take you to the next category, Manufacturing Team of the Year Large. Let's have a look at the shortlisted nominations, please. Well, here are the nominations for you on screen. Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited, Suresh PN, Waptec Corporation, FTR, TIPL, Venkat Rao, Acus Limited, Nagesh HR, Jubilant Ingredient Limited, Arun Goyal, Blue Star Limited, Asim Uddin, Royal Enfield, Unit of Aisha Motors, Magesh S. Let's have a look at the winner. We have a row of runner-ups here. So let's begin with the first runner-up here. Let's see who it goes to. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited. Congratulations. We'd like to invite the next runner-up. Waptec Corporation FTR TIPL. Can we clap and welcome them on stage? Congratulations. Let's invite the next runner-up for you. Let's see who it goes to. Let's clap and welcome Aegis Limited, everyone. Congratulations. Time to invite the manufacturing team of the year large. Let's see who the winner is. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Jubilant Ingredient Limited. Congratulations to our winners. I'll request you to be on stage with us, Mr. Manish. Let's have the nominations for our next category, Manufacturing Team of the Year, SME. Let's welcome and clap the lovely, amazing nominations on screen. Putzmister Concrete Machines Private Limited, Exalta Coating Systems India Private Limited, Shiftex Pecami Industries Limited. Let's see who the winner is. We have two winners here. Let's see who the winner is on screen, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome Shiftex Pecami Industries Limited, winning the award. We'd like to invite our winner again, that is Putzmister Concrete Machines Private Limited, to please join us on stage. Can we clap and welcome them, everyone? Congratulations. I'll request you to be on stage with us. Our next category, Technology Leader of the Year 2025, large. And the winner, let's have a look at the winner on screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap and welcome our winner, Arun Goel, Jubilant Ingredient Limited. Let's see who the winner is for Technology Leader of the Year 2025 SME. Let's have a look at the screen, please. Well, the winner on screen, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and welcome Uday Narang, Omega Seki Private Limited. Honors. Can we clap for Mr. Manish, everyone? Thank you. To give away the next category of award, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Sumit Doshi, Regional Director, UKG, India, to please join us on stage. While he joins us to give away the next category, that is Excellence in Sustainability and Circular Economy 2025 Large, can we have a look at the nominations on screen, please? Let's clap and welcome all the nominations for you here. SRF Limited, Performance Films and Foils Business, SRF Limited, Mahindra Last Mile Mobility Bengaluru, Royal Enfield, Unit of Aisha Motors, Waptec Corporation FTR TIPL, Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited, Godrej Security Solutions. And to give away the award, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Ganesh Shinkre, CEO SFO Technologies, to give away the award. Let's welcome our runner-up here. We have two runner-ups on screen. Let's have a look at the name of the first runner-up here. Let's welcome Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Absolutely wonderful. We have another runner-up here. Let's welcome Mahindra Last Mile Mobility, Nagendru N. I can hear the little applause that you guys are. Thank you. We have two winners here. We'd like to invite the winner of Royal Enfield, Unit of Aisha Motors. Congratulations. Let's invite the other winner, Waptec Corporation FTR TIPL. Can we clap and welcome them, everybody? Congratulations. I'll request you to be on stage with us for the next category. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, for Excellence in Sustainability and Circular Economy 2025 SME. Let's invite the runner-up on stage. Let's see who it goes to. Let's welcome Reliable Auto Tech Private Limited, everyone. Congratulations. It's time to invite the winner, Excellence in Sustainability and Circular Economy 2025 SME. Let's see who it goes to. On screen, ladies and gentlemen, Sun Mobility Technology Center. Congratulations to our winner. We take you to the next category, that is Excellence in Supply Chain 2025 Large. On screen, let's have a look at the nominations. Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited, Tata Motors Limited, Mahindra Last Mile Mobility, Zahirabad, Flex, Royal Enfield, a unit of Eicher Motors, Tata Motors Limited, CVBU Pune, Axle Factory Pimpri. We have 3 runner-ups here. Let's invite our runner-up on screen. Let's see who it goes to. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Tata Motors Limited, Pantnagar. We have another runner-up on screen for you. Let's see who it goes to. Let's welcome Royal Enfield, a unit of Eicher Motors. Inviting our next runner-up on stage for you. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Tata Motors Limited, CVBU Pune, Axle Factory, Pimpri. Congrats to the runner-ups. Excellence in Supply Chain 2025 Large. Time to see the winner on screen. Let's welcome Mahindra Last Mile Mobility, Zahirabad. Congratulations. Mr. Ganesh, thank you for doing the honors for us. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take you to the next category of awards. To do the honors and give away the award, we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Raghvendra Mirji, Executive Vice President and Business Head, Godrej Electricals and Electronics Division, Godrej and Boyce Manufacturing Corporate Limited, Mumbai Western Region. Excellence in Quality 2025 Large. Let's see the nominations, please. Well, here are lovely nominees for you. Tata Motors Limited, CVBU Pune, Grasim Industries Limited, Birla Opus Paint, Security Solutions, Godrej and Boyce Manufacturing Corporate Limited, Flex, Mahindra Last Mile Mobility Limited, Blue Star Limited, Tractors and Farm Equipments Limited, Royal Enfield and Eicher Motors Unit, Bharat Aluminium Company Limited. Time to welcome the runner-ups here. We have two runner-ups. Let's invite the runner-up here, Tata Motors Limited, CVBU Pune, H4. Let's invite our next runner-up for you. Our eyes on screen. Welcoming Grasim Industries Limited, Birla Office Paint. We have two winners here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's invite them on stage. Everyone with a huge round of applause. Let's welcome on stage our winner. Tractors and Farm Equipment Limited, TAFE. We have another winner here. Let's invite them on stage. Excellence in Quality 2025 Large. Let's have a look at the screen. Let's welcome Blue Star Limited, everyone. huge congratulations to Blue Star Limited. Time to invite on stage the winners for Excellence in Quality 2025 SME. We'd like to invite the runner-up on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Reliable Autotech Private Limited. I think I'm going to clap for you for clapping. Thank you. It's now time to welcome the winner here, Excellence in Quality 2025 SME. Let's welcome Putzmister Concrete Machines Private Limited, winning the award here. A huge congratulations to you. Again, with this, we take you to the next category, Excellence in Innovation 2025 Large. Let's have a look at the nominations on screen, please. Well, here are the amazing nominations, Excellence in Innovation 2025 Large. Time to invite the runner-up on stage. Let's have a look at the runner-up on screen. Let us welcome Mahindra Last Mile Mobility Limited, Zahirabad. We have two winners here. Let's invite the winner on stage, everyone. Let's welcome Kirloskar Pneumatic Company Limited. Congratulations to our winner. We have another winner here. Everyone, let's welcome Bharat Electronics Limited. Vikas Kumar, ladies and gentlemen. Time to welcome the winners for Excellence in Innovation 2025 SME. Let's welcome the runner-up for you on stage. Everyone, let's welcome Sun Mobility Private Limited. Congratulations to our runner-ups. It's now time to welcome the winner, ladies and gentlemen, Excellence in Innovation 2025 SME. Let's welcome Omega Seki Private Limited. Congratulations to you. Thank you, Mr. Ravi, for doing the honors. To give away the next category of award, may I invite on stage Shailesh Sharma, Director for Operations SKF, to please join us on stage and do the honors. Our next category of awards is Excellence in Human Resource 2025 Large. While he joins us on stage, let's have a look at the nominations on screen. And here are the nominations. We have 2 runner-ups for you here. Let's have a look at the runner-up for you, everyone. Let's welcome Mahindra Last Mile Mobility Limited. Congratulations. A huge congratulations to all the winners. I'm going to request the winners to please stay back for a group photograph together at the end. When you're in the end, I promise you. Congratulations, Mahindra Last Mile Mobility Limited. Welcoming our next runner-up for you. Time to invite on stage. Let's welcome Flex, everyone. And now it is time for the winner. Welcoming our winner on stage, let's welcome SRF Performance Films and Foil Business. Let's clap and welcome our winners on stage, please. Let's see who takes the trophy in the SME category for Excellence in Human Resource 2025. The winner is... Let's welcome our winners, everybody. I think the applause can be louder here. Puts Mr. Concrete Machines Private Limited. Congratulations. Congratulations to our winners. With this, we are ready to move on to our next category, that is Next Gen Leader of the Year 2025 SME. Let's invite the winner on stage for you. Our Next Gen Leader, ladies and gentlemen, Uday Narang, Omega Seki Private Limited, a huge congratulations. Congratulations to our winner. With this, we take you to the next category, that is CEO of the Year 2025 SME. Let's invite the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Neeraj Singhal, Setco Auto System Private Limited, winning the award. With this, we take you to the next category, that is Excellence in Engineering Design 2025. Large nominations are here for you on screen. Can we clap for our nominees on screen, please, everyone? We have 3 runner-ups here. Let's invite them on stage. Let's see who the runner-up is. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited. Can we clap and welcome them on stage? Inviting our next runner-up for you on stage. Everyone, let's welcome Bharat Electronics Limited, Anirudh Kanfare, to please join us on stage, taking the award. Let's invite on stage the next runner-up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Let us welcome Bharat Electronics Limited, Varsha GH, to please join us in taking the award. Time to invite the winner for you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap and welcome the winner, Bharat Electronics Limited, Anirudh Kumar, everybody. Yes, we take you to the next category, that is Excellence in EHS 2025 Large. Let's have a look at the nominations on screen. Can we clap for all the nominees on screen, please, everyone? Time to invite the runner-up. We have 2 runner-ups here. Let's see who the runner-up is. Let's welcome JK Tire and Industries Limited. Let's invite the runner-up. Let's have a look at the screen. Welcoming on stage Grasim Industries, Birla Opus Paint. Congratulations to you. Let's invite the winner on stage for you. Everyone, let's welcome Wabtec Corporation FTRTIPL, Venkat Rao. A huge congratulations to you. We take you to Excellence in EHS 2025 SME category. And here are the nominations on screen for you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we clap for all the nominees, please? Well, we have a runner-up here. Let's welcome the runner-up for you on stage. Let us welcome Sun Mobility Private Limited, everybody. Time to welcome our winner on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let us welcome Cooper Corporation Private Limited, the engine plant. Congratulations, Mr. Shailesh. Thank you for doing the honors. Can we clap for him, everybody? With this, we take you to the next category, and to give away the award, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Vikas Marwa, CEO Lumix Auto Technologies, to please join us on stage in giving away the award. The category is Excellence in Cyber Security 2025 SME. Let's welcome the winner on stage for you. Let us see who the winner is, everyone. Let's welcome Reliable Autotech Private Limited. Congratulations. We take you to the next category, that is Excellence in Cost Optimization 2025 Large. And we're going to be sharing the nominations on screen for you. Can we clap for all the nominees, please? Well, we have two runner-ups here. Let's welcome the runner-up on stage. Everyone, let us applause and welcome Mahindra Last Mile Mobility Zahirabad, K. Prakash Rao. Let's welcome our next runner-up for you, everyone. We're pausing for this picture here. Congratulations once again. Also welcoming our next runner-up, Exide Industries Limited, Ahmednagar, Maharashtra. To invite the winners on stage, everyone. And the winner is Tata Motors Limited, CVBU Pune, ILMCV Rare Axle. The whole team is here. Can we clap for all of them, everybody? Come on. Congratulations to all our winners. With this, we take you to the next category, that is Excellence in Cost Optimization 2025 SME. Let's have a look at the nominations on screen, please. Time to welcome the runner-up here. Let's see who is taking up the runner-up position here. Let's welcome Setco Auto System Private Limited, everybody. Time to invite the winner. Let's have a look at the winner on screen, everyone. And it goes to Godrej Storage Solutions, Ravi Swaran N. Congratulations to our winners here. With this, we take you to the next category, Excellence in Operations 2025 Large. And here are the nominations on screen for you. Can we applaud for all the nominees here, please? We have 2 runner-ups, 2 winners. That's amazing. Everything is double. Let's invite the runner-up on stage. Everyone, let's welcome Tata Motors Limited, Pantnagar. We have another runner-up here. Let's welcome on stage, everybody. Wabtec Corporation, everybody. Can we clap and welcome Wabtec, please? Congratulations to our runner-ups. It's now time to welcome the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Grasim Industries Birla Opus Paints Mahat plant. Huge congratulations to our winners here. I'd like to invite the other winners here on screen, ladies and gentlemen, let's see who it goes to. Welcoming once again Tata Motors Limited, CVBU Pune. Huge congratulations to our winner. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to reveal who will take home the trophy. Congratulations once again. Excellence in Operations 2025 SME categories. Shortlisted nominations, please. Welcoming the runner-up for you. Let's see who it goes to, everyone. Congratulations to our runner-up, everybody. Reliable Autotech Private Limited, Yogesh Bulich. I'm going to request everybody to be here with us. I'm very close to the end. Be here with us for the group photograph of all the winners together. Everyone, we have 2 winners here. Let's invite the winner on stage. And on screen, here we go. Reliable Autotech Private Limited, Rajendra Pawar. Can we clap and welcome the winners, everyone? I think the claps can be louder since we are close to the end. Super end. I know it's been a long, long day, but thank you to all of you. Congratulations to our winner. We have one more winner here in this category, getting ready to welcome the other winner as well. On screen, everybody, let's see who the other winner is. Welcoming on stage Exalta Coating Systems. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Mr. Vikas, thank you for doing the honors. To give away the next category of award, may I now invite on stage Mr. Sahil Singh, Solutions in Engineer, India, South Asia and Middle East, Acronis to please join us in giving away the next category, please. Excellence in Workforce 2025 Large. Let's see who the runner-up here is, everyone. Let's welcome Security Solutions Division, Godrej and Boyce MFG Corporation Limited, Godrej Enterprises Group. Can we clap and welcome them, everybody? Trust me, we are towards the end. The claps can be louder, everyone. Come on. Thank you. Time to welcome the winners here, everybody. Let's welcome the winners. Mahindra and Mahindra Limited Automotive Division, Zahirabad. Congratulations to Mahindra and Mahindra. Huge congratulations to you. Moving on to Excellence in Force. Let's welcome Excellence in Workforce 2025 SME category. The winner. Let's welcome Cooper Corporation Private Limited, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Sahil. Thank you for doing the honors. To give away the next category of award, may I invite Mr. Bibor to please join us on stage. Excellence in Warehousing, Industrial and Logistical Park 2025 SME. Let's see who it goes to. Our winners, welcoming once again on stage, I must say. The wait is real, trust me. I think I should start singing Intiha Ho Gayi Intezar Ki. It's almost here. Reliable Autotech Private Limited. Can we clap for them, everybody? Our winners here. Joining us in giving away the next category of award, may I please request Mr. Manish Patient to please join us in giving away the next category, which is Excellence in Technology 2025 Large. While he joins us, we see the nominations on screen with us, everybody. Congratulations to the nominees here. We have two runner-ups. Welcoming the first runner-up on screen for you, everybody. Let's welcome Bharat Electronics Limited, Sandeep Yachmanan. I'm going to request all our winners to stay back with a group photograph, please. We are near the end. Inviting the next runner-up for all of you, everybody. Let's clap and welcome Godrej Enterprises Group Aerospace Division, Pavan Kumar Verma. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to our runner-ups here. It's time to invite the winner on stage. To everybody here with us, can we please clap and welcome the winners? Godrej Enterprises Group Aerospace Division, Hitesh Narsia. Well, congratulations to our winners, everyone. With this, we take you to the end and the very, very end. The next category on screen for you, Excellence in Technology 2025 SME. Time to see who the winner is, everyone. Almost. Everyone, let's welcome the winner, Sopan Group of Companies. Can we clap and welcome them, everybody? Congratulations to Sopan Group of Companies. And with this, we are here to the last category of the evening of the day, Excellence in Operation 2025 Large. Sharing the nominations for you on screen, the wonderful nominations. Let's have a look at the nominations, please. I'm so sorry. I think it's done. Congratulations to all the winners, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Manish. Thank you for doing the honors. I'm going to request Mr. Bibor to please stay back on stage for the vote of thanks. It's been a wonderful, long, amazing day full of information. And thank you to each one of you for your expertise. This is Shweta signing off.
Hello, everybody. What a day, long marathon day, but truly of substance. I think my hearts are full to see the joy, seeing people coming from all over the country and even abroad. So I want you to, one, congratulate Cloud, the biggest for Sujata. The lady, the editor, the anchor, the sutradhar. मतलब शब्दों की कमी हो जाएगी. but truly a woman of substance who made sure that everybody comes together. And of course, a big thank you to our Havells, Manish, everybody there, SAP, Acronis, UKG, and of course, the industry body. But also to this lovely, charming lady, the host, Shweta Kapoor. Let's hear it for the ladies, two powerful ladies in the house, and all the people who work tirelessly, Sunil, in with us, a very young battery of team members of ITP who worked tirelessly for almost like 8 to 9 months to bring everybody from all segments of the industry within manufacturing, both process and discrete, to make this evening so memorable for all of us. I want to thank you immensely. I want to thank everybody in the room and everybody who's watching us live for bestowing so much of love and confidence that you have reposed in us to make sure that each year, every year, we do better. So I want to take one moment to big time to thank everybody who is not even a winner, but participated. I think that matters the most. Aapne yahan tak aaye, that itself is a great thing that you go back. So I want to wish everybody a lovely weekend. Festive moods are back again. Happy Durga Puja to everybody. And Sujata and ITP people, can we borrow every ITP people on stage? All the ITP people, please come. Fena, Sahil, Ramesh, Girish. If you can hear Farheen, Hitesh from the console. Arpita, this our lovely conference producer, this young girl. Stop doing just come. I think you guys have worked enough. Abhishek, Rahul, do we see you in the hall? Anybody? Is that all we have? Kaushalya, Abhishek, Rahul, Sunny. Sujata is prompting me, Sunny, Sunny, Sunny. Well done, well done. Yeah. So this is the ITP team. Please give them a big hand. Yes, they deserve everybody here. Huh? Milind, Farheen, stop everybody, just come. All ITP, I said. So, bhai, do you need red carpet or what, guys? All right. Sahil, Milind, our head of design, can't see him. Girish, do you see him? Milind, he's very involved in taking the winner's picture. He wants to make sure that he does a very good picture for the cover. Because at the end of the day, what it matters is that, when you send it to the industry, you want to have these moments, relive these moments, right? Sahil, Sahil is there. Don't hide. This is the way all the good people hide behind, and people like me, in the front. But these are the people who really made it happen. Give them a big hand. Loudest, Sunil. They are the ones who deserve it. This young force. Come here, come here. All right, I'm not going to bore. Please drink hard if you're not observing Navratri. So please go enjoy yourself. I don't want to stand next to Ravi. Sorry, on the call. Okay. Just kidding you. Which man are you saying? Ramesh, Abhishek, let's do it quick. श्वेता तू अपने फोन से हमारी पिक्चर दे दे. Okay. Thank you very much. All the winners, please take the stage is yours. And don't miss your opportunity. Get the best grab here. All the winners in the hall and outside the hall, please come. Shweta.
Thank you, Vibhor. Thank you so much. I'm going to request all the winners to please join us on stage. And once again, a huge thank you to each one of you for being here with us. I know it's been a long day, but thank you to each one of you. Great efforts, very inspiring, very informative. Thank you so much once again.